What should I do? This isn't just about failing the mission. It's a matter of survival. I rummaged through my backpack twice, yet all I had were a few items that were barely usable. Only the curse of dire misfortune seemed to have any potential, but its effectiveness was limited at best. Should I dump all 3 skill points into Meteor Swarm? It's the only option I can think of, but that's my last ace in the hole. If it fails, I'll be completely out of moves. Let's wait and see. What if grinding down these mobs drops a strong skill or item? I kite the skeletons, moving and attacking while slowly retreating. Eventually, I found myself outside the graveyard, where actual buildings started to appear, including a brand new thatched cottage. What in the world? Someone lives in this hellhole. The skeletons trailed behind me like they were on a leash, refusing to let go. Might as well give it a shot and check it out. For all I know, some big shot might be willing to help, but if I get insta-killed, so be it. That's just my fate. The skeletons were sluggish, their slow pace giving me plenty of time to chant. After the goblin battle, I had gotten skilled at spellcasting on the move, raining down a constant barrage of meteor swarm. One after another, the meteors fell relentlessly. As I approached the cottage, I noticed its rusty door lock and moss-covered stone steps, suggesting the owner hadn't been back in years. Peering through the gap in the door, I saw nothing but darkness and smelled a strong, musty odor. Raising my staff, I smashed at the lock, gritting my teeth. There's no way a random thatched hut out here in a dungeon isn't important. I don't buy it. But after a solid 5 minutes of hammering, the door's rusty lock barely had a scratch. Seriously, what kind of lock is this tough? Could the key be on one of the monsters? That thought popped into my head like a random tutorial tip, and I nearly smacked myself for not thinking of it sooner. Well, that's the standard mission trope, isn't it? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my mind. I did have a key that had dropped from that gatekeeper goblin in the previous dungeon. Key to Afra's cabin. I'd completely forgotten about it since it hadn't been useful up until now. Might as well try it. Won't hurt to see if it works. I shoved the key into the lock. It fits perfectly. My heart raced with excitement. But when I tried to turn it, nothing. It's the right size, so why won't it turn? Am I using the wrong technique or something? I carried on fiddling and struggling with that lock like my life depended on it, getting nowhere. Screw it. Guess I'll go back to grinding these skeletons down the hard way. I kept a steady stream of meteor swarm raining down for 3 hours straight. Finally, the skeletons collapsed into piles of splintered bones. Ding! Elite guard eliminated. Before I could even breathe a sigh of relief, the fog in the graveyard thickened dramatically, and an ear-splitting howl tore through the air. Asmodeus's elite guards share an unbreakable bond. Your actions have enraged them, and they vow to tear you limb from limb. In 1 minute, the graveyard's full force of elite guards will launch an assault. Brace yourself. I felt a chill run down my spine, like I'd been plunged into icy water. Are you serious? It took me 3 hours to kill just these few guards. Now a whole army is coming in a single minute. If you're gonna kill me, just kill me already. Don't torture me like this. Just as despair flooded me, something unexpected happened. A faint green glow appeared amid the scattered skeleton remains. Greetings, dear adventurer. The voice sounded dull, like the canned responses of a low-grade NPC AI. I am Brian, the Gravekeeper. Thank you for freeing me from my curse. There are a few items in my house that may aid you. Before I could say anything, the green light was already fading. Hey, wait. Don't ghost me, man. The door's still locked. I can't get in. But my pleas fell on deaf ears as the glow vanished completely. You've got to be kidding me. Frustrated, I kicked the bone pile, and suddenly, a flash of purple light shot up into the sky. Something dropped, and it's purple. I practically dove for it. These were elite boss enemies. After all, there was no way they wouldn't drop anything good. Clutching the item, I examined it closely. It was a staff. Skeleton set, staff, rare cast speed minus 30%, damage to skeletons plus 100%, spirit plus 10%. Set effect. Equip 2 pieces for a 10% chance of insta-death on skeletons. Equip 3 pieces for 20% and 4 pieces for 30%. Equip all 4 pieces for an additional 100% true damage to skeletons. I couldn't stay seated. This was huge. A 4-piece legendary set with a 30% insta-kill chance and true damage. So that's the trick. It's all about surviving the opening wave. If you can't kill those initial skeletons, you're stuck right there. Rumble. The ground shook violently. It was the skeleton army, drawing nearer. Scrambling through the bone piles, I kept searching like a maniac. More loot. There's more purple. This time, it was a bone-white ring carved with a skull motif. The moment I slipped it on, I felt an aura of bad guy energy radiating from me. Skeleton set. Ring. Rare spirit plus 10%. Spirit recovery plus 10%. Slow effect minus 5%. Stats were average, but the set bonus was the real payoff. I equipped it immediately. Two-piece set in effect. Insta-death chance plus 10%. Before I could dig for more loot, the skeleton army had arrived. Still acting tough? Think I'm the same scrub from before. Think again. Time to taste my upgraded meteor swarm. With a booming crash, a massive formation of skeleton cavalry entered the battlefield. Rows of skeletal warhorses, their riders armed with bone sabers, stood in a formation so polished they looked like a king's personal army. Impressive formation, huh? I sneered, scanning them with my wristband. Skeleton cavalry, the most elite troops under General Asmodeus. Their name once struck terror across countless battlefields. Not giving them a chance to charge, I made the first move. Meteor swarm rained down once more, the first meteor slamming into their ranks. The battle was on. This time, it wasn't going to be me who came up short. Insta-death triggered. Insta-death triggered. It was just a 10% chance, but there were so many of them, combined with the wide AoE of my spell. The gear set's deadly strike and 100% additional damage really packed a punch. I cleared this wave in under 10 minutes. Compared to the hours I'd spent grinding down a few mobs before, the difference is night and day. The cavalry were tougher than elite bosses, crazy fast, too. They nearly got me back there. If I hadn't used the grass hut for cover, I might not have made it out. I hurried to loot the corpses. The skeleton set's effects really came through, though I only have 2 pieces so far and need to complete the set quickly. It's been 5 hours already, and the mission has a 24-hour limit. Besides, I left home without telling my pregnant wife. Her being alone really bugs me. Also, the faster I clear this dungeon, the better the rewards. Someone on the forums even claimed to have gotten an orange-grade skill book. I kicked a skeleton head out of the way, revealing a black orb underneath. Looks familiar. Another fire shard type drop? I scanned it with my wristband. Soul Shatter Orb. Exclusive to Asmod General's Tomb. Breaking it imbues your attacks with true damage, which grows stronger with use. Progress, 0/100ths. I didn't hesitate to crush it. Any delay would be disrespecting those stats. Then a thought struck me like lightning. This orb is exclusive to Hell Mode dungeons, and Hell Mode dungeons are unique by design. That true damage effect, could it be that I'm the only one who gets it? Even better, true damage ignores defense. Those rich players stuck at level 25 can't transfer to advanced classes because they lack the skills or stats for enough damage. But if they imbued their attacks with the Soul Shatter Orb's effect, wouldn't that solve the damage gap? What if I gave this to my wife? I stopped cold. She's an ordinary person and has no clue that I can level up or class change. But with this orb, even on easy or normal difficulty, she might be able to clear the first class transfer quest. With enough orbs of fire, poison, and so on, second and third transfers wouldn't be out of reach either. Fueled by this idea, I carefully picked through the skeleton remains. The cavalry not only completed my skeleton set, staff, ring, necklace, and earring, but also dropped 2 extra rings. As soon as I equipped the necklace and earring, my wristband buzzed. Skeleton set bonus. For pieces, 30% chance to trigger a deadly strike, plus 100% true damage to skeletons. I had been concerned about how earrings and necklaces might make me look too feminine, but it turns out there's a male version, a stud earring and a skull pendant, which give off a rugged, rebellious vibe. The drops also included over 50 Soul Shatter Orbs. This time, I stored them carefully in my bag instead of using them right away. Once I've saved up over 100, I'll start using them myself, I thought. Each person can only refine 100 orbs, so obviously my wife gets priority. Down the line, it'll be the same for other rare orbs. Forget power levels. This is about keeping her safe and healthy, letting her live a long life. In Genesis, Completing one class transfer almost guarantees living to 100. With a second transfer, 150 isn't impossible. Without a transfer, even reaching level 25 only gives you slight strength boosts over normal people. Checking the time, I frowned. 5 hours in, and I was still above ground. I needed to move quicker. It's a tomb, so the entrance must be underground. Where's the way in? I headed toward the graveyard. As I walked, skeleton soldiers broke through the dirt, one after another, as if sprouting from the earth itself. Skeleton soldier, foot soldiers of Asmod General, once revered warriors. These were the weakest enemies I'd seen since entering the dungeon. Meteor shower. Deadly strike. Prompts filled my screen non-stop, but I didn't bother to read them. I just spammed the spell, raining meteors in an endless barrage. 1 hour later, all the skeleton soldiers were cleared out, but aside from more set pieces and soul shatter orbs, there wasn't anything else in the entire graveyard. I had picked up over 100 soul shatter orbs. Once I hit the 100 refinement limit, I crushed extras as soon as I picked them up. There were too many to keep track of. As for the skeleton set, I had stockpiled 4 complete sets in my storage. The set was excellent against skeletons, but it was mediocre against other monsters and had limited utility in the broader community. It might not sell for much. I debated picking up more pieces, especially given that I was living off my wife, Lu Mingyao. She'd been covering all my expenses ever since. Even though my rank up had nullified the 300,000 debt loan, I hadn't contributed a cent since. She even bought rare herbs with her own money to support me. Back when I could trade potions, it balanced out. Now, I was nothing but a financial drain. After some deliberation, I picked up a handful of set pieces, but quickly decided it wasn't worth wasting more time. The soul shatter orbs, however, I grabbed without missing a single one. Then I tried refining another orb, only to feel no effect. Soul shatter orb refinement progress, 100/100. I maxed it out already. Whatever remained won't go to waste. I can save them for my wife, and if she's all set, give them to Xiao Dazhuang. Worst case, I can sell them. No shortage of interested players there. I stood and stretched, looking over the field of bones with frustration. I've cleared the surface, but there's no sign of an entrance or any clearance confirmation. What the hell is going on? I began poking around with my staff, hoping to uncover a tunnel or activate some mechanism. After an hour of scouring every inch, I slumped onto a pile of bones in defeat. Practically the entire graveyard had been flipped, every tombstone uprooted, yet the only findings were some broken weapons and armor. At this point, true panic set in. I'd anticipated dying in combat or being one-shot, but I hadn't considered simply not being able to find the dungeon's exit. If this failure got me wiped, I wouldn't even have peace in death. Stay calm. There's got to be a detail I missed somewhere. I couldn't shake the suspicion that the shadowy figure at the class advancement shrine might have set this all up to toy with me. I second-guessed myself. This is the real world. No NPCs here. That voice had to be some big shot from the Alliance. As those thoughts snowballed, I felt like I was spiraling. I smacked myself hard across the face. Am I nuts? Instead of figuring out how to clear this level, I'm over here stressing about whether this is real or if the voice was an actual person. What's the point? I'm already here. No one's gonna help me but me. Then it hit me. When I fought those elite bosses earlier, that green light had said the stuff in the hut could help me. I assumed it was some helpful gear for combat, but after getting the set, I forgot all about it. What if by help, it didn't mean fighting monsters, but rather a clue to the next level? I was so frustrated I could have smacked myself again. Such a critical detail, and I'd let it slip. If I'd thought of it sooner, I wouldn't have wasted a whole 2 hours. I sprinted to the hut, crouching down by the remains of the skeletons to sift through the debris. Got it. I jumped up clutching a rusty, nondescript key that blended in a little too well with the bone shards. Dashing back to the thatched hut, I shoved the key into the old lock. It clicked open on its own without me having to twist it. Creak. The door swung open to reveal a bed, a stool, and a wardrobe inside. No secret passage in sight. Was my guess wrong? Feeling the sting of disappointment, I forced myself to stay focused, searching and prodding every nook and cranny for potential hidden mechanisms. With every tick of the clock, I felt the pressure mounting, each second striking like a hammer against my chest. If I couldn't find the next floor, the countdown to my death was already underway. Still nothing. Where the hell's the entrance? My patience snapped, and I angrily kicked the wardrobe. Crash. The wardrobe door splintered into a hole, the entire panel falling to the floor. I froze in place, staring in stunned disbelief, as if I'd just escaped death by a hair's breadth. Behind the wardrobe's back panel, now split, a crack revealed itself, chilled air silently flowing through. You've got to be kidding me. They hid the entrance back here. I muttered curses under my breath, but I couldn't help the smile spreading across my face. No matter what lay ahead, I'd finally found the next step. Ding, you have a new message. It was the custom notification tone I'd set for Lu Mingyao. Hubby, I just got off work. Where are you? Your baby's hungry. Reading those words, a grin stretched across my face. I have to make it through this alive. My wife is waiting for me. I gave myself a couple of slaps on the cheeks to refocus, then replied, Sorry, babe. Something came up, and I might be late. Go ahead and eat first. I'll definitely be home by midnight, and I got you a gift. With that settled, I grabbed my staff and strode confidently into the underground passage. Why is the wine down here so strong? Could there be another exit? The air was damp, hinting at the possible presence of an underground river. The narrow corridor was barely wide enough for one person. After descending about a dozen steps by the faint light from the entrance, darkness swallowed the path completely. What kind of dungeon is this? Skeletons and tunnels? What is this, an escape room? Lucky me. I came prepared. I rummaged through my bag and pulled out a flashlight. As soon as I turned it on, the sight nearly sent me collapsing onto the ground, the flashlight almost slipping from my hands. It took a long moment to recover. Holy crap, that scared me. The walls were covered in a mess of slash marks, claw gouges, and countless blackish-brown stains. I didn't need to sniff to know they were dried blood. Just what kind of battle went down here back in the day? The stairwell ended in a thick layer of rust covering the floor, remnants of weapons that had succumbed to age, dampness, and decay. Staring at the scene, I felt a wave of respect well up within me. I could almost see the past, lines of warriors cramming into this narrow tunnel, each fighting to the bitter end against monsters. Their eyes reflected nothing but unyielding determination to keep fighting. Stepping over the stairwell, I fully entered the underground world. The moment my front foot crossed in, whoosh, a burst of sound came from the walls. I thought I had triggered some kind of trap. Then suddenly, flames coiled like fiery serpents around the space, illuminating the massive area. It was an underground plaza, as vast as a sports stadium. At its center was a hexagram symbol carved into the stone floors, etched with eerie runes below it. Those runes made my chest hammer as if something was pulling on my heartstrings. Around the plaza was utter devastation, broken blades, axes, and spears scattered everywhere. Picking up one weapon, I found it disintegrated into two pieces with barely any force. A faint gleam of blue light shimmered at the broken edge, suggesting it had once been a rare quality item. Beyond the remnants and the altar, there was nothing else. No monsters, no boss. I followed the wind's trail to its source, a tunnel from grave robbers. The thought that even in this fused game world there were tomb raiders threw me for a loop. Judging by its age, the tunnel had been dug long ago. I prowled the area, finding nothing of interest. While I debated whether to climb up the grave robber tunnel, the runes beneath my feet began to glow. Intruder, perish. A cold, eerie voice echoed through the space. In this cavern filled with dried blood and bones, a sudden voice chilled me to the core. Reflexively, I leapt back, energy crackling in my hand. Who's there? But apart from the baby-like wailing of wind through the gravedigger's tunnel, there was no other sound. Intruder, perish. This time, I heard it clearly, from underground. My first guess was that there might be another layer below. But before I could think further, the hexagram's lines and runes burst into a sinister, shimmering glow. This feels like some mecha summoning scene. Did I stumble into the wrong movie set? Jokes aside, I wasn't about to let my guard down for a second. This commanding presence, if it's not the boss, it's definitely someone in charge. Crack. I was just pulling out some toxin potions when a clawed hand burst through the ground, dead center of the hexagram. The talon tips were pitch black, the arm crisscrossed with intricate runes, looking for all the world like it had a full tattoo sleeve. Then, boom, the ground shook violently. I stumbled and had to prop myself up with my staff to avoid face planting. Coming on stage with built-in effects? No doubt about it. Definitely the boss. I looked up, but froze in place the moment I saw it. No way, a giant mummy. Its fingers were unnaturally long, its face sunken and shriveled, skin clinging tight to bone, dark hollows where its eyes should have been, its eyeballs cloudy and lifeless. Not to mention the four signature fangs protruding like daggers. Even the armor it was wearing, buried who knows how many eons underground, still gleamed like new. It leapt out of the earth with unnatural grace, pausing only to sniff the air like a predator locked onto its prey, then let out a deafening roar. Roar. Before I could react, the boss lunged straight at me. Can't we ever ease into these things? I frantically raised my staff to block. Bam! A monstrous force slammed into me, sending me flying like a cannonball into a stone wall, where I finally came to a stop. Cough. This strength, it's like I hit the jackpot, just not the good kind. I could feel my insides shift. Every cough brought up blood. Desperately, I grabbed my emergency healing potions, one for health, one for stamina. I always kept them on me in case of emergencies like this. The toxin potions? Those were buried deep in my bag. Didn't trust myself not to drink the wrong one by mistake. Before I could even swallow the potion, the boss was already coming at me again. Intruder, perish. Boom. I rolled to the side, but not fast enough. The sheer force of the attack sent me tumbling, with rocks and dirt raining down, scraping and bruising me all over. Too quick. I can't even chant a spell. This thing's agility was unreal. It could leap, land, and attack again in the blink of an eye. For the first time, I tasted the misery of being a ranged specialist in a confined battleground. No space to maneuver, no chance to cast Meteor Shower. I was stuck throwing out Fireball, the most basic move in the book, and I was furious with myself. I swear, the moment I get out of here, I'm picking up some melee skills. Getting caught close quarters like this is just too miserable. Scrambling to my feet, I flung out a quick Fireball. At this point, I'd cut my chant time down to barely over a second, and cooldown was almost non-existent. But to my horror, as the fiery orb flew at it, the runes on the mummy's body lit up, and the Fireball bounced harmlessly off, rolling to the ground like it had just hit steel. Thankfully, my skeleton set dealt true damage, and those soul splinter gems I'd painstakingly crafted weren't just for show. Intruder, perish, it bellowed again. Are you serious? You're a literal broken record. I hurled another Fireball while instinctively activating my bracelet's identification scan. Asmodeus, warlord of the Alandra Kingdom. A life spent in endless battle as humanity's shield, defending the last unsullied land against an encroaching darkness. Revered in death, only to become a victim of a jealous dark god, who corrupted his remains into a soulless puppet. The scan results hit me like a thunderbolt. I just stood there frozen, almost taken out by its next attack. Alandra Kingdom. I'd always thought Asmodeus was just another pre-integration legend from the game. But I'd seen mentions of the Alandra Kingdom before, in an ancient chronicle I'd come across. It was supposedly a super empire from 200,000 years ago, the final golden age of royal sovereignty. But the chronicles also said the convergence of game and reality happened only 10,000 years ago. So, which version was true? If the Alandra Kingdom and Asmodeus truly existed, what about the hundreds of thousands of years of history we've been told? Who's lying? Or worse, what if this is just some endless cycle, and we're just the unlucky batch alive at this point in the loop? I didn't get long to contemplate. The mummy wasn't about to wait for me to sort through my existential crisis. Intruder, perish. With a powerful leap, it came crashing down, claws first, aiming right for my head. What? You plan to sit on me to death? I slammed my staff into the ground for leverage, throwing my body into a desperate roll about 7 or 8 meters away, where I spun to fling a purple Fireball back at it. This better be the finishing blow. And so began the grueling game of cat and mouse. 10 minutes of running circles around the arena while the mummy relentlessly pursued me. He kept spamming intruder, perish, while I was reduced to my own mantra. Come on, critical hit. Just land one. But the difference between us was night and day. I looked like I'd gone through a meat grinder. Bruises, bloody scratches, my shoulder dripping blood. Worse, My skin was turning an alarming shade of greenish-purple, telltale signs of corpse toxin infection, and my stash of antidotes? Of freaking course, I didn't have a single one on me. All I could do was chug health potions to stay alive while the toxins slowly spread, leaving my limbs stiffer by the second. Even my speech started slurring. Fireball's cast time stretched longer and longer. Things got so bad that I barely dodged its strikes by a hair's breadth more than once. Just one more hit. Damn it, this corpse toxin is the worst. And don't even get me started on this equipment. I cursed the smith who'd crafted my set. 300 rolls with a supposed 30% proc chance, and not a single crit. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, the mummy boss? After hopping around for 10 grueling minutes, not a single sign of fatigue. Its glowing runes dimmed slightly, but still shrugged off almost everything I threw at it. Great. It's like it's equipped with an invincibility cheat code. None of my attacks are breaking through. The only saving grace here is that it's too puppet-like to have any real skills. If it did, I'd be a goner by now. I tried smacking my limbs to slow the poison's advance, but the boss didn't give me a single moment to breathe. As soon as I stopped moving, it pounced again, claws flashing with a ghostly light, now carrying a piece of my torn sleeve as a trophy. This time, there was no dodging it. Resolute, I muttered under my breath. All right, this is it. Do or die. Mom, Dad, if you're watching from wherever spirits go, pull some strings for me. If not, well, guess the Chun family line ends here. Let's go, fireball. Boom. The mummy came crashing down squarely on top of me, slamming me to the ground. Cough. I think that's ribs. Definitely broken ribs. I wheezed, trying to stay conscious as blood bubbled from my lips. Weakly, I fumbled for yet another healing potion. All right, Mom and Dad, guess I'll burn a few extra spirit offerings for you guys when I get back. A little luxury in the afterlife. The taste of rage, at the critical moment, parents are always reliable. I used all the strength I could muster to push the corpse off me. 2 beams of light, one purple and one orange, pressed heavily against my chest. Slumping against the wall, my body went limp, and the corpse poison grew more lethal by the second. My vision began to blur. I knew there wasn't much time left. If the poison reached my brain, even an 8th-tier healer wouldn't be able to save me. Without hesitation, I jammed the 2 spoils of battle into my backpack, leaned on my staff, and hobbled toward the spatial vortex at the altar's center. Just a moment earlier, the bracelet on my wrist had vibrated twice. Ding. Your attack has triggered a fatal blow. Boss defeated. Ding. Congratulations on completing the Hell Mode class advancement quest. As the first player in human history to achieve this milestone, please proceed to the class advancement sanctuary to claim your exclusive reward. Before I could process the notifications, the vortex sucked me in. The underground altar was left behind, silent except for the lifeless, mummified corpse bearing witness to everything that had just transpired. Not even 3 seconds after I left, the altar twisted unnaturally, and a figure cloaked in black appeared out of nowhere. Seeing Asmodeth's lifeless body lying on the ground, the figure's fists clenched tightly under their robe. Who? Who dared to kill you? Their furious roar echoed throughout the vast hall. There was no response at first, but then a wisp of semi-transparent spirit floated out from the dead body. Ha ha! Foolish dark deity. For all your plotting, you've been outplayed in the end. My death ruins thousands of years of your schemes. It's all over. Ha ha! The cloaked figure slammed the spirit with a glowing palm, instantly obliterating it into nothingness. Stupid, smug nonsense, the figure spat. You'll never know who foiled my plans. Never. But even as their wrath filled the air, the spirit's laughter lingered, a sound bittersweet and triumphant. Class Advancement Sanctuary, midnight. Most people in the district were already fast asleep, save for the occasional night owl walking along the shopping street. Suddenly, a radiant 7-colored pillar of light burst out from the first-tier statue and shot into the heavens. The sanctuary's surroundings lit up, as bright as day. Simultaneously, the sound of mighty bells reverberated across the entire 9th war zone. Dong dong. Many were jolted awake, scrambling out of bed without even putting on proper clothes. Families poured into the streets in droves, rushing outside with anxious expressions. The thought that crossed everyone's mind: monster invasion. The idea seemed absurd. It had been thousands of years since the last one, but who dare assume it couldn't happen again? Alliance headquarters. An elderly man wearing pajamas and slippers burst through the doors of the headquarters. A security guard hurriedly draped a coat over him, but the man, known only as Old Shing, brushed it off, tilting his head slightly instead and focusing on the bell sounds echoing outside. 6, he murmured, listening intently. Suddenly, his expression shifted. 8. It's 8, Old Yao. 8 chimes. His demeanor grew unusually excited, his features seemingly rejuvenated, shedding years in an instant. 8 chimes? Are you saying? Initially, Old Yao, also in pajamas, didn't quite grasp what Xing meant. But a second later, disbelief filled his eyes. A glimmer of excitement followed. Xing raised a finger to his lips in a silencing gesture. At our level of mastery, we could hear an ant crawling. Don't let chatter drown the bell. Don't. The 9th chime rang out. 2 old men, despite their advanced age, leaped like children. 9. 9 chimes. A human prodigy has emerged. When the legendary Tian Lao rose, there were only 8 chimes. Every young talent in the room looked thoroughly confused, unsure what the commotion was about, but none dared to inquire. Quick, to the class advancement sanctuary. Don't let those other geezers beat us to the punch. And so, across the 9th war zone, the scene played out in unison. One after another, influential figures rushed toward the sanctuary at breakneck speed. Stumbling out of the vortex, I landed face first in front of the first-tier statue. My vision, which had darkened to a near-charcoal shade, was still blurry and tinted gray. Shaky hands fumbled to send a voice message to Lu Mengyao. Babe, make an antidote, the fast-acting one. I'll be home in 10 minutes. Please hurry. At this late hour, I could only trust her. Wrapping up the message, I pressed my palm against the statue. The moment my hand made contact, the 7-colored light pillar burst skyward. But by then, I could only make out a vague, blurry glow, unable to discern any colors. The sanctuary was empty, save for me. Suddenly, a deep, commanding voice resounded within my thoughts. Congratulations on completing the first-tier advancement quest. Level cap increased to 50. Warmth rushed through my body as notifications flashed rapidly. 26, 27, 30, 40, 49, 50. My level surged straight to the cap, with some experience overflow, no less. Hell mode dungeon rewards are insane. I thought as my strength, speed, and other faculties scaled exponentially. But the corpse poison hadn't gone anywhere. My vision was still a blurry mess, marginally improved at best. As the first player ever to complete the Hell Mode class advancement, you have been awarded the exclusive perk, Luck Aura. A radiant halo appeared above my head, giving me the cursed appearance of someone ascending to the heavens. Hurry up. If this takes any longer, I'm not going to make it. You completed the quest in 12 hours and 21 minutes. Reward, 1 S-rank treasure chest. The chest manifested before me, gleaming with unparalleled brilliance. I was too weak to even lift it, so I toppled over and clumsily stuffed myself into the box instead. Through my blurred vision, I thought I glimpsed a flash of red light, but who had time to analyze that? I grabbed my backpack and began to crawl out. But as my condition worsened and my body stiffened, standing up became an impossible task. Summoning every ounce of strength, I finally dragged myself out of the sanctuary and managed to flag down a cab. When those old-timers arrived at the sanctuary, they found nothing but an empty, quiet hall. The light beams had scattered in the wake of the 9th bell chime. Xing, did you hide the guy? Zhong, don't talk nonsense. Do I look like that kind of person to you? So where's your partner in crime, Old Yao? Normally, you two are glued at the hip, but where's he now? Qin Sanjin, you've got no shame. Even brought out your granddaughter, huh? Some old men were bantering back and forth, trading barbs. Meanwhile, I'd already hopped off the bus and reached home. My entire body felt stiff, my vision blurry, and as I tried to get the key into the lock, I missed multiple times. Frustrated, I accidentally dropped the key with a clatter. Just as I bent down to pick it up, the door suddenly swung open. Honey, her voice trembled, laden with sobs. She'd clearly been crying for quite some time. Lu Mengyao, tears in her eyes, quickly brought me inside with care. Without saying another word, She flitted around silently, giving me an antidote potion, helping me pull off my dirted shoes and bloodstained clothes, and cleaning me up. Barely moments after I took the antidote, I fell into a deep sleep. She alone washed me, got me into bed, and stayed busy until 3 a.m. before she finally collapsed into an exhausted slumber. That night, she didn't sleep a wink. She sat anxiously in the living room, her nerves frazzled as the clock neared midnight. The closer it got, the worse she felt. When my weak, panicked voice came through her wrist communicator, she forgot everything else and ran straight into her makeshift potion lab. Normally, it took her half an hour to concoct a remedy, but this time, in under 10 minutes, on her first try, it was ready. Yet, not a trace of relief showed on her face, because I still wasn't home. When she finally couldn't bear the wait anymore and decided to go out and find me, she heard the sound of keys jingling by the door. Without thinking, she pulled the door open, and the second she saw me, all her worry and fear dissolved into a single sobbing honey. That night was rough. I tossed and turned, vomiting and sweating profusely. She had barely fallen asleep when she got up again, boiling water and tidying up the house, working tirelessly until dawn. My bruises and swelling had finally started to fade by then. Gazing at my sleeping face, she let out a long, relieved breath, prepared breakfast, left a note by the bedside, and went out the door. By the time I woke up, it was already afternoon. The bedroom was exactly as it was before, and somehow, my heart felt incredibly at ease. I only had faint memories of last night, just vomiting, diarrhea, and, hell, even now my backside burned. Never again with this zombie toxin. Gotta carry antidote potions everywhere from now on. I'd learned my lesson, no more recklessness for me. It was already past 4 p.m., practicing today is out of the question. Should I make a big dinner for my wife? She had such a hard night. After some thought, I opted to pick her up from work first, then go grocery shopping together on the way home. After last night, I'd also decided to have a heart-to-heart with her tonight. As for the spoils in my backpack, they could wait until we were cuddled up on the couch later. No rush. When I arrived at the hospital, I somehow ended up on the rooftop again. Hey there, handsome, you're back. The top floor nurses already saw me as some sort of VIP. The moment I showed up, someone ran off to find the director. Yeah, I replied awkwardly. Before I knew it, I'd somehow wandered into the men's health department again and was being ushered into a collection room by a nurse. The wall clock already pointed to 6 p.m. before I snapped back to reality. Sorry, I gotta go, I blurted, hastily pulling up my pants and walking out in an odd manner. The nurse chased after me. Wait, handsome, you're not done yet. Seeing the way I was awkwardly walking, she burst into laughter. What on earth is wrong with me today? Losing focus is one thing, but my memories know better. I almost forgot what time my wife's shift ends. I scolded myself. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor, and as the door slid open, standing right outside was none other than my dear wife. Honey, what are you doing here? Wearing a mask, too? She asked, not noticing the elevator had come from higher up. Just came to check on you and happened to run into you. I replied smoothly. Thank goodness no one else was in the elevator, or else the gossip would have spread all through the hospital by morning. After all, Lu Mingyao was quite the looker, and plenty of people admired her. Why are you walking around like that? My forehead began to sweat. Why are you sweating so much? Did the toxin not fully clear? She asked, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe my face. Honey, don't be mad. I was upstairs, donating little swimmers and lost track of time. I rushed down, and, well, that's why I'm like this. I threw a glance at the situation I was trying to hide. She gave me a playful eye roll, but didn't say more. The past few days, we'd been abstinent for the sake of the little one she's carrying, so she understood, even if I was feeling a bit restless. Take care of yourself, you just got better. Don't push too hard. Don't worry, honey. I'm built tough. Don't believe me? Check for yourself when we get home. I patted my chest confidently. Though judging by my mischievous expression, there was some truth hidden in that joke. Who wants to check that? She retorted, blushing furiously. The two of us strolled hand in hand, chatting and laughing, turning heads as a picture-perfect couple. At the market, we picked out a ton of groceries, but when it came time to pay, I realized my pockets were empty, not a single dollar in relief. In that moment, it hit me. I'd never brought in any money. Since we'd gotten married, every expense had come out of her wallet. Honey, am I basically your sugar baby? Eating your food, using your stuff, and even. The last part, I whispered directly into her ear, the heat of my breath making her ear turn red. She blushed all the way to the base of her neck. Jokes aside, I made a mental note. Tomorrow I'd take some cash out from the guild. A real man shouldn't always rely on his wife to pay for everything. Dinner was a feast, filled with all her favorite dishes. After we ate, she was about to head to her potion lab when I grabbed her soft hand. Don't go just yet. Didn't I say I got you a gift? Sit on the couch for a bit while I do the dishes, then I'll show you. When I came out of the kitchen, I found her curled up on the couch, watching TV. I leaned down, scooped her up in my arms, and with a flick of my hand, revealed a glossy, pigeon egg-sized black pearl as if by magic. "What's this?" she asked, holding it in her hand, examining it. It was pure black, weightless, and elementary. Smooth texture. "Try crushing it," I said. She didn't understand the mystery I was playing at, but trusted me without hesitation. Her delicate hand tightened, and the orb seemed to meet high heat, melting into a droplet of black liquid that seeped into her skin along the lines of her palm. "What now?" she asked, never once questioning a why. "Check your bracelet," I said. The text read, "Soul Shatter Orb, a specialty from General Asmode's tomb. Upon crushing, attacks inflict true damage and become stronger with continued refinement. Refinement progress, 1/100. The moment she read those words, the gentle, loving expression of a perfect wife vanished from her face, replaced by the sharp intelligence and commanding presence of the eldest daughter of the Liu family. Unlike my sluggish realization, Mengyao immediately understood the significance of the orb. I could tell her heart, buried for 7 or 8 years, was now racing again. No matter how hard she tried to contain herself, her trembling voice betrayed her excitement. "Husband, do you have more of these orbs? Please, tell me there's more." I pointed to my lips. Mengyao was so focused on the orb that she'd agree to anything, let alone giving me a kiss. As she leaned in, my large hand suddenly grabbed the back of her head, pulling her close. As our kiss deepened, her initial resistance faded, and eventually, her arms wrapped around my neck without a second thought. Nearly a minute later, as we broke apart, our lips were still reluctantly connected by a fine thread. Snuggling into my embrace, she didn't forget her main concern. "You just wanted to take advantage of me. But seriously, do you have more orbs? Would I have shown you just one if I didn't have enough?" I laughed, and with a flourish, I magicked a small pile of orbs onto the sofa, scattering them like treasure. Mengyao's eyes grew red around the edges. She knew these orbs were far more valuable in my hands, yet I had handed them to her without a second thought. More than anyone, she understood their worth. Artifacts like this, capable of defying fate for ordinary people, hadn't surfaced in nearly 10 millennia. "Husband, I think you should keep these for yourself," she said hesitantly. "You can still help me work through my limits later, but these orbs are finite. It'd be a waste to use them on someone like me, just an ordinary person." "Silly girl, did I say I only had 100 of them?" I grinned, scattering another dozen or so onto the sofa. "Refine them, and tomorrow, I'll take you leveling. From now on, the two of us will live like the legendary couples of adventure tales, soaring together as heroes in love." "Legendary couples? What's that supposed to mean?" she asked, intrigued by the unfamiliar term. "It's from one of the books I've read. But focus on refining the orbs first. There's still more I want to show you later." I hadn't even begun checking the loot and rewards we'd brought back from killing Asmode. While she was preoccupied refining orbs, a system notification suddenly echoed in my mind. "Ding! Your 14th, 15th, and 16th offspring have been successfully conceived. Skill points +1 each." 3? That took a little longer, I muttered to myself. Usually, I'd see results in under 30 minutes. But this time, it took over 3 hours. It occurred to me, most of the requests for my donation came from powerful families and female leaders in Zone 9. Now that my reputation had spread, other districts were sending requests my way too. These 3 points, no doubt, came from far-off territories. Adding them to my existing pool, I now had 6 skill points at my disposal. I thought about using one to advance my alchemist skills to beginner level, carrying some portable brewing equipment, and crafting potions on the go would be incredibly convenient. But then, as my eyes drifted to Mingyao, I hesitated. I'd only watched her brew potions a few times. If I suddenly got the hang of it myself, wouldn't that hurt her pride? Let's hold off on that for now. I could spend the points anytime, and honestly, these days, I've been learning the importance of keeping a backup reserve. My attack skills are strong enough. The real gap in my arsenal lies in survival tactics. If something went down, I wouldn't have much besides my speed to rely on. Tomorrow, I'd make a trip to the skill exchange corner. Maybe I could trade that useless Curse of Doom spellbook. It might look flashy with its eerie red glow, but was utterly impractical for me. Surely, I could swap it for something more useful. It didn't take long for Meng Yao to finish refining the 100 orbs. She excitedly said, "Husband, I hit the limit. The rest are yours now." She didn't notice any immediate changes, but knowing that she could level up tomorrow filled her with anticipation. "That fast?" I teased, leaning in for another kiss. This time, she didn't dodge. Instead, she eagerly wrapped her arms around me. Time seemed to stretch as we stayed like that, until, with a flushed face, she melted into my embrace like liquid. Her damp hair clung to her forehead, and the glow of sweat highlighted her delicate features. "Husband, I'm out of strength," she pouted playfully, "but I want a bath." Her spoiled tone nearly lit my desire again. "Don't worry, I'll help you wash up in a bit. But first, let's check out the spoils we brought back." Reaching into my inventory, I pulled out two glowing items, one orange and one purple. Rare? Epic. Even as the eldest daughter of the Liu family, Mingyao couldn't hide her surprise at my haul. Both were scrolls. Slightly disappointed, I scanned them with my bracelet. Enchanting Manual, rare left behind by one of Asmode's most elite enchanters. Using it will enable you to enchant weapons with properties such as slowing, frost damage, and a chance to freeze enemies. 3 enchantment effects. Mingyao was astonished. Achieving triple effects was a feat reserved for master-level enchanters. On top of that, come on, for something like this, there's no need to call in a master. Just crush the scroll. "Honey, how do you always manage to find stuff that no one else has even heard of?" Whether it was the soul-splitting pearl or the enchanting manual, she'd never heard about them, let alone seen them. "Wife, if we attach this to your weapon, do you think it would?" Before I could finish my sentence, the weariness on Lu Mingyao's face vanished in an instant. Her eyes were glued to the scroll with an intense focus. "Honey, you're amazing. You're my lucky star." Just a few words from me were like unlocking the window to a whole new world for her. Overcome with excitement, she threw her arms around my neck and gave me a big kiss. As the blanket slid down to her legs, well, the view left me parched. "Sweetheart, shall we?" I leaned in closer, only to be stopped as she pressed against my chest and pushed me away. "Wait, there's one more left to check." She pointed at the orb of orange light. In her eyes, her husband was practically a walking treasure trove, always pulling out things that made her heart race. If we were having mead, I'd have to follow her whims. "You do this one. You're my lucky charm. You're bound to get something good." Flattered, I couldn't help but smile as I scanned it. Diary of Asmodeus 7. Epic. The monsters are attacking again. This is humanity's last stronghold. Once it falls, they will march straight to the royal court. Entry attempts 0/1. Wow, honey, it's a dungeon key. I wasn't expecting that. And it's a large-scale siege dungeon, no less. These kinds of dungeons are known for massive experience points, abundant loot, and incredible rewards. What's the plan? She looked at me, waiting for my decision. This type of dungeon is better suited for guilds. It's just the two of us. We wouldn't stand a chance defending it. She nodded in agreement. So sell it then. Let's hold on to it. Maybe later, when we're stronger. I wasn't too interested in it right now, as it didn't suit our current needs. "Honey, have you ever thought about starting a guild of your own?" she asked cautiously. Starting a guild came with a lot of responsibility, but also huge benefits. Once established, as long as it didn't collapse, future generations could awaken their talents through it. Huh. Her question caught me so off guard that I let out an involuntary squawk. "No, never. I just want to stay by your side and our future kids, live a peaceful, simple life, and make sure you two are always taken care of." Besides, two people who couldn't even awaken their abilities discussing starting a guild seemed absurd. How was I supposed to know what this former top heiress of the Liu family was scheming? In my previous life, I was a laid-back homebody who avoided social interactions like the plague. Now, running a guild? Don't be ridiculous. Don't worry, I was just throwing an idea out there. She leaned in and pecked me on the cheek, as if to soothe me, but only she knew whether she was being serious or not. All right, don't you think we've looked at enough? Time to get some rest. Sure, there was still a luck-enhancing aura and a cool red item left to check, but at that moment, all I could think about was meat. Everything else could wait till later. That night, the stars sparkled brightly outside the window, but indoors, the two of us tangled together long into the night. The late hours caught up with us, and it wasn't until past 9 a.m. that I lazily woke up. Looking at my wife snuggling in my arms like a little cat, I couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her. Hubby, turns out, she had been awake the whole time, just pretending to be asleep. She immediately wrapped her arms around my neck. Sweetheart, you're playing with fire here. Still groggy and full of energy, her playfulness only fanned the flames. Okay, my bad. I won't do it again. She quickly apologized, pressing a hand to my chest to hold me back. After all, I had already pushed the boundaries last night after we agreed it would just be once, until she begged for mercy. But her soft, pleading expression and sweet voice only added fuel to the fire instead of extinguishing it. Honey, think about the child. Remember, you're supposed to take me leveling today. She had even taken PTO for the occasion. Hearing her mention the child and leveling, I relented and got up. Fine, you're safe for now. But tonight, you're mine. While I went to prepare breakfast, she headed for the bathroom. She had been covered in sweat last night, but before she could wash up, she passed out as soon as she hit the bed. Sitting across from me at the breakfast table, I asked, Honey, what kind of weapon do you want? I'll make one for you. It wouldn't be all that useful for today's leveling session, but she'd need her own gear for transitioning to her job class later on. With her mouth stuffed full of eggs, she mumbled, a bow. Huh. I only understood her after taking a sip of milk. A bow. A longbow. A bow. Is that so surprising? Are you saying I can't handle it? She replied, scrunching up her adorable round face in mock anger. Fine. I'll make one for you later. Anything you like. You know I'd get you the moon if you asked for it. Now, drink your milk. I want you to feed me. Say ah, she teased. With a sly grin, I downed a mouthful of milk myself and leaned in to kiss her unexpectedly. Oomph. She playfully slapped my chest in protest. When it ended, milk dribbled onto her shirt. Look at you, making a mess everywhere. After cleaning up and finishing breakfast, I took my wife to the blacksmith guild. Well, what brings the mighty wanderer here today? Sound. Usually, I'd joke around with her, but today, with my wife right behind me, I wouldn't dare, even if you gave me 100 guts. Xiaomo finished what she was doing and walked over. The moment she saw me holding hands with another woman, her facial expression faltered for a brief moment, stiffening. Is that your girlfriend? She asked hesitantly. What girlfriend? This is my wife, Lu Mingyao. I replied, catching no unusual vibes, though Mingyao, being a woman herself, gave Xiaomo a meaningful glance. Hello, Mingyao greeted. Faced with Mingyao's friendly tone, Xiaomo looked as startled as a nervous little rabbit. Without even saying anything, she darted off. What's wrong with her today? I muttered in confusion. Honestly, I was just here to fetch the proceeds from some gear I sold last time. We've been relying entirely on my wife's salary to get by lately, and her meager earnings aren't even enough. Maybe the poor girl's going through some kind of heartbreak, Mingyao said with an air of meaning. Heartbreak? She's dating someone? How did I not hear about that? Whatever, I'll just go get you that equipment. Wait for me here. Being part of the guild meant I could collect minerals for free. Of course, for my wife, I only chose the best ones. Moments later, a colorful pile of ores was stacked high on the table. Feeling awkward as people in the hall stared her down like she was a zoo attraction, Mingyao followed me into the forging room and sat nearby, watching as I melted the ores and worked piece by piece. This was her first time watching me forge anything. Ting, clang. After about half an hour, a polished, silver-white bow was finally complete. Check out the design. Do you like it? How about the weight? Does it feel comfortable? I asked. Since she's an average girl, I deliberately chose the lightest materials. She picked up the bow and weighed it in her hands. Yeah, feels perfect, she said. That simple grasp looked as if she had finally reunited with a long-lost companion. Why'd you choose a heavy bow? I couldn't help but ask. This question had been bugging me all morning. Are you kidding me? She rolled her eyes at me and continued. I'm a girl. Do I look like I could swing a sword and go toe-to-toe with monsters? I can't even learn skills. What if I got hurt? Normal folks like me can't compare to awakened ones. Our stats aren't even close. If I were to fight someone of the same level, I'd still be weaker. Long-range attacks are my only option. I just need to capitalize on reaction time and precision. And who said I don't know how to use a bow? I nodded in agreement. During our last underground venture, didn't I take a beating because of close-range combat? That's my wife for you. Smart and always thinking ahead. Honestly, more forward-thinking than her clueless husband. I grinned. Flattery like this always works wonders when you're trying to keep your wife happy. It's a golden rule of survival. Crafting the bow took half an hour, but engraving the inscriptions took a good hour. With a final stroke, the bow's body glimmered with dazzling blue light. Too bad it didn't turn purple, I lamented. I had poured plenty of rare materials into this, but it remained a blue-grade item. Once I strung the bow, I handed it to her. Check out the stats. Along with the bow, I passed her a 200-slot storage bag, designed like gloves to complement the bow. These storage pouches are dime a dozen for awakened ones. Monsters drop them all the time. Blue-grade heavy bow crafted by Chunming plus 10% movement speed on attack. Arrows apply knockback. It's perfect, like it was made just for me, she exclaimed, wasting no time as she pulled out an enchantment scroll and slapped it onto the bow. A flash of light later, blue turned to purple. Enchantment. Add slow effect and frostbite. Chance to freeze enemy. Wait, you're using it already? I blinked, still processing the upgrade. What would I save it for? Let's test it out. She was already fidgeting with excitement, tugging at my arm as if itching to try it out. She clearly wanted to see just how much destructive power this creation, paired with her stacks of soul-shattering crystals, could do. Hold up, I've got to grab some cash. Can't have you footing all the bills all the time, I said as we headed for Xiaomo's counter. The girl slumped lifelessly at the desk. Even as a shadow loomed over her, she didn't bother to look up. What now? You need something? She grumbled. Just here for my money. How much is left from the last batch of gear I sold after deducting fees? Hearing it was me, Xiaomo immediately straightened up, fumbling to pretend she was busy with paperwork. About just over 10,000 gold. It's in the drawer. Take it yourself, she muttered. I grabbed the pouch, like storage bags. It stayed small no matter how much gold was in it, and waved her off with a thanks. Totally oblivious to the teary eyes staring at my back. Before leaving, I swiped about 20 quivers of arrows from the guild, 100 arrows per quiver. Outside, I handed the money and arrows to Mingyao. Here's your hubby's salary, and these are the arrows for your bow. Smiling, she leaned in and kissed my cheek. Consider it my reward for you, she said sweetly. We took a ride to the outskirts of the 9th war zone, somewhere close to the safe zone, and coincidentally, the first place I ever visited. Today, the area was bustling. A scrawny guy who looked like a monkey approached Mingyao. Hey, beautiful, want to team up? I'm a level 20 wind type, ranged DPS. Teaming up with me will have you leveling up in no time, he said while blatantly ogling her chest. I could feel my blood boiling as my hand grabbed his shoulder like a vice. Got a staring problem? Need me to fix it for you? I growled. Although I'm unawakened, I'm still level 50. You ever heard of level suppression? The guy yelped like a pig. Sorry, big bro. My bad, I wasn't thinking. His apologies were practically spilling out of him. That grip effectively scared off anyone else getting ideas around us. We headed out past the safe zone into the territory of red-eyed rabbits. Want to give it a go? I pointed at one hopping around about 30 meters away. Let's do it. Mengyao's hands were practically itching, eager to try out her lifelong dream. She raised the bow, knocked an arrow, and let it fly. Whoosh splat. The bouncing rabbits had exploded on the spot. One-shot kill. Mengyao seemed to think it was expected, but the sight somehow crushed my spirit. Back then, I'd need 4 or 5 fireballs just to bring one down. Still, I wisely kept my mouth shut and, placing a kiss on her shoulder, I said proudly, "My wife's a powerhouse." Of course, that's normal. The two of us were locked in a passionate kiss, completely engrossed, when suddenly a cold voice startled us. Didn't I tell you not to show up here again? Do my words mean nothing to you? A sharp gust of air swept toward us. To protect my wife, I instinctively pushed her aside. I was just about to curse when I caught sight of the intruder and swallowed my words. It was Lung Ruodong, faced with my child's mother. Even if we hadn't had much interaction before, I couldn't bring myself to speak harshly. Sorry, we'll leave right now, I said, turning away. As I turned, I couldn't help but glance at her belly. In that growing bump resided my second child. Lu Mingyao, completely confused, felt a bad vibe arise in her heart. A woman's intuition told her something was off between the two of us, but the intimidating aura of that cold-faced woman stifled any attempts at confrontation. In her silence, I took her hand and guided her deeper into the woods. Lung Ruodong stood still, gently stroking her belly, murmuring to herself, "What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so angry watching them kiss? Why do I even feel like I want to destroy that woman?" The first time Lung Ruodong saw Chen Ming, she recognized him immediately. He was a grandmaster who had reached the 5th transformation, a rarity. Naturally, she had thoroughly vetted the donor's profile before allowing his seed to create life within her. For years, her entire focus had been on leveling up her skills. She had not once entertained the notion of romance or relationships. She didn't even understand what it meant to like or love someone. It wasn't until this year, when she failed 3 times to transcend to the 6th transformation and hit a bottleneck, that she considered the idea of having a child. When she first laid eyes on him, she was faintly nervous. After all, even though they hadn't shared a bed, he was still the biological father of her child. Yet as soon as she heard about an ordinary man like him venturing into a dangerous area, she couldn't suppress her anger. How could someone so weak and fragile dare to risk themselves? She had scolded him fiercely then, only to feel waves of regret afterward. These past days, she had been circling this region under the pretense of training her younger brother, purposefully or not, hoping to run into him. When she finally did, though, she unexpectedly saw him being intimate with another woman. In that moment, waves of emotions overwhelmed her: grievance, rage, heartbreak, jealousy, all at once. Without even thinking, she unsheathed her sword and slashed. But as soon as the sword's energy left her hand, she reined back almost all of its power, worried she might hurt him or upset him. In the end, the strike turned into a mere gust of wind, separating the two from their embrace. She stood frozen for a long while, staring at his silhouette retreating into the distance. Several times she wanted to call out, to say, "I don't want you to get hurt here," but the pride of a grandmaster forced her to swallow her words. I held Lu Mingyao close as we entered deeper into the forest. "Who was that woman?" "You know her?" she asked. She wasn't stupid. She could easily see I was acting unusually. "Huh? Oh yeah. I saw her once before while I was grinding mobs here." I quickly explained the previous encounter, glossing over the unpleasant bits. As for the child in her belly, not a word. The timelines of the pregnancies overlapped by just a couple of days. It was nearly impossible to tell whose child came first. If Mingyao's pregnancy was ahead, that would be fine. But what if it turned out to be Lung Ruodong's? Though Mingyao sensed I was hiding something, the fact that Lung had shown no ambiguous intentions left her unconcerned. "Let's go? I'll take you to an excellent leveling spot. Frostwind Canyon, my proving ground." Revisiting this battlefield stirred up many emotions. The place where I had once tread so cautiously was now a playground where I roamed without fear. Snakes. So many snakes. Mingyao shrieked, shrinking into my arms. Women are naturally afraid of snakes. After all, don't worry. Just think of them as walking experience points. I reassured her, patting her back. I was about to make a move when Mingyao stopped me. "Let me try first this time." She knocked an arrow onto her bow. Snap. The arrow tore through the air and landed deep in the ground after impaling the darkness viper. All it took was one shot to kill it. She let out a gasp as her body warmed up. She leveled up. Another instant kill? I muttered in amazement, beginning to reevaluate the true power of the Soul Shatter orbs. Originally, I thought the fixed damage they dealt would be a minor improvement, but it seemed I had underestimated their potential. Covered in orbs, she could now jump levels in combat and still dominate with ease. "Come on, there's another spot I want to show you." After running for about an hour, we arrived. Howling Moon Wolf, Tier 1, Level 30. Try taking down that one over there. I pointed at a wolf feeding in the distance. Meng Yao drew her bow, focusing her aim. Thwack! The arrow soared through the air with incredible precision, piercing through the wolf's skull and lodging itself deep into the ground. Wow, what a shot! That's some master archer skill right there. I marveled, feeling giddy inside. A complete set of soul shatter orbs allowed her, a novice only at level 1, to eliminate a level 30 creature. If this held up, Meng Yao might eventually possess power comparable to the second, third, or even fourth transformation stages. And who knew what would happen if she collected other sets? With my observations complete, I decided there was no need to linger here any longer. Raising my staff, I chanted, "Meteor shower." The sky split open with a massive rumbling as colossal meteors rained down, obliterating the wolf packs in mere moments. But the alpha wasn't having it. The Wolf King held a long note, rallying its pack to charge at us. The remaining wolves darted towards us, their eyes gleaming with a vicious hunger. Thanks to my anticipation, I unleashed another round of fire, targeting their path. Yet the Wolf King was clever, commanding its pack to change course suddenly, sparing most of them from my spell's wrath. Sensing danger, Meng Yao sprang into action. As the beloved eldest daughter of the Lu family, she was far from helpless. Her years of rigorous training shone through. With grace and precision, she drew her bow and aimed 2 arrows at the Wolf King. Effortlessly, she released them. Whoosh, whoosh. From the same bow, 2 arrows flew at different speeds towards separate targets. It tried to evade, but no matter how cunning it was, it couldn't outmatch human intellect. The moment it turned its head slightly, a silver-white arrow pierced through its skull, pinning it to the rock and killing it instantly. I was dumbstruck once again. Holy crap, that was the Wolf King, a mid-tier boss, and you just one-shot it like it was nothing. She gave me a dissatisfied look. What do you mean nothing? That was my very own skill, Spiral Arrow. Noticing her displeasure, I immediately plastered on a grin. Haha, my wife is amazing. She even created her own skill. Of course, she huffed proudly. With the Wolf King gone, the rest of the Moonhowl wolves had no leader and were as good as lambs to the slaughter. A few rounds of my fire rain turned them into nothing but experience orbs. For me, at level 30, these Moonhowl wolves barely gave any decent experience. Hundreds of them only nudged my EXP bar slightly. But for Lu Mingyao, it was a completely different story. She leveled up 20 times in no time, reaching level 22. Only 3 levels away from her first class advancement. Push a bit more. Let's try to get you to your first advancement today. With a few hours till nightfall, hitting level 25 seemed more than doable. Once she advanced, I'd also be able to start my second advancement quest. We'd be heading toward the 6th battle zone in a couple of days, so I had to make sure my wife could hold her own. Thanks to my mage powers, it didn't even take half an hour before a warm glow surrounded Lu Mingyao. She'd leveled up to 25. Honey, I think I'm eligible for my advancement now. Even now, she could barely believe how quickly things were progressing. I pulled her into my arms and stole a passionate French kiss before she could react. She was like a princess awakened by the kiss, her eyes clearing as they glimmered with excitement. Grabbing my hand, she raced toward the battle zone, turning back to smile at me every so often. Her vibrant laughter filled the desolate wasteland. My lively, spirited wife was finally back. In less than an hour, we arrived at the safe zone. Outside the advancement sanctuary, I spotted a familiar figure, the elderly man who had warned me about signing shady guild contracts last time. He was busy packing up to head home. Heading out, old man? I called as we approached. He recognized me immediately. Haha, young man, it's you. Have you completed your advancement? His smile was genuine. His wrinkles deepened from the heartfelt joy he radiated. I did, and thank you for your advice last time. No need to thank me. Just knowing you didn't fall for any traps makes this old man happy. He chuckled as he shakily got to his feet. As he turned to leave, he gave me a look, one that seemed to gaze at me, and yet through me, as if recalling someone deeply missed. Who is he? Lu Mingyao asked, watching his retreating figure while holding onto my arm. A kind and courageous stranger, I replied. At the statue marking the location for her advancement, I felt an odd sense of annoyance. For some reason, every time I saw this stone statue, I had the urge to slap it. Don't rush, dear. Here, I've got some gear for you. I handed her the equipment I had prepared in advance, each piece enhancing movement speed or resistance to slowing effects. Wear these, they'll keep you safer. And here's some potions. Before I could withdraw my hand, she grabbed it firmly. Do you not remember who makes the potions? I have plenty. Besides, advancements aren't dangerous. Relax. Though I wanted to insist, I swallowed my words, not wanting her to worry. After all, my advancement quest last time involved a no revival penalty. She planted a kiss on my forehead. Be good and wait for me. Don't wander off. I'll be right back. With that, her body dissolved into glimmering starlight and vanished into the sanctuary. I hope it goes smoothly for her. Judging purely by attack power, Lu Mingyao was already stronger now than I had been during my own quest. That thought provided some comfort. Next, I approached the second statue for my own advancement and pressed my hand against it without hesitation. With a flash of starlight, I was transported to the depths of space, a dark void with countless points of light shining in the distance. Last time, it was all white and heavenly. Now it's the bloody Big Bang. What is this nonsense? First you want me to explore some afterworld, and now I'm supposed to uncover life's origin. I muttered. The second statue was as aloof as they came. No matter how long I grumbled, it didn't even give me the courtesy of a response, completely unlike the trash-talking statue from my last advancement. Choose. Randomly assign the difficulty level for your advancement quest, or handpick one. Choosing manually limits you to Abyss or Hell difficulty only. Why wasn't this an option last time? After mulling it over, I decided to go with random. My first advancement quest on Hell difficulty had nearly gotten me killed, and I still felt a lingering dread when I thought about it. Random advancement quest selected. Hellas Tears. Hell difficulty. The tears of the mermaid are a priceless treasure and the ultimate cure for blindness. The moment I saw the words Hell difficulty, I was utterly dumbfounded. Seriously? I chose random to avoid the worst-case scenario, yet you still stuck me with Hell difficulty. Isn't the whole point of randomization supposed to include easier options? No one answered my outburst. The quest had been decided. My body transformed into starlight and disappeared into the silent void. Ugh, what even counts as completing this quest? The description doesn't explain anything. Damn it. This is ridiculous. My frustrated cries echoed, unanswered. Foul God, what do you think you're doing? Your interference knows no bounds. A cold voice cut through the emptiness, radiating disgust and, faintly, apprehension. Evelyn, must you overreact? I was merely passing by your temple. Why so dramatic? The so-called foul god dismissed her warnings as little more than background noise. The mighty foul god, stooping so low as to manipulate the trial of an ordinary challenger. You're shameless. It's embarrassing to even be grouped with you. The foul god responded with a hearty laugh. Evelyn, I merely boosted his challenge to Hell difficulty. Aren't you the one who ultimately benefits? We help each other out. She didn't believe a word of it. As if a wicked god like you would be so charitable? No matter what tricks you've played in the dungeon, I won't allow you to break the tenets of my temple. I'll let you off this one time, but don't push your luck. Now get lost. What they both seemed to forget was that the biggest victim this time wasn't them, but Chen Ming. Even as deities, the only thing they cared about was their own self-interest. Not once did they spare a glance or a thought about whether Chen Ming lived or died. My consciousness floated in the lonely depths of a dark, silent universe. Brother, are you still asleep? Wake up, someone's at the door, brother. A trembling hand clutched my arm tightly, and I could hear the unease in her voice. But my eyelids felt like they'd been sealed shut with concrete, refusing to open no matter how hard I tried. Bang, bang, bang. You little brat, open the door. If you don't pay up today, I'll sell your blind little sister to cover the debt. In the next instant, as if I were a puppet yanked by invisible strings, my eyes snapped open, and I bolted upright in bed. That's when it hit me. I was back in control of this body again. Everything in front of me was foreign. The cracked walls of a decrepit earthen dwelling, a four-walled ruin with barely anything inside. The only piece of furniture was a busted stool missing a leg, and the whole place reeked of mildew and decay. At the edge of the bed was a frail little girl with dirt-streaked cheeks, brittle, uneven hair, and a frame so thin she looked like skin and bones barely held together. But the most striking feature was her eyes, completely black, with no whites whatsoever. I waved my hand in front of her face. No reaction. She's blind, huh? I glanced down at my hand. Dark as though it had been dipped in ink, with dry, cracked fingertips and a palm scarred with calluses so deep they looked like fissures in dried earth. It reminded me of an old, worn dishcloth left out in the sun and beaten by the wind. Staggering to a water basin, I bent over and stared at the face reflected in the rippling water's surface. Emaciated, sallow-skinned, cheeks sunken in, hair uneven and ungroomed, and the skin around my hands and forearms oddly charred and peeling. This wasn't my face. Who am I? And then it clicked. First thought, I've transmigrated again. Thud. The door flew off its hinges. A group of thugs barged in, each as brawny as an ox, and with blades strapped to their hips. You little runt, you think you can just hide and avoid paying us? One of them sneered while the others made their way toward the blind girl. They reached out with grubby hands, and my body reacted instantly, shielding her like a mother hen protecting her chicks. What do you think you're doing? What's going on? This isn't me. I can't control my body. My actions weren't my own. They were driven by what remained of the original soul tied to this body. Suddenly, a glowing screen materialized before my eyes. The world around me froze in place like a paused video. Everything silent and motionless except me. Eliminate these thugs. That's one of the conditions of the deal Arthur made with the god. Arthur must be the name of the guy whose body I've possessed. And that god, probably irrelevant for now. At least I'd pieced together part of the picture. Stop these violent goons. But looking at them, 4 large men, armed and clearly experienced, I doubted my weak, undernourished frame could take on even one of them. The glowing screen flickered out after only a few moments, and the frozen time resumed. One of the brutes sneered. If you repay your debt, we might consider leaving your sister alone. Touch her, and you're dead. I spat through gritted teeth. The mention of my sister sent a surge of fury and protectiveness coursing through me. Take anything of value in this dirt pile if you want, but her, no way. Anything of value. One of the men laughed derisively. This dump doesn't even have a damn chair that isn't broken. The only thing worth anything is that blind little sister of yours. The trembling blind girl clung to the hem of my clothes like her life depended on it. The gang leader rolled his eyes. Enough talk. Just beat the brat until he learns his place. And make sure the girl doesn't get too banged up. She'll fetch a higher price that way. The lackey closest to me lunged. It was like watching the world through someone else's eyes, a ghost of the original Arthur taking the reins. Somewhere deep in the recesses of my mind, I yelled, "No, wait, this won't end well." But it didn't matter. The moment he reached for the girl, I acted. Shing. The blade glinted for just a fraction of a second. The thug froze mid-motion, clutching his throat. A fountain of blood burst forth as he staggered, falling onto the dusty floor. The others stared in stunned disbelief, their leader's voice breaking the silence. Who the hell does this punk think he is? Kill him. My grip tightened around the crude, curved blade in my grip. It felt familiar, even though logically I knew nothing about fighting. This body was moving on its own, driven by pure instinct honed in its tragic life. In moments, I was on the next thug, another flash of steel, another spray of blood. Kill him already, damn it. Their leader barked in fury. There were no fancy techniques, no flashy skills, just brutal, up-close violence. Their blades came dangerously close, but I was fast, a wiry figure darting just out of reach, dodging around furniture and striking like a cornered animal. Screw this, grab the girl. He'll fold if we have her. Those words sent a frigid surge of panic straight to my core. Brother, don't worry about me. Run. You have to run. She huddled in the corner, tears streaming down her face, pleading through sobs for me to save myself. Run? Leave her? Not a chance. My chest burned with something primal. I grabbed a bench and hurled it at Lao San. Who would have thought? Without even turning his head, he swung a knife backward. Bang! The knife didn't split the bench. Instead, it got stuck. The bench grew suddenly heavier and slipped out of my hands, flying. Lao San's grip on his sister faltered. An opening. I covered the distance in a few long strides. His weapon lost, he spun around and bolted toward Lauda. A sly grin spread across my face, and without thinking, my curved blade left my hand, heading straight for his retreating back. Thwack! From the moment it left my grasp to the blade sinking into his back, not even 2 seconds had passed. Lauda turned to witness the scene, but was too late to intervene. Lao-san. 3 brothers down in rapid succession. Lauda snapped. Eyes bloodshot. He charged straight at me, without paying attention to what lay underfoot. Wham! He tripped over the fallen bench and landed right at my feet, eating a face full of dirt. It wasn't until he raised his dirt-covered face, 2 front teeth missing, that I snapped out of it. Swish! A white glint flashed, and his head was sent flying a couple of meters, landing with a solid thud. Seriously? The big bad gang leader, taken down by a bench. The result was favorable, outnumbered but victorious. I'd managed to save my own life and protect the girl. The mission was technically complete. Why isn't there a level cleared notification? I waited for a while, but there was nothing. Resigned, I set to tidying up the cave dwelling. Brother? Are you still here? I'm here, I replied. Before I knew it, the girl had thrown herself into my arms, causing me to stiffen awkwardly. Her hands roved over me, checking for injuries. Why's brother so tense today? Just sent some bad guys packing. Haven't fully recovered. I brushed it off. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for trying to cure my blindness, you wouldn't have had to borrow that money. Silly girl, I said, patting her on the head, trying to sound reassuring. You're the only family I have left in this world. As long as you're well, so am I. Brother, don't go chasing after that so-called tear of the mermaid anymore. It's just a legend. What if it can't even cure my eyes? The tear of the mermaid? Suddenly, things began to click. Could this Hela actually be a mermaid? Everything started making sense. I was Arthur, fulfilling a deal with the gods to care for his sister. His ultimate wish was to restore her sight. If I succeeded in curing her blindness, wouldn't that mean the mission would be complete? So, this whole thing's just about helping a blind girl see again? Now that I had a direction, the path ahead felt much clearer. But then a new problem arose. I didn't even know her name. And there was no way I could tell her the truth, that her brother had made a deal with the gods and was now dead. Her world was already cloaked in darkness. Her brother was her sole light. To snuff that out would plunge her into utter despair. Are you hungry? I asked, changing the subject. Sit here for a bit while I finish tidying up, then I'll make us something to eat. I guided her to the bed before turning back to the room. 4 lifeless bodies now lay scattered across the floor. My head throbbed just looking at them. If this were a lawless wilderness, I could haul them off to some secluded spot and dump them. But if it were a lawful society, there'd undoubtedly be consequences, an eye for an eye. If I got caught, I'd never complete this mission. Would I be trapped in the game forever? Stay home, I told her cautiously, and don't wander off. I've got to take care of something. I'll be back soon. Still uneasy, I leaned the broken door back in place before stepping out. It was then I noticed this was a fishing village by the sea. Seagulls cried overhead, and the cave wasn't far from the shore. In both my lives, I'd never seen the ocean before. Who would have thought my wish to see the sea would come true in a quest? Ugh, my moment of awe was cut short as something cold and hard smacked into my head. For a second, I thought this frail body might actually meet its end. At my feet rested a transparent, square gemstone, about 5 centimeters on each side, polished to perfection. Inside, sealed impossibly within the stone, was a tiny fish, no more than 2 centimeters long. No bubbles, no water. Rotating the cube, the fish seemed to face me no matter the angle. For a fleeting moment, I swore I saw it blink. It blinked. Really, it just blinked. Is this fish alive? Ridiculous. I could just break it open and find out. I snatched the block and smashed it against a rock. Ding! The gemstone remained pristine, while the stone cracked into a spiderweb of fractures before crumbling to dust. Did I just watch a chicken egg shatter a boulder? Ding! Ding! Each attempt left the stone unharmed. Perhaps it was diamond? Out of options, I hefted a larger rock and slammed it down onto the gemstone. Crack! Finally, I hurriedly cleared away the rubble, but there was nothing left. Not even a fragment of the gemstone, nor the tiny fish. Just a small damp patch the size of a hand. Am I losing it? Searching the area turned up nothing. Frustrated, I kicked the remnants of the larger rock, and ow! While the rock stood firm, my foot throbbed in agony. Distracted by the pain, I suddenly remembered what I originally came out for. The village wasn't large, just 6 or 7 households. Everyone relied on fishing to get by. Passing villagers enthusiastically greeted me as Arthur, asking if I'd recovered. Without recognizing a single face, I just nodded and smiled, meticulously charting a route to dispose of the bodies before heading back home. "Who's there? Brother? Is that you?" she called the moment I stepped inside. "It's me." "Brother, why didn't you call out when you came in?" "You always do." My hand froze mid-sip from a cup of water. "Forgot. I'll remember next time." She didn't press further, but her grip on the walking stick tightened, knuckles white. "Brother, I'm hungry. Could you make fish soup for me one more time?" I was busy figuring out how to move the corpses, so I agreed absent-mindedly. "Sure, let me finish up first, and I'll make it." Hearing this, my sister seemed to lose all her strength and collapsed onto the bed. What she didn't say aloud was this: ever since she nearly choked to death on a fish bone at the age of 6, I hadn't made fish soup again. While I was preoccupied with dragging bodies, I didn't notice her reaction. With my skinny frame, I somehow managed to carry 4 corpses to the seaside, a specific cliff I had picked. One by one, they tumbled down. A few seconds later, a dull echo rose from the ocean floor. When I returned to the cave, I was greeted by a faint aroma of meat. "Sis, cooking already? Didn't you say to wait for me? You've got to start learning to live on your own eventually." What did you say?" Distracted by feeding more wood into the fire, I didn't catch her words. "Nothing," she said flatly. Sitting on the edge of her bed, her white-knuckled fists gripped her cane tightly. "Brother, why did you give me the name Tina?" I froze mid-stir as the realization hit. So her name was Tina. She continued without waiting for my response. "Mom died giving birth to me. Dad was lost at sea trying to provide for us. My arrival shattered what was a perfectly happy home. Am I a jinx? With these eyes, I go out, and everyone calls me a monster." "Stop overthinking things," I reassured her firmly. "Your brother promised you, didn't he? I'll fix your eyes. I'll make sure you see the world clearly again one day." For the first time, Tina didn't argue back. I glanced at the bowl in front of me and hesitated. Apart from some water, there were a few scattered leaves of greens, maybe a couple grains of rice, and sparse chunks of fish meat that even beggars might reject. I ate it in one gulp, leaving the rest for her. "I'm heading out for a bit, Tina. Stay safe on your own, all right?" I needed to scout ahead, to figure out what sort of world we were really living in, and most importantly, what exactly was up with that merfolk business. Beyond the nearby mountains lay a small town. The hills weren't tall, yet my body was so feeble that I had to rest halfway, where sheer luck had me stumble over 2 wild melons to fill my stomach. Ever since ending up in this messed-up starting point of a world, I always narrowly escaped danger. First, the bully's knife getting jammed in a chair for no reason. Then the gang boss slipping on said chair and walking straight into my blade. And now, nearly collapsing from hunger only to find 2 melons in the middle of nowhere. Guess my luck's not all that bad. As noon approached, I finally reached the town. Fresh venison, the true secret for a man's vitality. Grade 1 magic cores for sale, honest deals guaranteed. The lively chatter from street vendors gave me one shocking conclusion to digest. This is a magical world. It was like stepping into a fantasy MMORPG. No levels, just rankings based on boundaries of magic mastery. My thoughts wandered. Should I check if I have any magic talent? Hey, a gentle tap on my shoulder brought me back to reality. Turning around, I found a petite girl with pink curly hair and enormous, sparkling eyes. Her face was so flawless it didn't even look real. She was eerily identical to a character from a game I used to play in my old life. I almost blurted the character's name from sheer familiarity before I swallowed it back. "Sorry, thought you were someone else," I muttered. "Hi, I'm Sophia. Would you like to be friends?" I blinked, thoroughly confused. You don't just randomly go up to strangers saying this. But before my brain could protest, my mouth betrayed me. She was cute, after all. "Sure, I'm Chin Ming." Realizing my slip-up, I tried to backtrack immediately. "I mean Arthur." "Yeah, Arthur." Sophia placed a hand over her heart, her clear gaze unwavering. "I feel your soul," she said softly. "It tells me your real name is Chun Ming." I was ready to chalk it up to a psychological trick, but looking into her pure, candid eyes, I found myself almost believing her. "Call me whatever you like." I brushed it off and started heading toward the town. A broke nobody like me had nothing to worry about hiding. She silently followed at a steady pace, keeping exactly a meter's distance from me. Bells fixed around her ankle jingled softly with each step. Passers-by gave her wary glances, unnerved by the small ball of water she toyed with in her hand. A mage. At the far end of town stood a decrepit courtyard that bore a wooden sign reading, Magic Academy. I barely approached the gate when an entitled-looking kid, maybe 8 or 9, with his nose stuck high in the air, blocked my path. "Stop right there. Trespassers scram. And who are you talking to like that, huh?" I rolled up my sleeves, ready to teach this brat a lesson. But as soon as I raised my hand, the kid broke into a sweat, looking like he was on the verge of tears. "It's not you. It's the magic-wielding big sister behind you keeping you alive," his trembling eyes seemed to say. "Will there be anyone here that can measure my magic potential?" I pressed, keeping my temper in check. The child scoffed, regaining some of his bluster. "How old are you?" 18. He snorted in disdain. "Ridiculous. Magic aptitude tests are done when you're 7. At 18, your bones are already set in place. Testing at your age. Why not ask the stars to help?" "No way, huh?" I sighed, feeling gutted. Seems becoming a mage isn't in the cards for me, I thought. Back to the plan, find the merfolk. Ordinary people still have their paths. Starting today, maybe I should draw up a fitness regimen to get stronger. As I walked away, I noticed the spark of excitement in Sophia's eyes, as though she had stumbled upon a rare treasure in disguise. All expenses covered, free of charge. The moment I heard free, my stomach started growling loudly. The host handed me a few pieces of cake. Reaching into the box, I felt around the top and the sides carefully. No tricks here. Then randomly grabbed a ball to hand over. Honestly, I was more motivated by the cake than anything else. The host unraveled the slip inside the ball, his face stiffening. Forcing a smile in front of the crowd, he read aloud. "Congratulations to this young man. You've drawn the grand prize, unlimited, lifetime free meals at our Sea-High restaurant." Next thing I knew, they hoisted me up like some kind of puppet and sat me down at the table. It wasn't until I saw the mountain of dishes in front of me that it truly clicked. Is this what they call a blessing in disguise? Ever since arriving in this world, my luck had been oddly over the top. Lady Luck? Or is it the luck aura? Only then did I recall that I hadn't taken a good look at its exact attributes. Back when I got it, all I remembered was that it boosts luck stats. Too bad I don't have a bracelet to check it now. Guess I'll inspect it later. Eat up. It's on the house. I buried myself in the feast without hesitation. Sophia sat nearby, quietly observing my ravenous appetite. A faint smile playing on her lips like watching me eat was somehow satisfying too. "Hey, have you heard? The Archmage caught a mermaid." My hand froze mid-bite. Even my chewing slowed to an almost silent pace. "It's true. They say she's unbelievably beautiful, prettier than Princess Aftero." Hearing that, I couldn't help but sneak a glance at Sophia. To be fair, she was stunning, so much so that even my wife back in my original world, Lu Mingyao, might fall just slightly short by comparison. Not in terms of looks, but in the way Sophia had this unique blend of playfulness and elegance. "Chen Ming, you're a married man. Don't even think about straying, not even in a game world." Shaking off the thought, I dove back into my food. After a full hour, there was still half a table of leftovers. I had the restaurant box everything up. My sister hadn't eaten yet. On the way home, I felt unusually pleased with myself. Sure, I didn't succeed at becoming a mage today, but I did learn that mermaids exist in this world, and the Archmage even caught one. This meant my assigned task wasn't entirely impossible after all. The quest, Tears of Hela. Could it really mean I need the tears of this specific mermaid named Hela, or would any random mermaid suffice? We were nearing the village outskirts when Sophia suddenly stopped me. "You went into town today? Was it just about awakening your magic?" I neither nodded nor shook my head. "Do you want to learn magic? I can help you." Her words caught my attention. I remained calm on the outside, yet cautious thoughts turned in my head. After a moment, I finally spoke. What would I need to sacrifice? What did she want, my youth? My life? My freedom? "You don't need to give up anything. Just eat this." Out of nowhere, she revealed a sky-blue orb. "What is it? The prettier, the more dangerous. Everyone knows that. Just trust me. It'll only benefit you," she stammered, her face flushing as she avoided my gaze. She can't even say it outright, I realized. It was her essence orb. In her world, such an orb was the equivalent of an engagement token, reserved for a partner she chose. By giving it to me, I'd gain half of her cultivation strength and inherit the ability to use water element magic. But the cost? Her energy would take a massive hit, leaving her significantly weakened for half a month. I weighed my options, staring straight into her eyes. In the end, I decided to take the gamble. After all, this body wasn't originally mine. If it came to the worst, it'd be Arthur paying the price, not me. I grabbed the orb and tossed it into my mouth without hesitation. It melted instantly, disappearing before I could taste a thing. I braced myself for something, anything, but before I could process what was happening, a dense mist suddenly formed around me. What's with the fog? Before I could even finish my sentence, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from my abdomen, flowing through my entire body and then condensing in my core. It transformed into an egg-sized water sphere sitting within me. At the same time, I felt as though an invisible shackle had fallen away. Looking down, I noticed my skin was covered in some foul-smelling, slimy residue that must have come out of my own body. Is this mythical cleansing or rejuvenation? As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the thick mist swirling around me condensed with a whoosh. It came together, taking the shape of a watery dragon. The dragon immediately surged forward, washing away every bit of the grime covering me. Startled, I instinctively gestured for it to stop, and, as if responding to my thoughts, it dispersed into droplets on cue before reshaping as threads, orbs, or streams of water at my command. I'm really a mage now, huh? Water element too. Only at this point did I fully appreciate the sheer power of that orb. Sophia, what just happened? I questioned her, but my voice faltered as I turned and saw her collapsed on the ground, face pale as a sheet. What's wrong with you? Chun Ming, she murmured weakly. That orb contained half my strength. From the moment you swallowed it, you became a true archmage. Happy. I flinched, guilt overwhelming me. No debt weighs heavier than one owed to someone who sacrificed so much for you. Why? Why would you do this? What have I done to deserve such generosity from you? I gave it willingly. Don't let it burden you. Her voice was soft, almost inaudible, as she added, just promise me one thing. Don't betray me in this lifetime. As soon as those words left her lips, her head lolled forward, and she fainted into my arms. Why would you put yourself through this? I muttered, brushing a hand over her furrowed brow. Such a beautiful, proud girl, now worn down to the edge of collapse. Scooping her up gently, I started heading home. When I arrived, my sister Tina was already preparing dinner. She looked up when she heard me at the door. "B brother? Is that you?" Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "Yeah, it's me. Don't bother cooking. Big brother got something delicious for you," I said as I gently laid Sophia down on the bed. Though calling it a bed was a bit of a stretch, it was really just a layer of dry branches covered with hay. Usually, my little sister Tina slept there while I made do with a corner of the ground. Who is she? A faint, fresh scent wafted through the air, and Tina immediately grew alert. I didn't hide the truth, explaining Sophia's situation to her. As for me becoming a mage, I didn't breathe a word about that. Opening up the packed food from the tavern, the rich aroma quickly filled the small cave. "Brother, what did you bring? It smells amazing." Tina, at only 15 or 16 years old, had her attention plucked away by the scent of food almost instantly. "This was a reward your brother got today. Try it," I said, placing a chicken leg into her bowl. "What kind of meat is this?" "It's so good," she exclaimed with a bite, her face lighting up with pure joy. "Chicken. Eat up, there's more." Living in a little fishing village, we rarely had anything to eat outside of fish. This was a true treat for us. Throughout dinner, Tina kept eating, and I kept refilling her bowl. "Brother, I'm so full. Is this what it feels like to actually eat enough?" Leaning against the earthen wall, she rested a hand on her belly, her face a picture of contentment. I watched her. Though she was just a character in this strange mission, her every move felt entirely real. As I pondered this, a rustling sound came from the bed behind me. Cough, cough. Where am I? Sophia's weak voice broke the silence. She scanned the small cave, her tense expression relaxing the moment her eyes locked on mine. "Chunming, is this your home?" Her voice was soft, laced with exhaustion. Losing half her magical energy had clearly taken a toll. Yeah, you fainted, so I brought you here. Are you hungry? My entire focus was on her. I didn't even notice that, in front of Tina, she'd just called me by name. Tina's jet black eyes followed the conversation, staring at me, though I couldn't quite tell what she was thinking. I wasn't, but now that you mention it, I guess I am. Sophia tried to sit up, but after a few attempts, she gave up. Her body was still too weak. Just stay in bed. Let me know what you need, and I'll get it for you. After everything she'd done for me, taking care of her seemed only fair. Her appetite was small. She couldn't even finish a single chicken leg. Tina sat back against the wall, silent and pensive. The night wore on. The full moon hung high in the sky, its light pouring in while the sound of crashing waves filled the background. When Tina had fallen asleep, I found myself sitting side by side with Sophia at the entrance of the cave. Is it the 15th today? The moon's so bright, she murmured, slipping her arm through mine. My body stiffened at her touch. From her words earlier, don't betray her. I had an inkling of what this newfound power had cost me. Sophia, that pearl you gave me earlier, what was it? The unspoken questions swirling in my mind made it impossible to let it go. Hearing this, a hint of color returned to her pale face. It's my essence pearl, she said, resting her head on my shoulder. Essence pearl? What's that? I asked, puzzled. You can think of it as a part of my soul. Among my people, the essence pearl is a symbol of eternal love, exchanged between couples on their wedding night. Consuming it, and then, well, seals the bond as true partners. Her face turned a deep shade of crimson, and she refused to meet my eyes. Oh, I'd suspected something along those lines, but hearing it confirmed still left me at a loss for words. So if I take your essence pearl, does that mean you'll get pregnant? What? Of course not. There has to be, physical intimacy for that, she stammered, her voice barely a whisper, hiding her face even deeper in my shoulder. And if there's no intimacy? Oblivious to her embarrassment, I pressed on with my questions. If there's no intimacy, the stronger person ends up in a weakened state for half a month, no stronger than an average human, she explained hesitantly. I couldn't help but notice her nervousness. After all, in this moment of vulnerability, she completely lacked the power to protect herself if I chose violence. Then how do you explain the magical abilities I awakened? The essence pearl aligns both partners' powers, raising their strength to match the stronger one. But only if there's intimacy. Otherwise, only half the power is transferred, along with a period of weakness. Now it made sense. Mostly. Still, there was one question left. Why? Part of me wondered if this was just the way the mission was programmed to unfold. But I wanted to hear her say it. Hey, kid, we've only known each other for, what, a few hours? Why would you go so far for me? Her small face, buried in my shoulder, turned pale, then flushed red, and her delicate hands trembled nervously. Being this close, I could feel it all. If it's too personal, you don't have to answer. Don't worry about it. No matter what, I owe you big time. I could sense the distance in my tone made her panic, her voice slightly frantic as she replied, No, it's not that. It's just. She trailed off again, clearly trying to find the courage to speak. You saved me. If it weren't for you, I'd likely be dead. So, this is my way of repaying you. Repaying me? Her words only deepened my confusion. Had Arthur, the original version of this mission's me, saved her sometime before? If so, then fate had played a cruel joke on him. If Arthur had waited just one more day, maybe he wouldn't have had to make a pact with the gods. To become a magician, even if I couldn't heal Tina's eyes, life would still become much easier. Never thought I'd experience a day where I'd be the one to benefit from someone else's fruits. Awkwardly rubbing my nose, I averted my gaze uneasily. Cough. So what's your plan next? Having stumbled upon such a stroke of luck, the least I could do was show some concern. Besides, I came here with a mission to complete. Now that my magical power has awakened and I've reached the magister level, I'm strong enough to look for the mermaid's tear. I might leave for a while. If I come back alive, I'll build a home for us right here and give you some adorable children. As she said this, her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, like she'd been dreaming of this moment for a long time. You're leaving? I was just wrestling with how I'd make up an excuse to leave myself. but it looks like that won't be necessary now. Yeah, I have something very important to take care of, she said firmly. Is it dangerous? I don't even know why I asked. Regret flooded me as soon as the words left my lips. Why am I even concerning myself? She's just a… Wait, she gave me half of her magical power, didn't she? She must be a key player in this mission. If she's heading off to progress the main storyline, shouldn't I tag along? The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Sophia didn't reply. Instead, she clung to my arm even tighter. Can I come with you? Her expression turned into pure astonishment. Do you even know what I'm going to do? I shook my head. You might die. I shook my head again. No matter what, I was going to insist on sticking with her today. Dead set on my decision, her gaze softened. That night, we sat silently outside the cave, wrapped in each other's arms. At dawn the next morning, "Sis, pack your things. We're heading into town," I announced. The two sisters didn't own much, only the clothes on their backs. As we started our journey, I first brought them to a small town. We filled up at the Four Seas Tavern and even packed some food for the road. Once we cross the mountains, we'll reach Soto City. According to Sophia, our destination for this journey was Soto City. Brother Chen Ming, the Kashi Mountains are a famous magical beast territory nearby. We'll need to be careful. I've never encountered a magical beast before. I wonder how they compare to the wild mobs in creation. Reaching the foot of the mountains, I saw there was a town nearby. The townsfolk carried a faint scent of blood. Most had clearly seen recent battles. New faces. The people here were mostly mercenaries who hunted magical beasts and sold their magic cores. Since they all knew each other, newcomers like us stood out immediately. We didn't linger and continued on our way. Though the Kashi Mountains weren't the most renowned territory, the magical beasts here were nothing to scoff at. First and second-grade beasts roamed freely, and the core areas were rumored to house fifth-grade ones. I wasn't exactly familiar with how power rankings worked in this world. Ignorance was bliss, after all. Sophia, however, seemed unimpressed by fifth-grade magical beasts. Now that her strength matched mine at the peak magister level, her combat ability was equivalent to a sixth-grade beast. She had the confidence to disregard them. The entire mountain range resembled a massive dragon sprawled across the land, splitting the world in two. Stepping into the forest, I was struck by the sight before me. Ancient trees thousands of feet tall stood like towering blades pointed at the sky. Layers of dense greenery blocked out the sun, with only thin streams of light piercing through. The temperature dropped by 5 or 6 degrees instantly, and the moisture in the air thickened, carrying the earthy smell of decaying leaves. None of that mattered. What truly caught my attention were the magical beasts I'd never seen before. Rabbits the size of wolves, snakes with legs, birds sporting human faces. These creatures were intelligent, clearly aware that we weren't to be trifled with. A mere glance from afar was enough for most of them to scurry away. Of course, not every beast seemed so perceptive. Take these two winged bears in front of us, for example. They shared one body with two heads, one male and one female. Roar, roar. Halfway up the mountain, we'd unknowingly stepped into their territory. I had assumed they'd either swallow their pride like the other creatures or simply avoid us entirely. Instead, they chose to do the exact opposite. Not fleeing, not hiding, but leaping straight out of their cave, swinging a paw right at my head. The creature's body was more massive than a truck, and one swipe from its paw, larger than a tire, would have easily crushed my skull. Far from being afraid, I was thrilled. I hadn't had the chance to test my newfound water magic, and I was eager to see its power. This was a fourth-grade magical beast duo, the male-female twin bears, notorious for their defensive ability and raw physical power. They were considered the rulers of the Kashi Mountains, even able to challenge fifth-grade beasts. As the bear's paw closed in, Sophia's face went pale with worry. She seemed to forget that while I had only recently awakened magic, leaving me untrained and likely unable to utilize even a fifth of my potential, I had one key advantage. I wasn't new to combat. "Brother Chen Ming, run," she cried out. Still recovering from weakness herself, Sophia could barely manage to defend herself, let alone step in to protect me. But I ignored her, my face lighting up with uncontained excitement. You see, I might have only just awakened magic here, but back in creation, I wasn't some clueless newbie walking into their first fight. So, What kind of monsters haven't I encountered before? From a sensory point of view, this feels quite similar to grinding mobs for level ups. Perfect timing. I channeled energy to my core, and soon 3 sharp ice spears formed in front of me. Go! With a swift motion, the 3 spears shot out like arrows, aiming directly at the eyes of the male and female bears. Hit their weak spots. That's the key to critical hits. Against something with skin as tough as this, regular attacks won't break through its defenses. After fighting so many creatures in Genesis, I've learned that much. Ideal plans are always so perfect in theory, but reality can be harsh. The ice spears didn't even reach their intended targets before a massive bear paw swatted them aside. These beasts weren't dumb, they had some sense. Just as one bear's left paw struck the ice spears out of the air, its right paw swung straight toward my head. Watch out, Brother Chunming. Brother? I wasn't the only one caught off guard. Tina quickly picked up on Sophia's nervous tone. Pretty clever, aren't you? I smirked. I'd already noticed its move the moment it raised its paw. With magic coursing through me, the moisture in the forest obeyed my mental command, quickly gathering to my left. Ice wall. Barely a single breath later, a massive ice wall, nearly a meter thick, shot out of the ground. Bam! The force of the beast's collision reverberated through the air, leaving my ears ringing. Thankfully, the ice wall held firm. It was pushed slightly back, but remained intact. I could see a stunned expression flash across the bear's face. As it pulled its massive paw back, I noticed it tremble slightly. The bear, apparently realizing it had underestimated me, retreated cautiously and even hid its injured paw behind its body. Big stupid bear, didn't expect to hit a stone wall, huh? That hurt, didn't it? I shot at a smug grin. That paw definitely took some serious damage. Either it got numbed or outright fractured from the impact. This water magic? Yeah, it's pretty amusing. I may have never formally studied magic, but hey, just because I've never eaten pork doesn't mean I've never seen pigs run, right? As I continued to channel energy, the previously clear sky began to darken without warning. Why is it raining? The 2 girls glanced upward in confusion. To Tina, the raindrops felt like nothing more than a light drizzle. But Sophia, also a water mage, looked utterly horrified. A high-level spell. How could someone who only unlocked their magic yesterday possibly cast something this powerful? Could he really be some kind of hidden prodigy? But this wasn't any ordinary rain. It was pure magic condensed in the form of water. The drops grew denser, and Sophia sensed a dangerous sharpness emanating from each one. Whoosh, 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 splat, splat, splat. The rain started battering leaves, then piercing through them, and soon the entire area turned into a lifeless zone. Countless raindrops fell like merciless arrows, and even the towering ancient trees were reduced to something as fragile as tofu. They were completely punctured. Now this is what you call a rain of arrows. Of all the battles I've had, this one was shaping up to be the most satisfying. The water magic within me felt so malleable, like clay in a potter's hands. It could take any shape I desired. The bears realized something was terribly wrong and began trying to flee from the downpour's reach. But would I let them escape so easily? No chance. The seemingly harmless puddles on the ground turned into deadly traps in an instant. Freeze. Crack. 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 The rainwater under their feet suddenly hardened into thick ice, locking their massive paws in place. Caught off guard, the bears stumbled, and one fell face first to the ground in a spectacularly graceless fashion. Roar! Their pained howls echoed throughout the valley, sending the weaker creatures in the area scurrying for cover. When the fallen bear tried to get back on its feet, I couldn't help but snicker. It had even lost a few teeth, now embedded in the ice below. At this point, all the grandeur and ferocity of these 2 bears had evaporated. Their faces were swollen and bruised, their fur shredded, and the ice had ripped out patches of fur on their paws as they tried in vain to break free. But they had bigger problems than bald spots. The magical rain hadn't let up. Each drop that struck their bodies felt like getting stabbed by countless swords. For all their tough hides and thick muscles, they couldn't withstand this level of penetration. Tina stood clueless, unable to comprehend the sheer destruction of what she was hearing. Sophia, on the other hand, seemed utterly numb. She felt like a rookie soldier standing before a legendary general. These spells? She hadn't even heard of such creative uses of magic before. In all her previous battles, water magic was limited to things like water arrows or water balls. She never could have imagined that water could turn into ice in this way, let alone into such deadly forms. I wasn't aware of her inner turmoil or the impression I'd left on her. Honestly, I was having a blast. The way this water magic responded to me, it was addicting. I continued manipulating the moisture in the forest, shaping it in my palms into an elegant sword one moment and a fearsome firearm the next. Good thing it was a humid forest. There was plenty of water vapor to fuel my experimentation. By now, the bears were utterly defeated. They lay collapsed on the ground, barely alive, their breaths shallow and labored. Their bodies were riddled with holes from the relentless rain, their blood pooling around them. Finally, I decided I'd had my fun. I walked over toward the pitiful creatures. You know, I'd say you're clever for adapting, but then again, how smart can you really be, jumping out to challenge me like that when everyone else tucked tail and ran? Tell me, who else would I have taken down if not you? The bears couldn't understand me. All they did was roar weakly in defiance. All right, I see you're suffering. Let me give you a merciful release. It's the least I can do. With those words, a beautifully crafted sword of glacial ice materialized in my hand. Slash. I drove the blade straight through one bear's eye and into its brain. It barely managed to twitch before going completely still, life snuffed out. I quickly cut open its stomach and found a fist-sized, earthy yellow crystal. So this is a magic core? For a brief moment, I genuinely mistook it for a huge diamond ring someone unlucky must have dropped. I mean, seriously, it looked just like one but way bigger. Holding it in my hand, I could feel an immense energy surging within. Sophia, is this? What's the use of a magic core? In town, a tier, one magic core can sell for hundreds of gold. A tier for one? Selling it for tens of thousands wouldn't be unreasonable. Hearing me call her name, Sophia snapped back to reality. Magic cores are mainly used as materials, like for crafting magic wands. The protective city barriers and magic cannons in big cities also rely on them, she explained. Can I absorb it? My first instinct was to absorb the energy to boost my cultivation. No. She quickly stopped me when she saw the eagerness in my eyes. The energy within a magic core is too chaotic. Absorbing it won't help. It'll unleash a magic turmoil, and you'll explode. Then doesn't that make magic cores pretty limited in use? I frowned. If they could be directly absorbed, the energy wouldn't go to waste. Quite the opposite, Sophia shook her head. Just the demand for magic wands alone consumes billions of magic cores a year. But their biggest role is in raising the ambient magic density in an area, which speeds up cultivation. I understood only part of what she said, but it didn't really matter. My plan was to finish this class advancement quest and leave. In this game world, leveling up relied purely on grinding monsters for XP. These complicated issues? I'll leave them for someone else to figure out. Speaking of quests, today should have been the day I spent with my wife at her parents' house. But instead, I was stuck in this instance dungeon. The worst part? My real body had gone missing, and I couldn't even use our communicator bracelet. My wife must have been panicking by now. How worried must she be if she couldn't find me? The more I thought about it, the more restless I got. If my absence caused her pain or made her fear for my safety, I could never forgive myself. We need to pick up the pace. Since the male and female twin bears were killed, all the nearby magical beasts had fled. The aura released from the twin bear magic core I was carrying frightened off most low-level creatures. Fewer obstacles meant our journey was smoother. The Cache Mountain range was dotted with precious herbs, but I didn't recognize a single one, nor did Sophia appear to be much better at identifying them. In the end, I picked a pretty flower and tucked it behind her ear. The mountain range wasn't large, but even so, after 7 days of trekking, without any detours, mind you, we still hadn't completely crossed it. Sophia estimated we'd need at least one more day. These past 7 days, my mind had been simmering with anxiety, like being slowly cooked over low heat. Especially on the day of my sister-in-law's wedding. That day, I was so agitated I felt like an ant on a hot pan. Was my wife okay back home? Had anyone bullied her? Was the Liu family trying to force her into things she didn't want to do? As my frustration grew, nearby magical beasts paid the price. Swinging my frost blade, I massacred several tier 1 beast packs, forcing their entire herds to migrate far away. Sophia noticed all of it. At first, she looked worried, mistaking my behavior for magic instability and signs of going berserk. Later on, though, she silently hugged me from behind. That was the only relief my heart could find. By the third day, my agitation had subsided a bit. The situation was what it was, unchangeable. I had to accept it. For the next few days, I hardly spoke, focusing on just one task: hunting beasts, roasting meat, and feeding it to Tina and the others. To save time, Tina spent most of the journey clinging to my back. "Big brother, do you think I'm a burden? Someone who can't help and only drags you down?" she asked. Though blind, she could sense my low mood and assumed it was because of her. She'd been walking on eggshells these past days. The truth was, she had already noticed the difference. The man carrying her now only had her brother's face. His way of speaking, his demeanor, the feeling he gave her, everything was different. She understood this was the result of a deal between her brother and some so-called god. She wasn't supposed to know. On the night her brother met his demise, her dreams were invaded by a man cloaked in black who told her her brother had exchanged his life for a pair of eyes that could see. But that man had no idea about her promise with her brother, that no matter what, they'd never leave each other behind. So she was sure that her brother wouldn't abandon his life just for her eyesight. Either the cloaked man had lied to her, or this big brother was lying to the real one. During these past days traveling together, she realized this man, Chun Ming, was single-mindedly focused on curing her blindness. He didn't seem like the kind of villain who'd come to claim their souls, as the cloaked man had suggested. She needed to know, what kind of deal had her brother made with Chun Ming? When news of her brother's death reached her, she had already resolved to die alongside him. That fish soup she made was supposed to be poisoned. In the end, she couldn't go through with it. Not because she feared death, but because she wanted to figure things out first and avenge her brother if necessary. If she asked him directly, would he kill her on the spot? So she started with a trial question. "Of course not," I replied. "You're my little sister, my family. Without you, what meaning would my life have? Remember this, you are never a burden." Tina froze in disbelief. Hearing the words "my family" made her eyes well up with tears. Her brother had said those exact same words. But for me, it wasn't just a means of comfort. It came from the heart. I was an orphan. Before getting married, I had no clue what it felt like to have a family. That's why I'd fought so hard to protect my wife, Xin Yin Ran, and to hold on to the family I'd finally gained. In my past life, I was an only child and never experienced the bond of having siblings. Here, even though it was just a game instance, I was getting a taste of that connection for the first time. Even if she was just an NPC, I didn't mind recognizing her as my little sister. It wasn't until many years later, when Tina traversed endless galaxies to find me, that I finally realized how absurd that thought was. "Brother, do you recognize a man wrapped in a black cloak?" I thought she was asleep. I was just about to signal Sophia to pick up the pace when she suddenly popped out with this question. I frowned, racking my brain carefully before responding. "No, I don't." The words escaped my lips before I remembered. She was asking about Arthur's memories. Searching my own brain was pointless. "So," I added, "perhaps I knew him before, but I've forgotten." Tina blinked her abyss-like dark eyes, her thoughts unreadable. Following just 2 steps behind, Sophia remained silent the entire time. "He doesn't recognize him?" Tina silently repeated in her mind. He wasn't lying about that. Then that means the man in the black cloak lied. At the very least, his words couldn't be trusted entirely. So, my brother, was he trading with the man in the black cloak? Or was it with Chun Ming? The uncertainty kept growing, spiraling in her mind. Could it be Chun Ming also struck a deal with some deity to end up here? The thought crossed her mind in a flash, as if the whole world suddenly made sense. That must be it. If Chun Ming was truly strong enough to trade with her brother, then why would he bother coming here himself? Tina lay quietly on my back, no longer speaking. Sophia, on the other hand, occasionally glanced over at her with a look that wasn't easy to decipher. One more day passed. We finally made it out of the Cash Mountains. Crossing over the ridges, a vast, boundless plain stretched out before us. "Halt! What business do you have here?" Just as we emerged from the mountain pass, a group of soldiers stopped us. "We've come from the other side of the mountains and need to enter the city," I explained calmly. The station soldiers eyed us up and down. When their gaze landed on Sophia, a blatant flash of lechery gleamed in one soldier's eyes. From the countryside, huh? There's an entry fee to get into the city, you know? He said smugly, rubbing his chin while his eyes never left Sophia. An entry fee? How much? I asked, keeping my voice even, though the way he was looking at Sophia made me deeply uncomfortable, like someone coveting my most precious treasure. 100 gold per person, 3 of you. That's 300 gold. Pay up. 100 gold could sustain a family of 3 for a whole year. Judging by my tattered clothes and missing sleeve, he'd already decided I couldn't afford it. 100 gold? That's daylight robbery. Tina, perched on my back, burst out before I could say anything, pointing an accusatory finger at the soldier. Oh yeah? So what if it is? What are you going to do about it? He smirked before his face shifted upon seeing Tina's appearance. His tone made a complete 180 as though butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. Now, sweetheart, that's no way to speak. We're just following protocol here. I'm just a man on duty. I don't make the rules. No need to make it hard for me, all right? His gaze moved over Tina from head to toe, his lecherous intentions laid bare even in front of me. There was nothing I could do about it. Dressed like a beggar, with no aura of strength to speak of, these types only preyed on the weak. They were experts at it. We don't have any money. Tina shot back. Of course she knew I didn't have any money. The little we'd earned from fishing had all gone toward her eye treatments. I was even drowning in debt as it was. No money? No money, no entry. Turn around and go back where you came from. The soldier replied, his tone more taunting than aggressive. If anything, he seemed delighted, like we were falling right into his little trap. By then, even if we had money, I doubt they intended to let us pass. Ah, right, he added smugly, twisting the knife. Since you're coming out of the mountains, I suppose I don't have to tell you what happens around here after dark. It's when the magic beasts come out to hunt. Slim pickings like you don't stand a chance. You'll be snatched up in no time. A real shame, too. When we didn't react, his tone turned even more dramatic. Oh, and I heard there's this 5th-tier beast in the mountains, the lust demon overlord. Its favorite pastime? Making more of its own kind. You wouldn't believe how many girls it's dragged off. There's no end to the tales of what it's done to them. Still, we didn't react. His words were starting to dry up. Don't let the name fool you, he pressed on. That thing's no human. It's a beast, hideous beyond belief, with drool constantly dripping from its mouth. Imagine being snatched by something like that, and, you know, tarnished. Could you bear it? This was usually the part when someone would crack, where a girl would freeze in fear, unable to move a step further. But the 3 of us remained still, unfazed. Must be some backwoods bumpkins who've never heard of the lust demon overlord, he thought, trying to justify their reaction to himself. Just as he was running out of ideas, I suddenly spoke up, which clearly surprised him. Officer, we do have urgent business that requires us to enter the city. We truly don't have 300 gold, but maybe we can come to an agreement. I reached into my bag and pulled out a handful of magic cores I had gathered in the mountains, offering them to him. The moment his eyes landed on the magic cores, they lit up. This collection was worth well beyond 300 gold. To him, it was like striking a gold mine falling straight from heaven. But the soldiers weren't entirely blinded by greed. The 2 exchanged glances, their silent communication conveyed almost instantly. Brother, what are you saying? Carrying that load must be tiring. Here, let me help lighten it for you. Before I could protest, one of the soldiers ignored my words and reached out to snatch Tina off my back. At the same time, another soldier stepped forward to corner Sophia. Just as his hand was about to touch her, Sophia effortlessly sidestepped, slipping away to my other side in one smooth motion, avoiding his grasp with precision. Tina, however, couldn't see what was happening. It wasn't until I realized that her arm had already been grabbed. Let go of her. I'd been trying to handle things peacefully, not wanting to stir up trouble while in someone else's territory. All I wanted was to complete this task and leave. But everyone has a limit. They could insult me, and I could endure it. Annoy me, and I'd look the other way. But to lay hands on Tina or Sophia, that I would not forgive. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came, I wouldn't budge. Hearing my words, the 2 soldiers exchanged a quick glance, just one look, and they both understood without needing to speak. They knew. There wasn't the faintest trace of magical energy coming from either of these two women. Purely ordinary humans. With their answer clear, they dropped all pretense of civility. The magic core was theirs for the taking. And so were the gorgeous women. As for me, they hadn't taken me seriously from the get-go. Look at me. My age, my shabby appearance, clearly some backwater bumpkin. What resources could I possibly have for training? Any magic power I possessed likely came from basic meditation alone. Even if I were a mage, so what? At best, I'd be mid-tier. But the two of them? Advanced magic users. 2-on-1. Taking me down would be child's play. Let go? Once something's in the hands of us brothers, would we ever let it go? I'll say it now. If you want to live, leave the beauties and that magic core behind. All of it, one said with a sneer. Listen to us, and maybe, just maybe, I'll let you walk away in one piece. Refuse, and, well, don't blame us for what happens next. The soldiers positioned themselves, one in front and the other behind, cutting off any path of retreat. Killing me was a decision that lingered just on the edge of their whims. Have you made up your mind? One of them barked impatiently. Sophia remained outwardly calm, but Tina, unfamiliar with my true strength, trembled nervously at the thought of a fight, clutching the edge of her tattered clothes. You know your biggest mistake? I said slowly, looking up. You should have never targeted them. At that moment, my killing intent coalesced. Before the soldiers could process what was happening, they felt a cold slice across their throats, and the next moment, consciousness abandoned them completely. I didn't so much as glance at their fallen corpses as I stepped over them and continued walking out of the camp. This large base served as a defensive outpost against the mountain's magical beasts. The real town was still dozens of kilometers ahead, but to reach the city, bypassing this camp was impossible. With many hunters passing through regularly, the soldiers here had grown adept at exploiting their position, raking in plenty of gold. Normally, it had cost just 1 coin to pass. Today, though, those two took one look at Sophia and got greedy, hoping to indulge in pleasures they hadn't earned. Instead, they found themselves dead, never even understanding how I'd struck them down. With Tina on my back and one hand holding Sophia's, I strode boldly through the camp without a care in the world. Behind me, the murmur of chatter rose. Who's that guy? Lucky bastard, one voice whispered. People in the camp were abuzz with speculation about who I might be. Judging by our patched-up clothes, my own sleeve was even half missing. It was clear we weren't of any noteworthy standing. Yet the woman at my side, though modestly dressed, exuded an unmistakable aura of nobility. Two people who shouldn't have crossed paths, walking hand in hand. That alone was enough to set tongues wagging. Another naive rich girl fell for a country boy, huh? Man, why can't I get that lucky? Well, maybe he's better at keeping the ladies happy, you know? Ignoring their idle gossip, I focused on one priority, finding the tear of the mermaid to heal Tina's eyes, then returning home. As for Sophia, all I could do was make up for things while I was still here. I couldn't give her a home. The least I could do was ensure her safety. She deserved it. She was, after all, the person I owed the most during this trip. Though, deep down, I kept telling myself, this was just a side quest. They were NPCs. It wasn't real. Those labels, side quest, NPC, were the only things easing my guilt, keeping me from being swallowed by it. The moment we left the tent, chaos erupted behind us. The base went into full lockdown, entry permitted, but no one was allowed to leave. Good thing I didn't linger. The corpses had been discovered. Quickening my pace, I left the noise further and further behind. Soon, it disappeared entirely. The city walls came into view, and for a moment, I thought that was the end of it. Safe at last. I couldn't have been more wrong. Suddenly, armored soldiers charged after us. Hey, you up there? Stop, one of them barked. Within moments, a dozen soldiers closed in. They surrounded us in a tight circle. When we tell you to stop, you stop. Understand. The officer in charge stared hard at Sophia and Tina, his lust plain as day. His eyes lingered a moment too long on Sophia's delicate hand, intertwined with mine, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. No need to ask. It's them, the officer declared with certainty. Killed the guards and forced their way out of camp. Take them down. When he spoke, his gaze never left Sophia. His expression darkened seeing our clasped hands, but his lips curled into a leer. Be careful, you lot. The two ladies are fragile. Don't you dare harm them, he added with a smirk. As for that hillbilly, drag him out and beat him to death. Slowly. No one touches my women. Without consequences they'll regret for the rest of their miserable lives. Sophia and I exchanged cold glances, silently watching this officer put on his theater performance. After his cue, the soldiers laughed wickedly, their faces brimming with crude disdain. One glance at the women's faces, and the soldiers' thoughts were written all over them. Such unattainable beauty falling into the hands of this sleazy officer? It was clear what would happen, and they were only hoping for some scraps when he was done. Listen, kid, surrender now, and maybe the captain will let you live. If you fight back, though, you'll regret it, one said with a sneer. I didn't bother replying. Same lines, same plot. Does the designer of this quest line have no imagination whatsoever? Tired of engaging with such predictability, I focused on the magic building inside me. With a twist of force, a dense fog suddenly rose around us. What's going on? Fog in the afternoon. Before the words completely left my lips, the face of the comrade next to me turned pale in an instant. It's magic. Water vapor. Quickly, let's do something. Hurry. It was only then that everyone realized. This wasn't ordinary fog. It was the handiwork of a water element mage. Unfortunately, it was too late. The gap in ability was far too vast. Most of the people here were high-level mages. Even their captain was just a grand mage. Above that was the master level, and above masters, there were archmages like me. Beyond archmages, there were legendary mages, and surpassing even them were the saint mages. The divine spellcasters, revered as magical gods. Compared to me, these people were no different from children. The moment I channeled magic within myself, they were struck with a chilling sensation through their entire bodies. Before any of them could react or even understand what was happening, my magic moved like freezing water, locking up the flow of energy in their bodies. In just moments, the magic paralyzed their pulses and froze their blood in place. The 20-some pursuers, including their officer, were reduced in the blink of an eye to a set of lifelike ice sculptures. Hidden within the frosted forms, all signs of breath and life were extinguished. Brother Qin Ming, did they even bother to figure out who they were up against before deciding to pursue you? Sending people of this level, it was nothing short of sending them to their deaths. Perhaps they had no idea how strong I actually was. After cleaning up the trail, I hoisted Tina onto my back and started walking toward the city again. The sun was already sinking toward the horizon, and we needed to find a place to settle before nightfall. The plan was simple, and I'd thought it through beforehand. Sell the magic cores to trade for some gold, and then look for lodging. What to do after finding a place to stay, though? Well, that part one hadn't figured out yet. To be honest, I hadn't even asked Sophia why she wanted to come into the city in the first place. Back then, I treated her as a key element tied to my mission and figured that wherever she went, following her lead was the safest bet. I never even thought to ask what her real purpose was. No point worrying about it now. First things first, find somewhere to rest. Treeheart City loomed large ahead of us. Fortunately, this time we were able to enter without any harrowing encounters involving would-be troublemakers lusting after beauty. The three of us passed through the city gates without a hitch. Brother, are we really in the city now? It sounds so lively. Even though Tina's eyes couldn't see, her ears made up for it several-fold. It's like life closes one door, but opens another. The streets were alive with people, bustling with voices and ceaseless calls of merchants peddling their goods. For Tina, it was as if she'd suddenly stepped into a brand new world. After all, she was still just a girl in her early teens, and it was only natural for someone her age to be drawn to the liveliness and commotion. Yes, we're in. Let me exchange our goods for money first, and then I'll buy you something delicious. Speaking of money, I didn't want to spend hours aimlessly wandering the streets of this massive city, so I used a first-tier magic core to hire a guide. Otherwise, who knows how late it'd be before we found our way around. Where to, bosses? There's no corner of Treeheart City that I can't help you find, the guide said with sparkling confidence. The guide was a boy who looked maybe 12 or 13, his skin darkened from the sun and his lips chapped. He reminded me so much of the way Arthur looked the first time I saw the boy's reflection on the surface of the water barrel. We need to sell a few goods. Do you know where we can do that? Perhaps finding the rare opportunity to take on paying customers. The boy's energy was infectious, and his face was lit with an unwavering, radiant grin. Selling, huh? You've come to the right guy. I know of a place where they give fair prices, guaranteed. With that, he led us toward the heart of the city at a brisk pace. Lucky you ran into me. If it had been someone else, they'd have probably taken you to Old G's general store in the northern part of the city. That old man isn't just known for lowballing people. He's infamous for slyly switching people's items out when they're not looking. Of course, he pays them as informers in return. The boy trailed off mid-sentence, blushing faintly while scratching the back of his head in an awkwardly honest gesture. Yet his eyes betrayed no trace of regret about not earning the higher commission. I have to admit, you're surprisingly principled. What's your name? There was something about this kid. Maybe it was the natural charm in the way he spoke, or how effortlessly he melted the barriers between strangers. The name's Seti, but most folks just call me the Wild Kid. If Seti is too hard to remember, calling me Wild Kid works just fine too. But for the briefest moment, when he mentioned Wild Kid, Seti's smile flickered, the light in his eyes dimming like a shadow had passed over the sun. It was so quick that before I could process it, he was back to his radiant self. Why do they call you Wild Kid? Sophia, quiet until then, finally couldn't help but ask. Probably because my parents passed away when I was young. I've been surviving on my own ever since. Seti's tone carried not the weight of sorrow, but a serenity, like he was telling someone else's story instead of his own. You're barely scraping by. Why didn't you just introduce us to Old G's place? You would have made more money that way. We wouldn't have known any better if you hadn't said anything. Principled or not, I was keenly aware that a sense of justice does little to feed empty stomachs. When someone is truly at their rope's end, very few manage to hold on to their integrity. Because I could tell you've seen your fair share of struggles too. I'm already used to a tough life, but why make others' lives worse than they already are? Seti's words stunned me into silence. For several moments, I just stared at him. The realization hit me. From someone so young, such words carrying the weight of compassion and struggle, were incredible. Finally, I gave a faint, almost helpless laugh. You're kind, but maybe a little foolish too. I half expected Seti to lead us into some rundown part of the city, a cluttered slum with cluttered streets. Stories always had it this way, didn't they? The part where a store owner always turns out to be some hidden expert who mentors the hero. Instead, Seti guided us to the tallest building in all of Treeheart City. At the front steps of the towering structure, it's like the place was gilded with gold. The opulence inside left me, a foreigner, utterly speechless. I gazed at the splendor for a long time before I managed to squeeze out two words: Heavenly Palace. Set, don't tell me you're some secret heir to a powerful figure? A place like this, are we even allowed in here? I treaded cautiously, as if afraid my step might crush the exquisite tiles, leaving me to pay for something I couldn't possibly afford. Haha, big bro, you're hilarious. Don't worry, Lilith from the Celestial Auction Hall is kind-hearted and super nice. Just follow me. Still skeptical, I followed behind him, looking like a country lad entering the city for the first time, cautious and wide-eyed. Set, on the other hand, seemed to be a regular here. Lots of people greeted him along the way. As for the three of us, the gazes cast our way were more curious and probing rather than dismissive. The interior was vast, like a labyrinth. It took nearly 5 minutes of winding through corridors before Set led us to a door at the far end of the grand hall. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A voice called out, clear and melodious, like the sound of wind chimes, irresistibly captivating. Without hesitation, Set pushed the door open and strode in. Lilith, I brought you some guests. They've got items they'd like to sell, he announced casually before moving to the coffee table to pour water for us. His fluid motions spoke of familiarity. Clearly, this wasn't his first time here. As he set the glasses down on the sleek office desk, my attention finally caught on the figure seated there, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed young lady. 17 or 18, by my estimation. How would I describe her? One word sufficed: stunning. Radiantly stunning. In sheer beauty, she was undoubtedly on par with Sophia. Big, bright eyes. Lips petite yet enticing. Skin as flawless and smooth as newly peeled eggshell. Yet, her temperament was worlds apart from Sophia's. Sophia carried an ethereal presence, like a divine being untouched by the mundane. Lilith, on the other hand, bore the sharp aura of someone who's commanded this grand auction house for years. Her every move exuded the poise and presence of someone unmistakably in charge. If Sophia made you want to cradle her gently and shield her from harm, then Lilith was the kind of queen who inspired a certain thrilling challenge. You wanted to conquer her. After the water cups were placed, silence filled the room. For about 5 minutes, not a single word was spoken. Finally, the blonde girl set aside the documents she'd been reviewing and turned her sharp gaze towards Set. "So, little Set," she began, her voice unhurried, "what kind of business have you brought to me today?" At her question, Set's face turned bright red. "They have some goods they'd like to exchange for money, so I brought them to you." He pointed at us, and Lilith's piercing blue eyes shifted in our direction, pausing ever so briefly on Sophia. It wasn't hostility, merely curiosity. After all, it's not every day one encounters someone whose beauty rivals one's own. "So, what do you have to sell?" she asked, gesturing us to sit while remaining courteous without a trace of condescension. "Don't worry about a thing," Set chimed in cheerfully. "Sister Lilith here is the best. She'd never cheat you. I guarantee it." His sincerity was clear, and I could tell they meant well. Lilith seemed merely to pity Set, helping him whenever she could. After all, among the entire celestial auction hall, he was likely the only person allowed to enter her private office uninvited. "It's nothing much. Just some magic cores," I replied, pulling the pack off Tina's back. As I opened it, a heap of glowing magic cores spilled out. "Oh, mostly first and second tiers. Wait, are those 2 third-tier cores?" Lilith's eyebrows lifted in surprise. It wasn't about the value of the cores. Her curiosity stemmed from wondering just how a youth like me managed to acquire them. Dozens of first tier, about a dozen second tier, and 2 third tier? Especially those 2 third tier cores. They were good enough to meet the threshold for the celestial auction's prime inventory. Her eyes shifted to the faint traces of blood on the cores, and she couldn't help but ask, "Did you kill these magic beasts yourself?" If true, this young man before her was outright terrifying. To put it into perspective, a third-tier magic beast's strength could rival that of a high-level mage. And beasts, with their raw physical power, were often far tougher adversaries than humans of the same level. "Yes," I said simply. "I took them down while traversing the Cash Mountains. See how much you think they're worth." There was more to my actions than just earning cash. The deeper reason lay hidden in my heart. After all, I wouldn't be staying here indefinitely. When I left, I needed to ensure Tina had enough to survive on her own. She was a blind girl, and once I was gone, how would she fend for herself? I guess this is the last thing I can do for Arthur, too. First tier cores at 10 gold apiece, second tiers around 200 each, and for third tier, I'll offer 3,000 gold each. Or you can put them up for auction. But in that case, we'd take a 10% commission. Her prices were undoubtedly fair. Even at auction, third-tier cores weren't guaranteed to fetch 3,000 per piece. She wasn't driving a hard bargain. She simply wanted to form a connection. A prodigy-level mage of my age was a rarity, even in a place like Hearthwood Citadel. And she, as a savvy businesswoman, saw the merit in investing a small sum now to cultivate goodwill with a rising star. It was a no-brainer. Let's just go with 3,000 each. We have other things to attend to and don't plan to linger, I said. At the end of the day, immediate payment mattered most. All right then, she agreed, her tone decisive. 2 third tier, over 20 second tier, and heaps of first tier cores. I'll give you a flat 10,000 gold. Acceptable. With a wave of her smooth, delicate hand, she sealed the deal. A true professional. Deal. Miss Lilith, you surely know how to do business, I said. All right, I said. Oh, by the way, I've got one on me. Take a look and tell me how much it's worth. Suddenly, I remembered the core in my possession, the magic core from a tier 4 magical beast, the dual bear, known for being a male and female pair. As the magic core left my arms, the room was instantly flooded with a thick wave of magical energy. Lilith shot to her feet, exclaiming, "This is the tier 4 magic core? Only a tier 4 core could disrupt the surrounding concentration of magical energy like this." Yes, I confirmed. From a dual bear. Lilith instantly recognized it, as I expected. Given her position at the auction house, her eye for these things was impeccable. A tier 4 magic core was already considered high grade, even in Skyspire. If it had special attributes, it could even serve as the grand finale at an auction. I wonder, how does the young master intend to handle such a rare item? She queried. Her reaction wasn't so much about the core itself, but what it represented about me. Taking down a tier 4 magical beast was something only the best archmages could achieve. And a dual bear, known for its unparalleled defense and strength, was a nightmare even for advanced mages. The fact that a young man like me, who appeared to be under 20, had defeated one was utterly shocking. Seems I may have been too short-sighted earlier. For someone as gifted as him, a favor worth a mere 1 or 2,000 gold coins is worth nothing. Lilith's thoughts raced. Miss Lilith, I'll leave it to you. Just appraise its value and exchange it for coins, I said nonchalantly. If you trust me with such a task, I can only ensure you get the best deal possible. How about I purchase it at the highest auction price we've ever had for a tier for Magic Core? She offered with a warm, convincing smile. No need, no need. Your business is still a business. Just pay me the standard acquisition rate, I replied, waving her off. I wasn't looking for unnecessary entanglements. But Lilith didn't even give me a chance to refuse. She immediately called for an attendant. Bring 100,000 gold coins. A typical tier 4 magic core would fetch about 50,000 to 60,000. But 100,000? That was a rate for cores with rare attributes, like darkness, light, space, or time. Finding further protest useless, I let it slide. I knew what she was doing. Lilith was making an investment in me. Unfortunately for her, I wasn't someone who planned to stick around. Whatever she hoped to gain, there was an 80% chance it would go down the drain. Still, who am I to reject free money? It's not for me. It's for Tina's future. The more, the better. Before long, the attendant returned carrying a purple membership card, a storage card from the Mages Guild, and a pouch. Young master, this purple card grants you membership at Skyspire auctions with all purchases receiving a 20% discount. The storage card contains 100,000 gold coins from this transaction, and I've also prepared 10,000 in cash. You may find it useful in the coming days, Lilith explained as she handed everything to me personally. I had little interest in the two cards. The pouch, however, caught my attention. This is a gold pouch, I asked, weighing it in my hand. It was nearly weightless. To think 10,000 gold coins, physical coins, would have made a tremendous pile if poured out. This thing is almost identical to the inventory systems found in games. Miss Lilith, thank you for going out of your way to assist me. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. It was time to prepare for the next task. It's not often one makes a trip into the city, so I'm sure there are many matters to attend to. Should you need any assistance, please don't hesitate to come to Skyspire for help, Lilith offered smoothly, her professionalism shining through. Ever the savvy businesswoman, she knew a gesture of goodwill during a difficult time was far more impactful than mere flattery. The gold coins were simply stepping stones. Her pledge of aid was the true gift. Skyspire Auction House might as well be a behemoth in Treedale City. With Lilith's backing, there weren't many who'd dare to cross me. Understood. Thank you, Miss Lilith, I responded with a nod. As I turned to leave without so much as a glance over my shoulder, Lilith felt an inexplicable twinge of disappointment. She was used to men either stumbling over their words in her presence or falling over themselves to win her favor. Yet this time, a man had treated her with an almost indifferent detachment. From start to finish, his gaze lingered on her no more than 5 seconds. His eyes were clear and untainted, free from the lust or greed she often encountered. Little man, you've piqued my curiosity, Lilith murmured to herself. Unbeknownst to me, I had unwittingly captured yet another woman's interest. Under Seth's guidance, we found a clean, reasonably priced inn. After checking in, I threw an arm around his shoulders. Seth, thanks for everything today. Without you, we'd probably still be wandering. Here, take this, I said, grabbing a handful of coins from the pouch and pressing them into his hands. Without counting, I guess there were around 20 or 30 coins. Big brother, I can't accept this. You've already paid me more than enough, Seth protested earnestly. Though his eyes betrayed temptation, this amount could easily sustain him for half a year. Take it, I insisted, ignoring his refusal. A grown man shouldn't be so wishy-washy. I stuffed the coins into his pocket without further ado. That's all for today. Tomorrow, do as you please. If I need you, I'll find you at the city gates, I instructed. Got it. Thank you, big brother. Seth beamed before departing, the weight of the coins still sinking in. Truth be told, Seth wasn't too bad. He was someone worth befriending. It's just a shame he's nothing more than an NPC in this instance. I have no idea what the original developer was thinking, putting so much effort into making even side characters feel so vivid. Even now, I stubbornly believe this world was merely a game instance. Never once did I consider the possibility that they, too, might be real, flesh and blood individuals with lives of their own. 100 gold coins. Let her buy a few sets of clothes, especially for Tina. That outfit of hers, she's been wearing it for years. Considering my younger sister, I reserved a suite, making it easier to take care of her. Tina has lived with her brother since childhood, and now, switching to me, there's no resistance from her. As for Sophia, from the moment she handed me the source orb, she decided I was her husband. Sharing a bed as husband and wife seemed as natural as breathing to her. Apart from a bit of shyness, there wasn't the slightest hint of rejection. When we got back to the room, the three of us took turns showering. Sophia helped Tina with hers. Dinner was delivered by the hotel, slightly better than basic takeout, but still pretty standard. Just enough to fill the stomach, nothing fancy. After dinner, I quietly took Sophia's hand and led her to the living room. The warmth in my palm made her cheeks flush bright red in an instant. Is it starting already? I'm not ready yet. While she battled her thoughts, I pulled her down to sit on the couch. In the living room? What if Tina comes out? She may not be able to see, but she can definitely hear. Why are we sitting here of all places? Her heart pounded so loudly, I could almost hear it, and her head hung low in nervousness, unable to meet my gaze. The moment I sat down beside her, she finally mustered up the courage and looked at me, even though her face was burning red. Husband. Why not? Why not come to my room? She whispered anxiously. I get too nervous here in the living room. Her words made the sentence I was about to say get stuck in my throat. Cough, cough. We're not. Of course, I understood what she meant, but I had no idea how to respond. So I acted oblivious. Sophia, there's something I need to ask you. Her bright eyes looked momentarily surprised, then slightly disappointed. Oh, whatever it is, husband. Ask away, she said, snuggling closer, her voice laced with a mix of annoyance and coyness. Cough. The soft sensation against my arm made my thoughts wander. It's been days without anything close to intimacy, and I'm only human, not a saint. How could my mind not stray? But even with my thoughts spiraling, I forced myself to suppress any impulses. No, absolutely not. NPC or not, it's still crossing a line. If I betray the trust one carry, it's as bad as outright betrayal. So, earlier you mentioned running errands in the city. What exactly were you doing? I subtly tried to pull my arm free from her hold. Any more of this, and I wouldn't trust myself to stay composed. Unfortunately for me, she wasn't about to let go that easily. With swift precision, she clamped down on my arm, and to my utter dismay, her hand pressed against a place that could not be ignored. The sensation, soft, springy, sent a rush of heat straight to my head. Cough, cough. My face flushed red, and I completely froze. Moving my arm felt wrong, but leaving it there felt even worse. Sophia, on the other hand, didn't seem to quite realize the effect of her actions, at least, not until a second later. Then, just like that, her entire body softened into my arms, her breath warm against me. Sophia, sit up straight. We're supposed to be talking about something serious. I stammered, avoiding her eyes like they'd burn me if I dared look. I couldn't. I refused to hurt Lu Mingyao, no matter what temptations loomed ahead. If there's anyone I owe the most to, it's her and her alone. Sophia's face flushed even deeper, her expression both shy and determined. If she were a little more confident, I had no doubt she'd be even bolder in her actions by now. For now, though, the tension in the air finally ebbed, after about 10 minutes too long. As she grumbled under her breath and fixed her somewhat disheveled collar, I finally caught my breath. I came here to save someone, she said softly, her words pulling me back to the moment. Save someone. Curiosity flared up within me, though I kept my eyes focused on the corner of the room, still avoiding her gaze. That look in her eyes was just too earnest, too heated, like it could melt right through me. Yes, my mother. She's been captured by a terrible man. I need to rescue her. Her words made my heart jump. An opportunity. This was my chance to repay her for giving me half her cultivation power. If I could help her save her mother, maybe, just maybe, I wouldn't carry as much guilt when it was finally time to leave this world. What are we waiting for? Let's go, I blurted, grabbing her hand and preparing to drag her out the door. But she didn't budge an inch, staying rooted firmly to the sofa. The man who has my mother is incredibly strong, and I'm in a weakened state right now. Going now would just mean certain death, she explained calmly, patting the seat next to her to beckon me back. Thinking she planned to explain more, I hesitated before sitting down again. The second I did, however, she collapsed into my arms like she had no bones holding her up. Honestly, she murmured, voice barely audible as it drifted up to my ear. Right now, I'd rather do something else. Her gaze locked onto my lips, and she leaned in closer, closer, only for me to dodge at the last possible second. If only I hadn't booked a connecting room. If only we had separate rooms, maybe then I wouldn't be suffering like this. Avoidance wasn't an option anymore. Clenching my jaw, I let out a sigh and steeled myself. You little fool, I said sternly. That's your mother we're talking about. And here you are, wrapped up in thoughts of this. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. Her pout deepened, glistening tears welling in her eyes. It's just, I'm scared, she whispered softly, voice barely carrying. I'm afraid I might not have another chance. What do you mean by that? My brows furrowed as I sat her back upright, holding her steady as I stared her down. And nothing. It's nothing. Her expression immediately faltered. Her expression stiffened, clearly realizing she had slipped up. Oh, has anyone ever told you that when you lie, your eyes instinctively glance at your hands? I was sure of it. This girl was hiding something big from me. Just as I was about to press further, she suddenly moved closer, cutting me off with her lips. Sweet and soft. She was like a little bunny, easy to bully and irresistible to protect. I couldn't help but want to scoop her up and shield her from the world. The feeling was completely different from being with my wife. Guilt and thrill intertwined, creating a new, addictive sensation I had never experienced before. Just as I raised my hand, ready to take control of the situation, she pulled away, her face flushed, and bolted for her room like a guilty thief who had just done something forbidden. Watching her flee in panic, the resolve I had almost lost came rushing back. I'd been duped. Again, this little stunt of hers had disrupted my interrogation plans. For now, she'd managed to wiggle her way out of it. You can dodge me tonight, but I swear, you won't evade me forever. I shouted toward the firmly closed door. Just what was she hiding? From her slip-up earlier, I could make two guesses. Either she was facing someone so powerful that her survival was at risk, or she suspected I was planning to leave. No, she couldn't possibly know I was planning to return. That leaves only the first option. Someone strong? As strong as the Archmage? I'm about to go toe-to-toe with him to complete my mission. The only lead left about the merfolk was with the Archmage. If I was going to succeed, I'd have to confront that boss-level opponent head-on. Don't worry, I said softly, staring at Sophia's door with unwavering determination. Even if it costs me my life, I'll make sure you're safe. That's the least I owe you. I didn't expect us to stay in Heartwood City too long, but we ended up lingering for 5 days. During that time, the little troublemaker went out of her way to avoid me. If Tina wasn't around, she'd stay confined to her room, avoiding any one-on-one moments where I might question her about that night. Then came the afternoon of the 6th day. I was meditating cross-legged when I suddenly noticed a sharp increase in the magical energy density in our suite. At first, I thought it might be some kind of perk from the hotel. But as the concentration kept climbing, a sense of unease crept in. What's going on? Why is the density still rising? I paced the room, eventually stepping out into the hallway. Nope, something wasn't right. The magic levels in the hallway were slightly higher than usual, but not by much. I turned my focus back to our suite, and no doubt about it, the surge was coming specifically from Sophia's room. I hesitated briefly, wondering if I should check on her. Boom. The magic in the air spiked violently, accompanied by a deafening roar. The whole suite shook under the force. At the same time, every living being within a 10-kilometer radius of the hotel felt a jarring pulse. as if the sky itself had skipped a beat. Across the city, countless powerhouses looked up, startled. "Someone's breaking through to legendary rank," an old man exclaimed in disbelief, sensing the shift in magical currents. "Legendary? Someone is ascending to legendary right now." For a moment, countless pairs of envious eyes burned with longing. Hard work could lead you to become a grand mage, even a master. But achieving legendary rank? That was different. A path dictated far more by fate than effort. 1 part talent, 9 parts destiny. Completely unaware of the external commotion, I felt my own magic growing hyperactive. My body surged with power, greedily absorbing the ambient mana like a vacuum cleaner. This brief intake alone was the equivalent of 4 or 5 days of cultivation. I was just about to sit down and focus, eager to take advantage of this rare opportunity. Then I felt it. All the mana in my vicinity suddenly redirected itself, as if drawn to a far larger vacuum cleaner. The entirety of the energy coursed directly into Sophia's room. And it didn't stop there. Magic for miles around was being drained dry. Nearly a third of Heartwood City's magic reserves had been turned into a barren void. Several unlucky cultivators in seclusion were caught mid-breakthrough and utterly cut off from the flow, resulting in failed advancements. Boom. Sophia's door, and every glass window on our floor, exploded into countless shards. What the hell? Is this magic or demolition work? Nearly 10 minutes later, Sophia emerged from her room. She looked just as she always did. Yet there was something ineffably different about her that I couldn't quite put my finger on. She glanced at me and spoke her first words since the explosion. "My power is fully restored. We can go save my mother now." "Wait, everything just now, that was you?" I asked, gesturing to the piles of shattered glass. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," she said, lowering her head like a child caught sneaking cookies, unable to meet my gaze. She hardly seemed like the kind of person capable of wielding legendary-level power. Any semblance of anger I had quickly evaporated, replaced with a mix of astonishment and excitement. I couldn't help myself. I stepped forward and swept her up in my arms. Overcome with emotion, I found my restraint completely gone once again. I leaned down and kissed her, savoring every second like it was the finest nectar. I couldn't believe my good fortune. Initially, I planned to stick with her to ride on her coattails, but who would have thought? The greatest treasure wasn't the perks she came with, it was her. A legendary-level ally. The thought made my blood pump with exhilaration. This breakthrough of hers increased my chances of succeeding against the Archmage. Once we wrapped up things here, the next step was gathering intelligence on his whereabouts. The better prepared I was, the better. You're not mad anymore?" she mumbled. Her face flushed crimson as she buried it against my chest. She hadn't expected me to kiss her so suddenly, and the frantic rhythm of her heartbeat betrayed her flustered state. "Just teasing you. Why would I be mad? I was thrilled you made a breakthrough." "Oh, right. You were going to save your mom, right? Let me settle Tina in first, and then we'll head out." I turned and began walking toward Tina's room. What I didn't see, at that moment I turned away, was the longing and reluctance in her eyes. "Chen Ming, if it hadn't been for you, I'm the one who would have fallen into their hands, skinned and torn apart, reduced to a plaything. Brother Chen Ming, thank you. These past days have been the happiest of my whole life. If there's another life, promise me you'll love me once again." Her voice was soft, like a whisper brushing against my ear. Something felt wrong. I whipped my head back around in alarm, only to see her elegant hand wave through the air, and then the entire room was enveloped in a massive crystal sphere. "Brother Chen Ming, this crystal sphere will protect you for 3 hours. But if I don't come back within that time, forget about me. Sophia, you're not allowed to go. I won't let you go alone, do you hear me?" I pounded on the crystal with all my strength, but no matter how hard I tried, it remained absolutely unyielding. In the next second, a staff materialized in her hand as her demeanor shifted entirely. Her light pink hair darkened to deep blue, a crown hovered over her head, and her soft pink dress transformed into a sapphire gown. What shocked me most, though, were her delicate feet. They had turned into a fishtail. My outstretched hand froze midair against the crystal barrier. "Brother Chen Ming, this is what I really look like, hee." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She glanced back at me one last time, forcing a playful smile to leave me with a beautiful memory. A mermaid. In the moment she turned away, everything suddenly became clear. Those eyes, I'd seen them before. They were the very same pair staring at me from inside that cube-shaped container, the one I had a long time ago, smashed wide open. So, you were that mermaid all along. Watching her retreating silhouette, I couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. She told me she came to repay someone's kindness. I'd thought she meant Arthur, the original owner of this body. But no, it turned out, she was the fish I had set free from the cube. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I'd known, I would have collected more of your tears. Now, here I am trapped, helplessly watching those tears on the ground dry up. Isn't this just cruel? I don't even know if your tears count as those legendary Hilarion tears. Ugh, as the truth dawned on me, a mix of emotions churned inside. The mission was only a step away from completion, just one tiny step. But now, it was a chasm I couldn't cross. Though I gotta admit, her mermaid form, breathtaking. Wait, what am I even thinking? How's this the time to daydream? Focus, Chun-Ming. I smacked myself hard across the face, knocking all distracting thoughts away. Brother? Brother? Where are you? The explosion from earlier clearly frightened Tina. Blind as she was, she couldn't make sense of the room's layout and stayed put for a while, hoping I'd come to her. When I didn't, she became so worried that she started feeling her way out from where she had been waiting. Tina? I'm here. Don't come closer. There's something in the way. I realized she was about to bump into the crystal barrier. Panic surged through me as I tried to stop her. Too late. One of her little feet stepped right into the light of the barrier. But to my surprise, she passed through without a hitch, completely unaware. What just happened? I hurried over to her and grabbed her hand. Tina, how did you get in here? She looked at me blankly, confusion written all over her little face. Get in? Brother, what are you even talking about? Apparently, she couldn't see the barrier and assumed I was mumbling nonsense again. Tina, take a step back. Just one step. An idea, both bold and insane, began to take form in my head. Like this. She held my hand as she stepped back. It worked. She'd walk back outside the circle. Try 2 more steps. Keeping a firm hold on her hand, I watched in utter disbelief as the two of us together passed right through the protective sphere. It really worked? My eyes widened in astonishment. With her hand in mine, I managed to pull my body fully out of the barrier. Once fully free, I glanced back at the perfectly intact crystal dome, completely bewildered. I released her hand and reached out to touch the barrier again. The texture was solid, strong, impenetrable, just as before. Nothing had changed. Yet when I held on to Tina, the barrier became meaningless. Tina, how did you do that? If the crystal sealed only me inside, Tina leaving and re-entering might make sense. But how her mere touch could bypass a barrier that defied logic and magic remained an enigma. A blind little girl, harboring a secret that even the greatest legendary mage's seal couldn't contest. Do what? Brother, why are you speaking so strangely today? I didn't mention the crystal barrier. She wouldn't have any clue what it was, let alone how we managed to escape it. To her, it might as well have been another one of my bizarre moods. Nothing, sweetie. Just wait in the room for me, all right? I'll come back for you soon. If you're hungry, ask the hotel to bring up some food. I've already made arrangements. This wasn't the time for explanations. More than anything, I needed to get to Sophia. Fast. Previously, I might not have fully understood why she came here. But as soon as I saw her transform into a mermaid, how could I possibly not figure it out? Rumor has it that the Archmage caught a mermaid, and now it seems that mermaid was most likely her mother. As for Sophia, maybe she really did escape back then because I broke the cube. Otherwise, the rumor wouldn't have been about catching one mermaid, but 2. As for how that cube managed to end up smacking me on the head in the first place, that remains a mystery. After settling Tina, I dashed into the elevator and out of the hotel. I'm not at a legendary level yet, so walking on air like her was out of the question. I could only rely on my legs and run like my life depended on it. Thankfully, I remembered the general direction she flew off to. North of the city? I sprinted toward the north as fast as I could. But let's face it, running on the ground stood no chance against someone flying in the sky. I hadn't even made it a kilometer from the hotel when a deafening explosion echoed from the north side of the city. The city's countless powerhouses all rushed toward the north. Hurry! There's a mermaid infiltrating the city, trying to rescue the captive one. The Archmage has issued orders. Every human mage must rush to assist immediately. Go. Blending into the crowd, I joined the surge of mages headed for the Lord's mansion in the north. So, the Archmage is also the city lord? Guess he's the final boss I'm here to deal with. After half a month of grinding through this job transfer quest, it seems like it's finally coming to an end at last. Let this be the longest one I ever get stuck with. Please, no more missions like this. It's exhausting. Whether it's the mission that's been wearing me down, or Sophia herself, only I truly know. Boom. An earth-shaking blast erupted from kilometers away, right above the city lord's mansion. Hovering midair, a mermaid with a fish tail swung it gracefully. Her long, dark blue hair bore an 80% resemblance to Sophia's, except her demeanor was far more mature. Most terrifying of all, she too was an Archmage. Standing behind her was a mini-me version, a much younger one. It was Sophia herself, but she didn't look good, pale, with blood at the corner of her lips. She was injured? In that moment, a surge of rage blazed up from within me, impossible to suppress. You old bastard. Her even scraping her fingers pains me, and you dare hurt her this badly? If I don't send you to your grave, I'll take your last name. The city lord looked to be in his 50s, with white-streaked hair. More troubling, he was a rare spatial mage. With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed spatial collapses and tears, silent, invisible, and almost impossible to defend against. Fortunately, Sophia's mother was also an Archmage. Though she was a simple elemental mage, being a mermaid meant she had a natural affinity for water. Even the most basic elemental magic became obliteratingly powerful in her hands. Hela, do you actually think you and your daughter can escape Treeheart City today? The Lord confronted her in the sky above his estate. Humph, despicable humans. I've yet to settle the debt for the ambush you plotted on me. Escape? You wish. Hela waved her staff, and the clear skies instantly darkened. Moisture from all around surged and condensed, and within mere breaths, an ominously dark cloud formed above the city lord's mansion. This is... My eyelid twitched uncontrollably. This scene, it was far too familiar. Wasn't this just like the magical rain spell I'd once cast? The only difference was, mine was more akin to a sprinkler system. Hers, on the other hand, was a full-blown catastrophic storm. I dared not linger and ran away recklessly. Hela didn't know me, and an indiscriminate attack like hers would leave only a handful of human mages alive from the onslaught. Hey, mage, stop right there, or don't blame me for being ruthless, a young man yelled at me as I bolted past. Idiot, I muttered, not even stopping as I pushed my legs to their limit. The clouds above had solidified to the point they looked like they'd drip at any moment. If I stayed a second longer, the rain would start, and then escape would be impossible. I said stop. Can't you hear me? The young man, his authority feeling affronted, left his group to chase after me as if I'd committed some unforgivable crime. As the chief disciple of the city lord, I order you, stop this instant, disable your hand and leg tendons, and await punishment, or face the consequences. He bellowed as he chased, thinking his words held weight. I pretended not to hear, focusing solely on running like my life depended on it. Smack! The first raindrop fell, landing right by my heel. It struck the ground with a deafening bang, forming a massive crater. Had I been just 1 second slower, it'd have been my head creating that pit. Swallowing hard, I stared at the fist-sized hole in the ground. Holy crap, that was way too close. Looking up, I shot Sophia a rather accusatory glance. Little girl, your mom doesn't hold back, huh? Yet, despite the danger, my mood unexpectedly improved. Sophia's father, that decrepit geezer, had given away a crucial piece of information when he was shouting just now. Sophia's mom was named Hela. Now I didn't even care about Sophia's tears anymore. Considering my relationship with her, how hard could it be to get a few drops out of her mom? Sophia's already calling me her husband, not to mention she even gave me her source pearl. Right now, I'm more than happy to own that title of Sophia's husband. The rain grew heavier and heavier. I had successfully dodged it, but the human mages rushing in to help weren't as fortunate. Screams and chaos erupted all around. Screams echoed continuously around the city lord's mansion. Many mages, hoping to seize the chaos for their own gain, didn't even have time to let out a single cry before the rain pierced through their bodies cold and mercilessly. In no time, the entire estate turned into a living hell. And the city lord? He didn't even bother lowering his gaze to look. His icy eyes were fixated solely on Hela. You humans truly are cold-blooded, Hela sneered. Watching as your own kind are slaughtered, yet you remain indifferent. You have the power to save them, but you refuse to act. Humph, they got what they deserved. Trading their lives in exchange for keeping you here. I'd say it's a fair deal. His words revealed everything. To him, the lives of his own people were nothing more than a calculable transaction. The so-called protector was just someone who added others' blood to their own ledger. At this moment, the entire city lord's mansion was sealed off. Escape through teleportation was no longer a viable option for Hela and her daughter. Hela had initially planned to use the spell her daughter had just taught her as a means to force the city lord into action. That way, she could take the opportunity to rip open the spatial barrier and flee with Sophia. But this cunning fox wouldn't take the bait. On the ground, the supposedly arrogant head disciple of the city lord now lay in a pool of his own blood, desperately clawing at the floor to drag himself toward me, inch by inch. Blood and foam spewed from his mouth as his determination to make a show of authority burned even in his dying breath. You filthy bastard. I told you to stop walking. Are you deaf? With what little strength he had left, he finally reached my feet. Just as he was about to hurl out one final curse, the light in his eyes faded completely. He achieved his wish. He caught up to me, but he also died at my feet. I shook my head. If only he'd made his words more pleasant, I might have considered giving him a heads up. Too bad. He never learned to bow his head, not even at the end. And I've never been the kind of person who turns back to save someone trying to kill me. The rain of arrows continued. Within a radius of several kilometers, centered around the city lord's mansion, the area had already become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The estate itself was riddled with holes, battered beyond recognition. Not even the servants, hiding indoors, were spared. The rain pierced straight through the roof, leaving their bodies full of holes like sieves. The wind stirred. That building was on the verge of collapse. I shuddered slightly. Compared to this move that my mother-in-law just unleashed, the arrow storm I'd once summoned looked like a child's play, dabbling in mud. Back then, even when going all out, it had taken everything I had to break through the armor of the twin bears. Yet judging by the power behind her attack, a single drop was enough to pierce straight through one of those creatures. Above the skies, the old city lord surveyed the devastation below with a subtle, baffled click of his tongue. Are you planning to drag this out with us? Hela shielded Sophia tightly behind her. She knew that if this dragged on any longer, neither she nor her daughter would make it out alive. But her old injuries had yet to heal, and her daughter was gravely wounded. There was no way they could break through the spatial defenses laid by the city lord in such a short amount of time. Sophia had risked her life to break the spatial seal in order to rescue her mother. She succeeded but was struck by the city lord's space distortion attack in return. With an entire realm's difference in power between them, that one strike left her critically injured. Thankfully, Hela had rushed out just in time, preparing to cast a teleportation spell to escape with her daughter. Too bad for them. This sly old fox had long anticipated Sophia's plan to come to her mother's aid. Using himself as the anchor, he had cast a spatial lockdown over the skies of Treeheart City with additional layers of defense on every side. Even with the combined effort of mother and daughter, they couldn't crack his barrier. To make matters worse, other archmages were rushing to his aid. The longer this dragged on, the graver their disadvantage. Daughter, they're after you. You need to go now. Mom, I'm not leaving. Last time, I ran on my own. I'm not doing it again. Sophia's voice broke, tears welled in her eyes. Hela, enraged beyond words, nearly slapped her on the spot. It was in that moment that her sharp instincts detected something strange about her daughter's energy. Where's your origin pearl? As a mermaid, Hela's sensitivity to the pearl was unparalleled. Amid the earlier chaos, she hadn't paid attention, but she now noticed the discrepancy. Did those bastards take it from you? I'm going to fight them. Magic surged violently from within Hela, and she turned angrily toward the city lord. Their arduous journey across the seas had been for one prize alone: capturing Sophia. Mermaids were a single bloodline race. and now only Hela and Sophia remained alive. What truly made their kind irresistible to men, however, was a unique ability. Consuming their origin pearl granted even the most talentless mortal unparalleled water elemental magic. With mutual affection, one could even achieve a mermaid's level of power. Every year, reckless young men set out to sea harboring foolish dreams of being chosen by a mermaid, hoping to wake up with untold strength and fame. It was this power that had driven their enemies to capture Sophia. Her origin pearl was their ultimate prize. Mom, no, it wasn't them. There's someone else. And I gave it up willingly. Sophia's voice grew softer and softer, her cheeks turning crimson as the words left her. Where is he now? In a critical moment like this, he doesn't even show up to stand by your side? Men, they're all cowards. Charming at first, then heartless once they've used you. Hela's teeth clenched furiously. If she were to learn that the so-called scoundrel was right beneath their feet at this very moment, I doubt she'd hear me out. Chances are, I'd be smacked into oblivion on the spot. Mom, I trapped him in a crystal ball. I told him not to come. Sophia tugged at her mother's sleeve, her head down with an embarrassed pout. Hela felt the world spinning. Her precious, cherished daughter, tricked by some punk riding a ghost flame motorcycle. Gone, yet completely unaware. I'll settle accounts with you once you're out of here. At this point, there was no room for petty arguments. Boom. Thunder suddenly roared from the horizon. Hela's expression shifted. But to the old city lord, that sound was music to his ears. Haha, it's the thunder god of magic. He's here. Hela, stop your pointless resistance. I've never wanted your lives. I only want the origin pearl. The mother and daughter pair sneered simultaneously. Their ancestors had once believed the lies of humanity, only to end up skinned alive and mercilessly slaughtered. When it comes to interests, the human heart is the weakest against temptations. Run! Hela grabbed Sophia's arm and took to the skies, heading towards the city outskirts. Hela, don't bother struggling. You can't break through my barrier. There's no leaving Treeheart City. The old city lord spoke confidently, calm as ever. The mother and daughter paid no heed, focusing sharp bursts of magic in their palms. A translucent ice spike began rotating rapidly. Water magic crystallized into ice. Hela had learned this from her daughter. She had never dreamed water elements could be manipulated in this way, their destructive power surging by 30% after transformation. Meanwhile, I crouched nervously behind a wall near the city lord's estate. My original plan was simple: find the right moment to grab Sophia and my not-so-favorite mother-in-law, then scram. But of course, I stumbled smack into all this. This damn city actually has spatial seals. I muttered, glaring at the seemingly empty sky above. How am I supposed to break out of this? Ah, such grand goals. Pity the bitter truth. I've barely been in this world a month. My water spells, all trial and error, cobbled together from fantasy books and TV shows in my past life. As for spatial magic, I know it exists, but cracking a seal with it? Yeah, not happening. Still, there was no time to keep slacking off now. That thunder magic god the city lord summoned was fast approaching. Worse still, the repetitive booming overhead meant reinforcements, plenty of them, weren't far behind. I dashed towards Sophia's direction, scanning the chaotic surroundings wildly, hoping for some miracle of an idea. 2-on-1, not great odds for Hela. Add to that her injuries. Without the trick Sophia inspired her to try, Hela probably would have already been immobilized in that spatial trap by now. You sly old fox, I didn't expect you to pull this off under our noses. As the thunder god of magic arrived on the scene, his gaze instantly locked onto the swishing tails, jaw momentarily dropping in astonishment. The space magic god's face darkened visibly. The reward I promised you? I'll double it. That's my final offer. Refuse me, and I'll lift my barrier right now. No one will win anything. And after that, you and I don't stop until one of us is dead. A slap, followed by a sweetener. Classic manipulation tactics from the old city lord. He truly had perfected the art. The thunder magic god hesitated, an internal struggle playing across his face. Mermaids, the dream of countless people. Capturing one, the family lineage could guarantee generations of powerful water elemental magicians. And as for musculature, bones, all ideal ingredients for crafting top-tier water-based gear. Fine. Then I demand the beautiful one scales, not daring to turn on the city lord outright. At least, not in this volatile setup. The Thunder Magic God opted for a less contentious prize, Hellas fish scales, more valuable than gold, crucial for crafting enchantable, transformative garments. Haha, Thunder. You keep grabbing all the good stuff. What do I get? A fresh voice interrupted overhead, and a visible whirlwind descended rapidly toward Treeheart City. You too, Wind Magic God? Stick your nose in here, really? The Thunder Magic God shot back, dripping with hostility. Hey now, don't blame me. Same reason as you. Invitation. The Wind Magic God's words might have been casual, but his gaze was fervently fixed on the mother-daughter duo, undisguised hunger gleaming in his eyes. The Space Magic God's mounting frustration weighed heavier by the second, inviting these wolves into his home. How had he not foreseen this disaster? Still, there was no turning back. Sophia's unexpected arrival had entirely tipped his plans into chaos. But now, no way could he just stand idly by and let them steal his prize. Here's the deal. I'll take the young mermaid. The rest, I'll let you carve up between yourselves. The old city lord finally laid bare his bottom line. For centuries I've been stuck at the apex of Magic God, unable to ascend further. My lifespan is running out. How could I resign myself to this fate? But with the Origin Pearl, I could dominate both space and water elemental mastery. Achieving divine ascension would be within reach. And then, no matter what these fools take today, I'll take it back 100-fold tomorrow. The Thunder Magic God met the Wind Magic God's eyes briefly, both nodding in unspoken agreement. All right, let's capture them first. Then we'll divvy things up afterward. A crackle of blue sparks. The Thunder Magic God struck first. A lightning bolt, thick as an arm, tore from the heavens, aiming squarely at the path ahead of the fleeing mother and daughter. But Hela didn't flinch. She ignored the chaos behind her, fixated instead on nearing the very edge of Treeheart City. The ice spike spinning in her hand was now a dark, deep blue, dragging faint shadows in its dizzying wake. Go! Before the Wind Magic God's razor-sharp wind blades could strike, Hela's deep blue ice spike sliced forward, faster than anyone anticipated, not toward the trio chasing them, but aimed directly at the air just beyond their path. Clink! It struck an invisible mirror-like surface, showering sparks on impact. The previously undisturbed air wavered, then fractured like broken glass, spreading spiderweb cracks outward. What? You've got to be kidding me. Shock etched across the faces of both the Old City Lord and the Thunder Magic God. The Old City Lord couldn't fathom it. His spatial seals were crafted with absolute precision over decades, seamlessly unbreakable. Ironically, the Thunder Magic God himself had suffered humiliating defeat under that very barrier before, yet now watched someone shatter it outright. Wind. The divine being might not have experienced the terror of the sealing barrier firsthand, but judging by the expressions of the two in front of him, he could guess its gravity. His heart sneered coldly. Looks like this reward won't be so easily earned. Before the thought faded, the wind blade in his palm shot directly toward the mother and daughter with lightning speed. Hela was fully preoccupied with suppressing the sealing barrier, leaving no room to deal with anything else. As the wind blade approached, Sophia, though gravely injured, had no choice but to brace herself and take the attack head-on. Ice shield, as her words echoed, a massive ice wall, several meters thick, erupted from the ground, standing firmly between them and the wind blade. Boom! Ice shards burst into the air, scattering like blossoms, creating a cloud of icy mist. It actually blocked it. As the mist dissipated, Sophia stood panting behind the ice wall. The wall was riddled with holes, but even the sharpest wind blades couldn't penetrate such thick ice. The wind god's signature ability was thwarted by a mere legendary mage. All of Treeheart City looked up at the fight in awe. The wind god, like the city lord, was a seasoned mage. How could such a formidable presence fail to overpower a young girl? Wind god, stop playing around. The thunder mage god, already unhappy about his interference, took the opportunity to mock him even harder. Humph! The wind god snorted coldly, but he didn't seem angered. All the while, the old city lord's gaze was fixed on him. As a fellow seasoned mage, he could tell the wind god hadn't held back in his last attack. It was the mermaid girl's extraordinary skill and power that made up for the gap in their level. However, the old city lord noticed something else peculiar. Since the wind god arrived, he had been subtly scanning the city, as if searching for something. Curious, the old city lord followed the wind god's gaze across the city, but found nothing out of place. After the initial strike, the wind god ceased his attacks and instead shot a defiant glance at the thunder mage god, a look that clearly said, "If you're so capable, why don't you try?" At that moment, Hela was entirely absorbed in controlling her ice spear. After several exchanges, the spear's spinning slowed and its size shrank. But at the same time, the space barrier in front of her was riddled with cracks, as if it would shatter completely at any second. Friends, don't let your pettiness lose you your reward. My ceiling barrier is on its last legs. The old city lord couldn't help urging. The wind god and thunder mage god had no choice but to focus, channeling their magic. Sophia felt bitter in her heart. Her mother was focused entirely on breaking the seal and couldn't afford to be distracted, leaving her to face two legendary mage gods alone. It was far too overwhelming for her. At that moment, I finally caught up to the mother-daughter duo, standing beneath a small building under Sophia's position. Watching the two mage gods about to bully Sophia with their superior power, I cursed their shamelessness under my breath and rushed forward to help. But just then, the wind god's eyes suddenly lit up with an unprecedented gleam. "Finally found you." I was still processing his words when my body tensed all over. A deathly chill loomed over me. My survival instincts kicked in, and I instinctively yelled, "Ice wall." A deafening blast erupted above my head. Ice fragments rained down like hail, crashing hard against the ground. But that ice wall offered me no comfort. Instead, the air grew even heavier with the stench of death. Without thinking, I darted into the nearby building. Sure enough, in the very next moment, a colossal wind blade shattered the ice shield completely. The blade resembled a crescent moon falling from the heavens, embedding itself halfway into the ground while slicing the entire street into ruin. The wind god rained down attack after attack, his arms moving like twin hurricanes. Each strike conjured a wind blade the size of a wagon wheel, hurtling down with relentless speed. His ferocity now was an entirely different level compared to his earlier attack on Sophia. Anyone could see he had been holding back before. The entire city was in an uproar. No one had expected the wind god to completely unleash his madness, not against the mermaid mother and daughter, but against an ordinary-looking human mage. Even Sophia noticed something was amiss. At first, she breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing the wind god wasn't targeting her. But when she saw the figure being attacked, her face turned pale instantly. "Brother Qinming? Why is he here?" Her instinct was to rush down to me, but she suddenly halted in hesitation. If she left, what would happen to her mother? One was her closest family, the other, her cherished love. If either fell, the pain would rip her apart. The wind god, meanwhile, was equally taken aback by what he was witnessing. "Impossible. How do you know magic? Your physical body didn't even come through. How can you possibly cast spells?" His strange, cryptic mutters actually held a clue that only I could perceive. Hiding in the corner, gasping for air, my eyes narrowed with a cold gleam. Who is this guy? How does he know about my physical body not being here? It's like he knows me, inside out. "Who are you? Why are you after me?" I shot back, even as I leapt into another room. Right on cue, another crescent wind blade tore through the wall, piercing the exact spot I had just vacated. He's clearly here to kill me. But why? Who is he? I could almost confirm that this person had something to do with Genesis. It was highly likely that, like me, he was a player sent here by Genesis for a mission. If that were true, who could he be? Since arriving in Genesis, I hadn't made any enemies. My social circle was small. The suspects in my mind boiled down to three groups. First, the alchemist who had provided Shun Yinyan's poison and cuckolded me. But he wouldn't be able to come here. Second, the team whose red-eyed rabbit boss I had snatched before. But they never saw my face it. After that I was extra cautious, couldn't risk being followed. If the first two possibilities were out, then there was only one left. Could it be her family? Or maybe that ex-fiancé from the Qin family? I've read enough novels to know this isn't far-fetched. As long as I survive this ordeal, the next step is the classic underdog comeback, face-slapping revenge on my way to the top. But little did I know, there was a fourth possibility, a god of chaos. An existence so far beyond me that just a flick of its finger could crush me completely. If it weren't for the intervention of the dormant deity in the trial grounds, the grass on my grave would already be meters tall. Right now, the god of wind was still attacking relentlessly, turning the little building I was hiding in into Swiss cheese. In his mind, however, doubt was swirling like a storm. What's going on? How does he know magic? And it's not low level, either. Didn't that esteemed one say he was just an ordinary mortal? Could the intel have been wrong? Still, defying that person's orders was not an option, especially with their promise. As long as he kills this human mage, they would help him break through as a god of magic, stepping into the divine realm he's dreamed of his whole life. Otherwise, would he risk his life for the measly rewards offered by that petty space archmage? Fat chance. The god of wind used his mental force to communicate with the mirror-like artifact hanging around his neck. The surface of the mirror lit up quickly, revealing the image of a man clad entirely in a dark robe. Master, may I confirm, is this truly the target? He doesn't fully match the criteria you mentioned. The wind god transmitted his message carefully. The strength of the higher existence he was speaking to far surpassed anything he could comprehend, leaving him no room for disobedience. Doesn't match? In what way? Time in that world has already been accelerated. His soul is the only thing that could have crossed over. What could he possibly do? The chilling response was accompanied by a slight scoff. Just then, outside the trembling building, the wind god voiced a sneering epiphany. So that's it, the essence pearl of the mermaids. My heart skipped a beat. This archmage had figured it all out. My source of power, Sophia's secret, even what the old city lord had been scheming for all this time. Let's see how long you can hide. The wind blades came down in torrents. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Like a relentless automatic gun, the attacks pounded against the small building I was sheltering in. The walls shook, white dust and debris falling from the ceiling like rain, as the entire structure groaned under the strain. In the distance, tears welled up in Sophia's eyes. She tried several times to bolt toward the chaos, only to have Hella yank her back. That guy is the man you're so wrapped up about, Hella demanded, casually summoning icicles to disrupt the spatial barriers around them while keeping an eye on the battlefield. Yeah, his name's Chun Ming, Sophia murmured, her fists clenched tightly. With each wind blade the god hurled, her eyelashes quivered, as if the blows were falling not on the building but on her heart. He's not much to look at, Hella said indifferently. But at least he's got guts. Breaking my crystal to save you means he's not entirely useless. Meanwhile, I was plastered flat against a wall, miserable and overwhelmed. The ground felt like it was shifting beneath me. If this kept up, I wouldn't need to worry about getting sliced by wind blades. The collapsing building alone could bury me alive. I was just a magic archmage. How was I supposed to survive going toe-to-toe with a seasoned legendary magic god? Sophia might have barely managed to deflect one wind blade at full power, but I wouldn't last 3 seconds in her place. I let out a long sigh. This is a no-win scenario. Is this it for me? Then it struck me. Wasn't the option to respawn a given at the start of this dungeon? The fleeting comfort of that thought vanished as a chill shot down my spine. If respawning were possible, why was the wind god so hell-bent on ensuring I didn't make it out alive? Everything felt off. Just as the situation was teetering on hopelessness, an unexpected opportunity arose. Wind god, have you lost your mind? Get over here and deal with the mother and daughter. My spatial lock won't hold much longer. The voice of the old city lord cracked with desperation. Without bothering to look back, the wind god barked lazily. What's your rush? Can't you see I'm in the middle of something? Let me finish up with this kid first. The city lord's face darkened instantly, fuming, but he swallowed his anger. He had sacrificed a lifetime's worth of wealth to hire these 2 magic gods. Wind god, if you help capture those 2, I'll personally order the guards of Treeheart City to bring this boy to you on a silver platter. How about that? A chuckle slipped out of the wind god. What? I don't have hands of my own. I need some mortal foot soldiers to do the job for me. Get off my back, or I'll come for you next. Killing me was more important to him than if the heavens were falling. There was no way he was going to take orders from a measly space archmage. The city lord's expression shifted from pale to livid. If he'd been able to take action himself, he wouldn't have needed to hire anyone in the first place. At least the thunder magic god was sticking to the script, throwing bolts of lightning at Hela, each attack thwarted by Sophia's ever-thickening ice walls. But every crack running down the spatial barrier drew the city lord closer to his breaking point. Finally, his frustration boiled over. Wind God, are you looking to make an enemy out of all Treeheart City? The way he shifted from I to Treeheart City revealed just how desperate he had become. The stakes had escalated from personal vengeance to an all-out conflict between two forces. What's that supposed to mean? The wind god sneered. You think I don't know the little girl's essence pearl is gone? Why are you keeping the barrier up then? The city lord froze, his spatial lock trembling. What did you just say? Don't believe me? Haven't you noticed? The magic that kid inside is using is identical to that mother and daughter duo. The origin pearl, it's long been in his possession. A mouthful of blood erupted as the old city lord staggered back. In an instant, he seemed to age 20 years. His hair turned ghostly white, and deep wrinkles carved themselves into his once dignified face. Impossible, no. How could this happen? His voice trembled as he shakily pulled out a compass, his weathered fingers gripping it tightly as he stared at the spinning needle in desperation. He willed it to point at Sophia, but the needle spun and spun, endlessly, never settling. The purpose of this compass was singular, to locate the origin pearl of the merfolk. An endlessly spinning needle could only mean one thing. There was no longer a complete origin pearl in this world. Why no and oh? To anyone else, it would just be the loss of a mystical item. But to the old city lord, whose remaining lifespan hung by a thread, it was a death sentence. Die? I want all of you to die, he screeched like a man possessed. He had lost all reason. Spatial collapse. The sky above Treeheart City shattered like a fragile mirror struck by a hammer. Crash. Centered on the wind god, the collapsing space devoured half the sky above the city. You've lost your damn mind. Why are you attacking me? The wind god roared, caught entirely off guard. The old madman wasn't attacking himself, nor the merfolk, but him. Space magic was silent and swift. The wind god barely managed to encase his legs in wind elements and narrowly avoided what would have been a fatal strike. The thunder god wasn't as fortunate. A massive black void of space engulfed him in the blink of an eye. He attempted to escape through lightning speed, but it was too late. A thunderous explosion crackled as a lightning ball tore through the sky. Moments later, a battered figure landed on the ground, wreathed in blood, the thunder god, gravely injured. Cough, cough. Blood dripped from the corner of his lips. I seized the moment while the sky darkened to dart into another building, using its shadows as cover. There was no time to pause. I was running like a madman, heading straight for the outskirts of the city. The old city lord's fury turned inward, locking onto the wind god. They fought fiercely, yet the wind god kept evading without ever retaliating. Not out of mercy, but because, in his eyes, I was the priority. To kill me meant achieving godhood. The crazed old city lord was the perfect testament to how rare this opportunity was. Chen Ming, brother. Sophia's tearful voice rang out, and before I knew it, she had reached my side in just 2 breaths. Tears welled up in her eyes when she saw the dried blood on my temple. Stop wasting time. Hela's sharp voice barked. Is now really the time to get all lovey-dovey? Sophia grabbed my hand, ready to dart toward the spatial portal ahead. But that very scene, the two of us fleeing together, caught the eyes of both the wind god and the old city lord. Stop! Don't you dare leave. The wind god's panic was palpable. He knew the key task item was with Hela. If I managed to escape, I might leave this world entirely. His dream of reaching godhood would vanish with me. Meanwhile, the old city lord's cloudy eyes grew darker. Those wrinkles lining his face deepened, and his body, already frail, seemed to decay further in real time. In less than a minute, he aged decades. What appeared to be a man in his 60s now looked to be a man teetering on 90. You think you can leave? He raised his staff shakily, his voice slow but seething with fury. Spatial lock. The once clear skies dimmed abruptly, though no dark clouds formed. It felt as if an unseen shade was covering the heavens. Hela's face twisted in alarm. Her voice broke in a desperate cry. Move. Go now. Her shimmering scales shifted colors, from a deep blue to a blazing red. as her magic burst forth, spiraling out of her. Abyssal Dominion. A sphere of deep ocean blue magic expanded outward, radiating from her like a balloon inflating too fast to contain. Sophia shoved me ahead. She was planning to take the brunt of the magic herself again. Sophia, I said, reaching out to pull her into an embrace. We go together, or we stay together. You're not carrying this on your own. The brief, warm moment shattered as Hellas' domain collided with the spatial lock. Two titanic forces of magic grappled above the city, tearing reality apart. We were so close to stepping into the blue, protective barrier. But the wind god was lying in wait. Hurricane Rend. He struck at the precise moment. A spiraling cyclone exploded into existence, violently severing the space between us and Hellas' protective magic. Sophia's reflexes saved us. She yanked me back before the storm could rip us apart. But just as quickly, the last chance at escape fizzled out. Hellas' panic was written across her face. Her red-scaled aura burned brighter, channeling even more magic as she doubled down against the spatial lock. But the wind god wasn't letting up. His staff carved through the air, feeding enormous torrents of magic into the cyclone. What had started as a small spire now churned into a column of wind so gargantuan it blotted out the sky. Our path forward was ruined. All the frustration, the anger surged within me. I had been playing defense for far too long. Hell with this. If I'm dead anyway, I'm taking someone with me. You think I don't have a spine? Fine, let me show you. I spat. I conjured an icy, glowing longsword in one hand and a frost-blue dagger in the other. As pure magic coursed through my veins, I began inscribing runes along the blade's edge. No tools, no proper smelting station, just my sheer understanding of forging and my expertise in weapon inscriptions, something unique to me, something this world had never seen before. Boom. Thunder rumbled across the horizon as the runes embedded themselves into the sword. The universe seemed to rebel against the monstrosity I was creating. But this time the runes didn't fight me. Instead, they sprang to life with smooth, flowing precision, as if they themselves wanted to be carved. 2 breaths later, the final stroke was complete. The frost-blue longsword exploded in brilliance, radiating an intimidating violet light. I turned to Sophia with a fierce look, ready to make my final stand. Eyes narrowed. I let out a sharp cry. Lend me your magic now. She didn't understand what I was planning, but she didn't hesitate. Without reservation, she channeled all her magic into me. If I die today, at least I'm taking you 2 bastards with me. Take this, Ice Storm. With Sophia's magic supporting me, it was as if I carried a spring of magic on my back. As my own reserves drained dry, her magic surged in, replenishing me. This cycle repeated 6 times. This spell, it devoured 6 times my normal magic reserves. Even Sophia, a legendary mage herself, was nearly drained and left with just enough to keep us airborne. I raised my violet, frost-forged longsword and pointed it directly at the old city lord and the wind god. Rumbling echoed above, thunder cracked violently. Black clouds churned out of nowhere, rolling across the sky. A forbidden spell, uttered the thunder god mage, lingering at the edge of the battlefield. He stared at the swirling clouds overhead, his pupils twitching as he leapt back in panic. Madness. Absolute insanity. A bunch of lunatics. Even for him, it was the first time witnessing a forbidden spell. Across the heart of the tree city, anyone who could still move scrambled desperately to flee. How does he know a forbidden spell? How is that even possible? The wind god growled, his face contorting as he gazed at the blackened sky. The old city lord's hand on his staff trembled uncontrollably. Forbidden spell? This kid actually knows a water element forbidden spell? How can that be? In the magical realm, forbidden spells were unprecedentedly rare, taboo knowledge that only a select few archmages had mastered. They were weapons of unmitigated destruction, a literal sword of Damocles, hanging over the heads of their adversaries. But mine, this ice storm, was already complete. Die, I warred. The black clouds split apart forcefully, revealing a massive iceberg plunging from their depths, trailing a torrential cascade of razor-sharp ice shards. The iceberg itself hadn't yet landed, but even the pressure radiating from it flattened buildings across the cityscape. The 2 archmages could only steel themselves and endure as much as possible. Escape was on their minds. But how could they abandon their pursuit with divinity within reach? As for the old city lord, he was already dying. If he didn't die in this battle, he wouldn't last another 3 days. So why not drag someone else down with him? The wind god, seeing the crushing iceberg descending closer, was at his limit. He was just about to disengage and flee when a moment of weakness struck both Sophia and me. Our forms flickered, nearly succumbing to the wear. Giving up already? The wind god's face lit up with premature victory, relief washing over him. Our faces were ghastly pale, like husks on the verge of collapse. Huh, I knew it. A mage and a legendary, one at that. Teaming up and thinking they could cast a forbidden spell? Impossible. Hela interrupted him by charging forward, her movements unrelenting, her body braving the frozen space in defiance. She reached out and injected Sophia with her own magic reserves. The price? A triple taxation on her energy due to the strain of proximity-based transfer. Hold the line. With support from this water archmage, a second iceberg manifested, then a third. The heart of the tree city was now blanketed beneath a realm of crushing ice. You two old fools had your fun earlier, didn't you? Now it's your turn to feel what it's like on the receiving end. I barked. Gripping my icy sword with both hands, I drove it into the ground with savage force. Boom, boom. The magic surged through me into the clouds, unleashing a destructive rainstorm of icebergs, as if meteors rained upon the earth. At first, the two ancient mages tried to weather the barrage, but as the downpour persisted, sweat stood out on their furrowed brows. Before the bergs even landed, the destructive pressure alone had flattened buildings and crushed the city into ruins. Those unfortunate enough to remain in the city weren't given time to scream before being obliterated. Yet, the truly deadly aspect wasn't simply the falling icebergs but the smaller, unassuming ice shards accompanying them. Upon impact, they splintered outward. Anything they touched froze solid instantly, becoming deathly ice sculptures. This spell wasn't just an amplification of raw power. It was an evolution inspired by the meteor shower spell. Back when I'd spammed attack spells during my grind, reciting incantations meant little more than a mechanical gesture. Just a flick of the wrist and poof. No understanding. But being thrust into the jaws of this dungeon changed everything. They weren't mere chants. They were the building blocks for hurting magic itself. One realization bloomed into another, like branches from the same tree. And here it was. The meteor shower reimagined in the horrifying form of water-based destruction. Snow, sleet, and the frozen apocalypse. Not to forget the weapon in my hand. The violet sword was no ordinary conjuration made of ice. Runes engraved upon its surface weaved in elemental harmony. Its structure was unified, unbreakable, and far beyond mundane steel. The iceberg shattered indiscriminately, falling heavier and faster. The wind god and the old city lord were gone. No trace left amidst the ruin. The wind god tried to tough it out for a brief moment before panicking. He turned tail to fly, only to be yanked back by the old city lord's desperate spatial tether, a cage meant to trap them both. "Nobody leaves today," screamed the old city lord, his teeth gnashing. Being held immobile, the wind god spat blood between cursing insults. "Damn you, you decrepit fool. You want death. Don't drag me down with you." Their muffled roars and chaotic clash echoed faintly beneath us as I exchanged glances with Hela and Sophia. We shared a quiet certainty. We were spent, down to the marrow exhausted. The forbidden spell, its power was undeniable, but the toll it took was equally monstrous. Even Hela, a legendary water mage, was wrung dry within moments. Few precious breaths and her magic reserves were annihilated. Had those two old dogs lasted another second longer, the outcome would have been profoundly different. We would have lost. "Let's go." Hela grabbed both Sophia and me urgently and sped toward the portal. If we reached that portal, if we got out of this place, we'd survive. Staring at the spatial gateway, something gnawed at me, a whisper teetering on the edge of recollection. Something critical. What was I forgetting? "Chun Ming, hurry." Sophia's warm hand slipped into mine. Her voice cut through my haze. The hesitation dispersed. "All right, if I can't remember, then I won't bother trying." Just as we stepped into the corridor, a furious roar erupted above us. "I told you, no one leaves today." Before the words even finished, A massive spatial vortex tore open in an instant. The people, the corridor, everything was sucked inside. That old bastard of a lord had gone all in. He was hell-bent on taking someone down with him. You decrepit fool, it's do or die now. Hela flung her staff with full force. The staff expanded wildly in midair, forcing the space around it to hold and stabilizing the teleportation corridor. Go. Now. She shoved Sophia and me toward the entrance. I knew this wasn't the time to hesitate or overthink. Grabbing Sophia's hand, I took a firm step into the corridor. Mom, hurry, come on. The moment someone enters, the portal starts to collapse. Miss this moment, and you'd be trapped here forever. Seeing her daughter safely step into the passageway, Hela let out a small sigh of relief. With a sharp pull of her bow, volleys of arrows rained from the sky, centered on the two old enemies. Only after unleashing her attack did she finally turn and step into the portal. The last burst of magic drained every ounce of energy she had left. As she entered, she motioned her hand, recalling the now shrunken staff back into her grip just before the entrance narrowed to a faint pinhole and began to vanish altogether. The three of us thought we had made it out, finally free. But the feuding pair of old enemies struck simultaneously, targeting the corridor. Watch out, Mom! Sophia, boom. A deep green arrow shot through the air. Hela blocked it head-on with her staff. The terrifying impact of magical power clashing caused the corridor itself to shake violently. Crack! The staff snapped into two pieces. That was the legendary Helaral staff. Her face turned ghostly pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. But it wasn't over yet. The real killing blow came next. A massive silver spear of light, fast as lightning. Though the portal was nearly gone, the spear pierced through space itself and charged straight in. Boom. The explosion sent massive sections of the teleport space crumbling in on itself. Mom, Brother Chun, Sophia, the violent spatial turbulence tossed us around like rags in a storm. With Sophia's and my levels, getting caught in it would mean certain death, shredded to pieces by the raging currents. Brother Chun, hold on to me. Just as I was about to be sucked away, Sophia gritted her teeth, clinging to me with all her strength. But at this rate, she was only dragging herself down with me. No matter how hard she tried to hold on, it was only a matter of time. Hela saw everything. She finally realized why that decrepit old man had waited so long to strike. This was his plan all along. That silver spear wasn't meant to kill. It was meant to shatter the corridor and hurl us all into the chaotic spatial void. Two birds with one stone. He could eliminate us while shattering Wind God's ambitions. Hela watched as her daughter's delicate hand was torn and bloodied by the currents, but still refused to let go. She knew the old bastard's scheme had succeeded. And I? From the very first moment of the collapse, I had already been swallowed into the void. My entire body was battered and bruised, but fortunately, none of the injuries were fatal, mere flesh wounds. I was on the verge of giving up, about to tell Sophia to let go, when suddenly, a thunderous voice exploded in my mind. Boy, if you dare to fail my daughter, I'll haunt you even if I become a ghost. The moment the words finished, an immense force yanked me back into the corridor. The shattered space was now wrapped in a faint blue barrier, the furious chaos of the void unable to touch it. What's going on? Before I could come to my senses, I felt Sophia trembling violently in my arms. What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? I stared at her, anxious, but tears streamed down from her eyes like broken pearls, her soft voice repeating over and over, Mom, please, Mom, don't. That's when I noticed it. Hela's body was fading, little by little. My heart sank inexplicably. Don't cry, silly girl. We all have our time. My only regret? Not getting to hold my granddaughter. Hela looked fondly at her daughter, her eyes filled with reluctant love. Then she turned her gaze to me. Boy, I don't know what trick you used to deceive my daughter, but I was this close to killing you myself. Based on your earlier actions, I'll let you live. She paused, pulling out a pitch-black pearl from her pocket. Eat it. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed it and swallowed it whole. Sophia was shocked at first, but as soon as she saw the pearl, her pale face flushed red. Not even a single question? What if there's something wrong with it? Hela seemed genuinely surprised. If you wanted me dead, you wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. A flick of your hand would do the trick. I replied without hesitation. She nodded. That was a pearl of devotion. A mermaid can only create one in her lifetime. The one who swallows it. We, the mermaid who formed it, can always sense their true feelings and locate them no matter where they are. The pearl you just consumed, it's one Sophia crafted herself. If you ever betray her, even if you hide at the ends of the earth, she'll find you and rip you apart. I lowered my gaze to Sophia, still trembling in my arms. A hint of guilt flashed through my heart. Little girl, I never wanted to hurt you. But I am human, and you are part of this world. Once the mission is complete and I obtain your mother's tear, I have to leave. Forget about me. The moment I swallowed the pearl of true love, every thought in my mind would flow clearly into hers. Not a single word left unspoken. That sentence echoed vividly in Sophia's mind. She heard it, every single word. Sophia didn't dare meet my eyes. She acted unfazed, but the tears wouldn't stop no matter how hard she tried. From the very first moment she saw me, she knew I had someone else in my heart. She knew I didn't love her, but she still fell for me, hopelessly and helplessly. Seeing me strive to become a mage, constantly bullied and humiliated, that pain cut her deeper than death. When it came time to extract the core pearl, she didn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. Not even as her power plummeted or as the excruciating pain spread through her body like her very bones were being shattered. She didn't care. She was happy, just to help me. She once scoffed at the idea of love at first sight, calling it juvenile nonsense. But that day, on the beach, when she watched me lift the sealed object and smash it with everything I had, from that moment on, she believed. Hella, however, did not know the depths of her daughter's suffering. She assumed Sophia's tears flowed for her own impending demise. If Hella had known the truth, she would probably have struck me down without hesitation. Daughter, the rest of the journey is for you to walk on your own now. Take care of yourself, my child. Hella's body grew fainter and fainter, melting into the surroundings until she was almost completely gone. I stared at her face, refusing to blink, determined to catch even a single tear the moment it fell. This was my task. I couldn't fail. No, mother, don't leave me. Please, I don't want you to go. Sophia cried out, throwing herself toward the transparent figure of her mother, her heart breaking apart. Hella had sacrificed herself for us, burning her very essence, using the last of her power to shield us from the spatial storm and safely transport us out. This was the final act a mother could do to protect her daughter. Oh, my silly girl, why are you crying? Seeing you safe and sound is all I could ever want, Hella said, her voice warm and loving, a mother's gentle smile etched on her face. It pained me, deeply, yet I didn't have time to waste. Her time was running out. I opened my mouth several times to speak, but the words got caught in my throat. Is it too heartless of me to ask her for something at a time like this? My mind was a war of conflicting voices, and, as always, every single thought was delivered directly into Sophia's mind. Mother, Sophia paused, as if she wanted to help me. But before she could speak, Hella stepped closer, taking her hand in hers. Daughter, how fleeting time is. It seems we've come to the inevitable goodbye, far too soon. It was only then I realized the silver passage around us had melted away. We stood now on a beach, with endless blue waves crashing under a vast sky. The roaring of the sea sounded almost like eternal, sorrowful farewells, a tribute, perhaps, to Hella's fading presence. Mother, no, please no, Sophia screamed, breaking free from my arms and rushing toward her mother. But life is as fleeting as sand slipping through one's fingers. The tighter you try to hold it, the faster it escapes. She collided with nothingness. Hella's fading form shimmered silver as Sophia fell to her knees on the sand. Don't, please no, don't leave me, mother. I watched as Hella's body shattered like a fragile mirror breaking into 1,000 tiny fragments, scattering into the air and vanishing. Sophia tried desperately to hold her back, but it was as though Hella now existed on another plane, unreachable, untouchable. Her figure melted away like snow under a blazing sun, until only the faintest trace of her remained. Finally, as the last wisp of her figure faded, a pale blue light began to glow where she had stood. Floating there in the air was a gem, no bigger than an egg and deep ocean blue, its surface etched with strange, ethereal patterns. It was shaped like a teardrop. As the blue light flickered, the sea itself mourned. Sharp, ear-piercing cries filled the air, the calls of countless dolphins. Sharks, whales, and other marine creatures surfaced, one by one, each saying farewell in their own way to this spirit of the sea. The gem, a crystalline blue tear, seemed to move of its own will, drifting toward me. My hand, almost instinctively, reached out to catch it. The moment I touched it, a notification sounded in my mind. Mission item acquired. Mermaid's tear. I stood there frozen, my heart heavy with unease. It felt wrong. This wasn't just any tear. I'd watched it being born. And as I cradled it in my hand, I understood something deeply unsettling. This wasn't a tear at all. It was her heart. The so-called mermaid's tear was, in truth, the very essence of Hellas being. Her heart. And I was going to use it, not to honor her sacrifice, but to cure Tina's blindness. At this moment, the debt I owed to Sophia and her mother had grown immeasurable. Tina, I suddenly remembered. Tina's still in Arborheart City. I had left her behind in the hotel. A blind girl, helpless on her own, abandoned in a city that had just suffered a full-scale assault. The hotel might not even still be standing. If something happened to her, I wouldn't just owe Arthur an explanation. This would haunt me for the rest of my life. Panic seized me. Without another thought, I stood and prepared to leave. But Sophia grabbed my arm, holding on to me with everything she had. Husband, please don't go. I've already lost my mother. I can't lose you too. I beg you. Please. Her tear-filled gaze pierced my heart, her hands clinging so tightly, as if letting go meant losing me forever. I hesitated. Something inside twisted painfully, tearing me apart. All right, I whispered softly. I won't leave. I pulled her into my arms, holding her tight. As for Hella's heart, no one mentioned it again. This beach, as it turned out, wasn't far from Sophia's home. Perhaps Hella had chosen this as our destination from the very beginning. Her mood had been fragile, so for the next few days, I refrained from mentioning Treeheart City at all. Still, inside, I was more anxious than anyone. That day, as usual, I caught a few fish and planned to make her some fish soup. After days and nights of trying to comfort her, she was finally showing signs of improvement. As I placed the bowl of soup on the table, she stared at it absent-mindedly. Don't zone out. Eat while it's hot. I lightly tapped her on the head. She suddenly looked up at me and asked a seemingly random question. Husband, will you ever forget me? I smiled indulgently at her. Silly girl, what kind of question is that? You're my wife. How could I forget you? But she responded softly. Go and find Tina. Her words caught me off guard. The past few days, you've taken such good care of me, and I'm much better now. She paused, her expression unwavering. Tina is your sister. If anything were to happen to her, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself either. Go find her. Hearing this made my impatient heart suddenly hesitate. I knew the truth. Once I returned to Treeheart City, I might never come back here again. Silly girl, if I go you. I wanted to tell her the reality of the situation, to try and let her know she shouldn't wait for me. But before I could finish my sentence, a delicate fragrance reached me, and suddenly, everything went dark. She kissed me. I licked my lips, savoring the remaining warmth of the kiss. Yet no matter how much I tried to cherish it, there was a trace of bitterness in it that lingered. You should go. Don't worry about coming back. I'll come and find you instead. She said this while facing away from me. What I couldn't see was that her tears were streaming down her face. Silly husband, did you forget the power of the true love jewel? I know everything that's in your heart. I don't really understand these words you keep saying like mission or why you have to leave. But no matter how far, no matter how hard, I will find you. So, I'll be going then. As I stared at her trembling back, I clenched my teeth and turned away. At the door, I hesitated again. This sword, it's been tempered with special markings, immune to rust and decay. I'll leave it with you, as a keepsake. I placed the frost-forged sword from Treeheart City by the door and walked away without looking back. Behind me, her footsteps grew faint. She couldn't stop herself from chasing to the doorway. Hugging the frozen sword tightly to her chest, she held it as though it was me she was holding, not the blade. Never thought Treeheart City would be so far away. Inside the magic beast forest, I sat down next to my campfire, roasting some freshly hunted rabbit-shaped magical beast. The meat was tender, juicy, and with just a sprinkle of salt, It tasted as exquisite as a meal prepared by a five-star chef. It had been 2 days since I left Sophia's home. Even traveling nonstop, the city was still nowhere in sight. Tina had already been waiting alone at the inn for a full 10 days now. The room bill must have expired 2 days ago. I couldn't imagine how she was surviving. I could only hope she was okay. After hastily filling my stomach, I immediately got back on the road. The sooner I arrived, the less time she'd have to endure this. But I underestimated the distance and overestimated my stamina. Day and night on the move, it wasn't until the third day that Treeheart City finally appeared on the horizon. What I saw crushed me. The city I remembered, once a grand and resplendent haven, was now reduced to utter ruin. Broken walls and desolation stretched as far as the eye could see. The city had been nearly leveled to the ground. My heart sank, and without delay, I headed straight for the inn. When I reached its location only to find a pile of debris, my palms started sweating from the panic. She'll be fine. That little girl's tough. She has to be okay. I mumbled reassurances to myself as I forced my trembling legs to move forward. Fear, regret, guilt, and confusion all churned within me. If Tina was gone, it would mean my mission had failed completely. Whether I'd survive, whether I could ever return, none of it was certain anymore. Straightening myself, I began combing through the vicinity of the inn's wreckage, circling it multiple times. I saw several figures moving amidst the destruction, former city guards and local villagers. Yet their faces were pale, and their eyes hollow, moving like soulless husks shambling aimlessly. I stopped a nearby guard and was about to speak when he stared blankly back at me, muttering on repeat, "Dead, dead. Everyone's dead." Letting him go, I questioned a few of the villagers, yet all answers were equally hopeless. Desperate, I resorted to scouring the debris myself. Luck was on my side. After shifting just 2 slabs of rubble, I uncovered a young woman wearing the inn's uniform. "Where's everyone else from the inn?" I asked her immediately, desperation tinging my voice. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Dead, they're all dead. Anyone who survived ran away." She cried loudly, despair etched into every word she said. The forbidden curse, it was horrifying. Against something like that, we were powerless. An icy mountain crushed the inn in mere seconds. So many barely escaped and thought they'd survived, but that was only the beginning of the nightmare. She shivered as she spoke. Those ice spikes, they came raining down. Hiding indoors didn't make a difference. So many were pierced through, even through walls. The next moment, frozen solid into statues. Her voice trembled even more. That person was a monster, a devil without mercy. Demon. My face froze. It finally hit me. Everything that happened in Treeheart City was all because of me. And from what she said, there was a good chance Tina had died in that forbidden spell too. In that instant, a deep loathing for magic consumed me. I stared down at my trembling hands, as if they were drenched in blood. Over and over, I repeated to myself, "This is a world I have to see through to the end. I have no choice." When the forbidden spell finally dissipated, I thought it was over. Who'd have thought? Something clawed out from the earth, a wind god. He went mad, killing everyone in sight, not caring if they were civilians. So many of my sisters, they were sliced clean in half by his wind blades. Her sobbing tore through me, fists clenched tightly in fear. Guilt kept me from interrupting her. I only spoke once she finished, her voice hoarse from crying. "The blind girl staying in your hotel, do you know where she is now?" She looked at me blankly and shook her head. "I don't. She's dead. They're all dead." I knew I could press no further, so I stood up to leave. But as I turned, a faint ripple came from the ground below. I couldn't explain why, but there was a strange familiarity to it. Confusion tugged at me. Where did this ripple come from? Why now? Tina was an ordinary person. She shouldn't cause any magical disturbances, which meant whoever, or whatever, was below wasn't my little sister. I almost walked away. Finding Tina was the priority. Yet, the image of that crystal ball back in the hotel, the one I had shattered, flashed through my mind. At that time, it felt just like this, didn't it? The words escaped before I realized it. Even I was stunned. Could it be? Was Tina a mage too? Whether or not it was her down there, I had to dig. Calling forth my magic, I formed an ice pick in my palm. Small rubble turned to powder with a wave of my hand. Larger stones, I pried apart with the pick. No way could I risk smashing through with ice magic. I couldn't take a chance on hurting my sister. After 30 grueling minutes, a 5-meter deep pit lay before me. The ripple grew stronger and stronger. Please, God, don't let anything happen to her, I muttered under my breath. Finally, I uncovered a stone slab. A faint cough came from underneath. Cough, cough. My chest swelled with relief. Tina, is that you? It's me, your brother. I've come to save you. I worked even faster, tearing through the rock. Yes, it's me. Her voice was quiet and cold, but in my joy at finding her alive, I didn't notice that chill in her tone. After being buried for so long, weakness felt only natural. When I removed the final slab, I saw her. I leapt down immediately. Tina, it's me. Are you okay? From my bag, I pulled out the water I'd prepared earlier. She didn't speak. She just gripped my hand tightly, as though terrified I would vanish again. I had no idea that in her mind, another voice echoed softly. Now he comes? He didn't want to save you. If it weren't for his mission, he would have abandoned you ages ago. That's not true. My brother wouldn't. He's not your real brother. His name is Chun Ming, not Arthur. It was him, this man, that killed your brother. No, it's not like that. Watching her trembling hands, I pulled her into a tight embrace. Don't be scared. I'm here now. I promised you. I'd never abandon you. And I'll keep that promise. I gently patted her back. Why? Why did it take you so long to come? Her voice was cold, like ice. So different from the warmth she'd shown moments ago. I hesitated. Words failed me. What could I say? That I was busy spending time with your sister-in-law? But leaving a little girl alone for this long. I had to give her some kind of explanation. I went to get the tear of a mermaid to heal your eyes. That's why I was delayed. I thought she'd be touched. Instead, her reply left me at a loss. Oh, you couldn't wait to finish your mission, could you? Even now, the first thing on your mind is your task. Her words were practically an accusation. She'd already figured it out. She knew I wasn't Arthur. And honestly, that made sense. Brother and sister, bound together for so many years, would have built an unspoken connection. How could I, a stranger in her brother's body, possibly measure up? When did you realize? I asked, resigned. After all, I was just a passing visitor in this world. The moment you made fish soup for me. So early. Then, how did you know I came with a mission? Does that surprise you? My brother told me everything right after he made a deal with the man in the black robes. I even saw that man in my dreams. Her words hit a nerve. A man in black robes? Who's that? You haven't met him? He didn't give you this mission? Now it was Tina's turn to look surprised. Her eyes burned with suspicion. Could it be that this black-robed man and I were enemies? I fell deep into thought. This mysterious figure, ever since I entered this world, I had the nagging sense someone was targeting me. And after facing the wind god, that feeling only grew stronger. Crystal clear, I originally thought he was here for the same mission as me. But now it seems unlikely. When I accepted the task, there weren't any mysterious figures in black robes. Could the one who's been trying to kill me all along be this black-robed guy? Everything points to him, but I don't even know who he is. Why is he targeting me? I can't figure it out, so I decided to stop trying. I pulled out the tear of Hela. This thing, how am I supposed to use it? Staring at the shimmering mermaid's tear in my palm, I was stumped. This damned quest had zero clues, only trial and error. Just as I was racking my brain, Tina's hand brushed against it by chance. In the next instant, the tear burst with an incredible, luminous blue light. The whole Heartwood city transformed, as if submerged into the depths of the ocean, shrouded in a brilliant azure glow. That single tear dissolved into a wisp of blue light, embedding itself into Tina's forehead. And just like that, the overwhelming radiance vanished in a blink. Tina's body, almost ethereal, began to float off the ground as though something unseen was lifting her. Water elements from all directions flowed toward her, enveloping her in layer upon layer until she was wrapped within a deep, sapphire cocoon. I stood there, anticipating the moment she'd break free like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, when suddenly a countdown flashed in my mind. Job advancement instance. Tear of Helal, Hell mode, complete. Forced exit in 10 seconds. 10, 9. Wait, hold on. I haven't even given her the living expenses I saved up for her. 2, 1. Swoosh. Thud. There was a faint sound of someone collapsing. When I opened my eyes again, I was back under the starlit sky where I'd first taken on this mission. The first thing I did? I checked my wristband. What? Not even a single message. I expected my wife's text to have been flooding the screen by now. Turned out, empty. But then my eyes landed on the date, and I froze. What the hell? I was in that instance for over a month. But here, only 2 hours passed. In that moment when my soul departed, back in the magical world, in the Heartwood City, the sapphire cocoon suspended in the air had become an anomaly, drawing countless gazes. The citizens, busy rebuilding, instinctively froze as they looked up. Curiosity lingered only for a heartbeat, for the sky suddenly darkened without warning. It wasn't a typical sunset descent. It was as if an overwhelming force had blotted out the very sun. Within 2 breaths' time, the entire area sank into total darkness, an oppressive black shrouding everything for dozens of miles around. What's happening? Why is it so dark? No, it's not darkness. It's the presence of dark magic. An elderly mage in a tattered robe clenched his staff, his trembling voice breaking through the heavy silence. Someone's awakened dark magic. The 4 words struck like thunder. Faces across the city paled in unison. In this world, dark magic was more terrifying than any catastrophic spell. It signified malevolence, bloodshed, mass slaughter. Any wielder of such magic was marked for death, hunted endlessly. Above the Heartwood City, as the black shroud grew thicker, the luminous blue cocoon around Tina began to crack, bit by bit, breaking apart along with the tattered dress she once wore. And at the very moment it shattered, torrents of dark energy surged toward her body in an unrelenting tide. Her power skyrocketed. Magic apprentice to novice mage, then adept mage, to archmage, to grandmaster mage, to legendary mage. Breaths in and out, she ascended a lifetime's worth of strength in flashes. The influx of dark energy finally ceased. Sunlight sliced through the remaining darkness, spilling back down upon the city below. As the light returned, several figures streaked through the sky, each one a legendary mage, drawn here to eradicate the newly awakened dark magic wielder. Now, strike before they stabilize. If we let them grow unchecked, the whole world will fall into ruin in just a few short years. Tina lifted her head, casting a cold, unamused smile at the figures hovering above. At that moment, she stood adorned in a black princess dress, with matching stockings and heels, radiating an aura of bone-chilling indifference. Tap, tap, tap. The echoes of her heels reverberated in the silence as she approached. As her gaze shifted, she spotted Arthur's lifeless body lying in the distance, a flicker of sheen crossing her eyes. She could sense it. That body was void of life. Quietly, she stepped closer, lifting him into her arms. She knew this was the ending all along. She'd braced herself countless times. But when it finally happened, every mental fortress she had feverishly constructed crumbled like a sandcastle swept away by the tide. Her trembling hands brushed away tears as she leapt into the air, disappearing from Heartwood City with her brother's body. A remote coastal fishing village. A breathtaking woman materialized out of nowhere, cradling a pale, lifeless young man in her arms. "Brother, we're going home." No one would ever connect the stunning enchantress standing there now with the sickly, scrawny girl from before. Her radiant beauty was eclipsed only by the icy aloofness etched across her features. Back at the humble cave she'd called home for so many years, she took in every detail for the first time, truly seeing it. Her fingers brushed across familiar objects as fragments from old memories replayed vividly in her mind. She laid him in the spot where she used to sleep. With a single wave of her hand, the cave collapsed into rubble, the place where they'd spent years surviving reduced to nothing but ruins. Her brother was gone. So was the home. There was no longer any reason for this place to exist. Casting one final glance back, her voice dropped to a chilling whisper that could shear through frost. "Chenming, I'll find you. And for what you've done, you'll answer with your life." Amid the starry expanse of the cosmos. "You're back so soon? Did you fail the mission?" A cold voice echoed in my mind. Before I could respond, a divine statue suddenly appeared in the starry sky above. "A statue? You succeeded? How is that even possible?" The voice sounded again, laced with disbelief. I didn't bother to reply. Completing the mission was my priority. Subclass quest. Hellas Tears, Hell Mode, completed. As the first human to clear a second advancement Hell level dungeon, you have been awarded the exclusive reward, Lucky Halo. Hmm? Another Lucky Halo? I already have one. A disc-sized, glowing ring flew out from the chest of the statue, landing on my head. The previously hidden halo I had began to shimmer and reveal itself, as though it had met an old friend. The two halos greeted each other briefly, and then, astonishingly, the original one voluntarily merged into the new one. The color shifted from pure white to a deep crimson, with only the outer edge retaining its original hue. I finally thought to check the details. Lucky Halo LV2, unique luck plus 50. With this, luck won't abandon you. I couldn't help frowning. Besides the word unique, looking flashy, it doesn't seem all that powerful. Disappointment was inevitable. A 50-point boost to luck? What could that even accomplish? The rewards weren't done, though. As the halos fused, the divine statue's voice rang out again. Congratulations on completing your second advancement dungeon. Level cap raised to 75. Boom. As the voice faded, a warm sensation surged through me. My level started skyrocketing like a rocket launch. 51, 58, 65. It only stopped abruptly at 69. Exhaling a long breath, I clenched my fists, feeling the surging power inside me, and nodded in satisfaction. The feeling of getting stronger is unbeatable. This dungeon was completed in 36 minutes and 21 seconds. Reward: 2 S-rank treasure chests. 2 diamond-encrusted treasure chests landed in front of me. Without bothering to open them, I stored them directly into my inventory. Huh? Why are there 3? Inside my inventory, 3 S-rank treasure chests were sitting there. I smacked my forehead. I hadn't opened the one from earlier. With the last reward handed out, the second advancement mission officially wrapped up. As my figure dispersed into starlight, a fuzzy voice entered my ears. To think, the evil god accelerated this world's time flow just to hasten their plan. No wonder you cleared the trial in under 30 minutes. But even they never could have imagined that a mere trial participant hit a lucky halo, would they? When the halo atop my head reappeared, even she was stunned into silence. Evil god, knowing he carries a lucky halo, would you even dare confront him? So I've been in that magic world for over a month, while only half an hour passed in reality, all because of someone called the evil god. When I opened my eyes again, I was already standing in the job advancement hall. It was broad daylight, and there were plenty of others here to advance their classes. My sudden appearance drew glances, but they quickly looked away. People popping into this hall out of nowhere. Totally routine. The rewards had already been claimed back in the Starry Palace. So this time, I didn't cause an uproar across the 9 battle districts or attract a swarm of powerful elders scrambling to recruit me. I scanned the room, but didn't see her. She's still not done with her advancement. I walked to a quiet spot and waved my hand. A frosty, ice-crafted chair materialized in the air. I casually sat down as if I'd done this 1,000 times before. In the next second, I shot back up, staring at the chair in utter disbelief. I looked at my hands, then back at the chair. Waving again, I dissolved the chair into vapor. I repeated this 5 or 6 times before finally confirming it. Sophia's water element. I brought it back with me, but it wasn't listed as a reward upon completion. I had never awakened before. All my skills relied on points to forcibly activate them, making them the weakest within my level. If it weren't for consuming so many soul-splitting orbs, grinding monsters wouldn't have been that easy. But now, I could distinctly feel the water element energy coursing inside of me. Why is this happening? Awakening to the water element should have been cause for celebration. Yet my heart felt weighed down by a heavy stone. There was no one who could answer this question. Across the boundless universe floated an ethereal goddess. Her pink hair curled in soft waves, and her delicate features seemed sculpted by the finest artisan. Like a sleeping beauty, she lay serenely, drifting aimlessly. No one knew how long she had been there or where she was headed. The moment I summoned those water elements, her eyelashes fluttered like the gentle beat of a butterfly's wings. In the very next second, her eyes snapped open. The corners of her lips curled into a radiant smile, melting the icy void. It was like the warmth of spring breaking through after a relentless winter, dimming even the stars around her. Husband, I've finally found you. Just as her figure vanished, another figure in a luxurious princess-style gown appeared in the same spot. Huh, trying to trick me again? So you did have a way of finding him after all. With a huff, she chased after. Two figures, one ahead of the other, traversing countless realms, both heading toward the same direction. And I remained blissfully unaware. My debt collectors were already on their way. Crossing the entire universe, it found its way to me. But I'm still puzzled. Why am I attuned to water magic? This is a world where games and reality blend together. So, could the worlds I've been to also be real? The Goblin Kingdom, the colossal ancient corpse underground, and now this magical world. If they truly exist and aren't merely data, then a lot of unanswered questions begin to make sense. Intelligence can be fabricated, but emotions cannot. Whether it's the goblins or the magical beings, each character's joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness feel vividly real. Cold data could never replicate a soul. As soon as the thought formed, it took root in my heart. Husband, what are you daydreaming about? You completely zoned out. A soft, sugary voice pulled me back to reality. Wife, my eyes lit up when I saw her. I immediately pulled Lu Mingyao into a tight embrace, holding her as if to merge her into my very being. Honey, what's going on with you? Sensing my emotions, she gently patted my back. Even though we'd only been apart for a few hours, my reaction made it seem like we hadn't seen each other for months. Ahem, too many eyes here. Let's talk when we're home. I grabbed her hand and took off running toward our house. Lu Mingyao let me lead her, gazing at my profile with eyes so overflowing with bliss that they practically sparkled. Once we got home, I flung the door open, only exhaling a long breath of relief after I closed it behind us. It felt like shutting the door could somehow block out the tangled mess of thoughts swirling in my mind. Here, in our little haven, it's just the two of us. No third person. No lingering guilt towards Sophia. No uneasy pangs toward my wife. Seeing the weighed-down expression finally lift from my face, a flicker of suspicion flashed in Lu Mingyao's eyes. But she quickly let it go. She trusted in our love. Honey, seriously, what's going on? Looking into her concerned eyes, I came to a full realization. I had truly come back. Sophia, she's probably the woman I owe the most in my lifetime. But there's no going back now, nor any way to make amends. It's nothing. I just missed you. I murmured, lifting her off her feet and setting her down on the couch mid-yelp. By the way, did you complete your class advancement? I asked as I climbed onto the couch myself, yanking the blanket over the both of us. Of course, I drew normal difficulty. With the equipment you crafted, plus the soul shard and enchanted handbook, it was a breeze. She wasn't exaggerating. Once inside, her shots down the enemies one by one, never even giving them a chance to get close. Don't you shift the topic now? Just what were you going on about earlier? Spill it. She grabbed my ear in mock warning, but didn't use an ounce of force. I hadn't planned on hiding anything anyway. After all, at level 69 now, it would only be a matter of time before she noticed something strange about the level cap. Actually, as you went in to complete your class advancement quest, I also took on my second-tier quest. I gave her a high-level summary of what had happened in the magic realm, highlighting the peculiar difference in time flow. As for Sophia, I kept it brief, not adding a single extra word. To you, it was just a few hours apart, but for me, it felt like over a month since I last saw you. I wrapped my arms around her from behind, burying my face into the crook of her neck. Wife, your hair smells amazing. Honey, you're tickling my neck. She shivered as warm breaths brushed over her. Goosebumps rippled across her skin. Only your neck? I teased, staring at her with a mischievous glint in my eye. I need a shower. I've been sweating all day, Lu Mingyao said, feeling her chest loosen as my hand began wandering again. She shot up immediately, sensing my roving intentions. Little did she know, her words were music to my ears. Perfect. We'll shower together. Before another word, I scooped her up and headed straight for the bathroom. My little wife threw her arms around my neck, burying her flushed face into my chest. Her voice barely audible. Honey, not in the bathroom. Last time, my waist was sore for days. Her face was red to the tips of her ears. Well, that depends on how you behave this time. Bang. The bathroom door shut with a definitive click, locking the world outside and trapping all the rosy intimacy within. We entered at 5 in the afternoon, and the door didn't reopen until 9 at night. Lu Mingyao's cheeks were bright red, her whole body limp as she lay in my arms. The little twitches in her calves every so often gave away her exhaustion. Honey, please, I give up. I admit defeat. I'll never challenge you for dominance again, she pleaded, tracing circles on my chest with her fingers in surrender. It all started because she, having just hit her first tier advancement and feeling the physical enhancements, was determined to test her strength against mine. Whoever won would hold the reins in the future. The result was clear from her current puddle-like state. She had overestimated herself. But the overwhelming, floating on clouds sensation from earlier left her unable to stop herself from wanting more. Honey, are you a perpetual motion machine? She asked with a defeated yet dazed look. You rest. I'll cook dinner. My poor tired wife needed to be pampered. Besides, she could barely stand, let alone drag herself into the kitchen to make food. After all the activity, both of our stomachs were now completely empty. Within an hour, I laid our eyes on the mysterious black scroll held in her trembling hands. The air in the room seemed to thicken as an indescribable energy subtly emanated from the object. Is this good or bad? She whispered, her voice barely audible, as if she feared her words might awaken something she wasn't prepared for. I didn't reply immediately. Instead, I took a deep breath, my gaze fixed on the scroll. It's definitely not a white tier item. Look at that glow. It's something extraordinary. But what kind of extraordinary? That's the big question. Should we open it? Her eyes flickered with curiosity, but a hint of apprehension lingered in her tone. Not so fast. I placed a reassuring hand over hers, steadying both her heartbeat and my own rampant curiosity. High-tier items, especially ones as peculiar as this, can be unpredictable. Let's not rush. She nodded, swallowing hard, her grip loosening as if the weight of the mysterious find was transferring to me. You think it's dangerous? Maybe. Or maybe it's worth more than the 3 boxes combined. I forced a smile, trying to ease her tension. Either way, we'll handle it together. While I scrutinized the surface of the scroll for any visible runes or etchings, she leaned a little closer to me, her small hands clutching the edge of my shirt like a lifeline. It's weird, but I don't feel scared when I hold it, she said. It doesn't seem to want to hurt me. It's almost comforting. Her words lingered, a stark contrast to the ominous aura I felt from the scroll. Was she sensitive to something I couldn't perceive? Or was I overthinking it, letting my protective instincts take over? Whatever the case, a decision needed to be made. Let's keep this under wraps for now, I concluded, gently closing the box and sealing the scroll within. We don't know what we're dealing with yet, and I don't want to risk it until we're more prepared. Her relief was evident, though it didn't stop her from sneaking one last glance at the now-closed S-tier reward box. I guess even top-tier rewards can come with their own set of challenges. Exactly. I booped her nose playfully, earning a small laugh. And even if this turns out to be Pandora's box, your husband's got your back, okay? That's what matters. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she gave a small nod, her earlier concerns replaced by newfound trust. Okay. But, just so you know, no more teasing about opening the next chest. You're taking the lead on that one. Deal. I chuckled, wrapping my arm around her and pulling her close. Let's call it a night. We'll figure out the mystery of the scroll in the morning, or next week, or when we're 60. No rush. The tension in the room melted into a comforting warmth as we settled back onto the bed, the light-hearted banter returning. For now, the question of the enigmatic scroll could wait, safely nestled away in its box. Whatever secrets it held, whatever dangers or treasures awaited, I knew one thing for sure. Nothing mattered more than the person beside me. Seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Black light. What level is that? Isn't the Human Federation's gear supposed to come in blue, purple, orange, red, pink, and rainbow? When was black added to the lineup? Let's check the stats first. She pulled out her wristband and scanned. Devour. Each time you kill a monster higher in level than yourself, there's a 20% chance to randomly absorb one of the monster's attributes. Requirements to learn. None. We were calm until we reached the last 4 words. Then, neither of us could keep it together. Honey, am I seeing that right? It says requirements to learn. None. She trembled, her hands shaking uncontrollably. No requirements to learn. a phrase with staggering implications. It meant even ordinary people could master this. Essentially, it was something that could allow a mortal to defy fate and rewrite their destiny. Babe, this was made for you. Learn it, and it'll make up for the gap in attributes from not awakening. By holding back from leveling up, gradually accumulating points over time, just through raw stats alone, one could eventually slay gods. No, you should learn it. Infinite devouring. There won't be any barriers holding you back when it comes to switching jobs. Listen to your husband. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Just let me take a quick look at the scroll, and then it's yours to learn. Don't ask why, just trust me. I had skill points to spare. Using this scroll for myself would be an absolute waste. And a scroll without any job requirements? That was unheard of. She stared at me, torn, on the verge of speaking. She had already realized how broken this skill was. How could I not know? But still, I handed it over to her without hesitation. Honey, you, along with my grandmother and my mom, have been the kindest to me in my whole life. Tears filled her eyes as she threw herself into my arms. Why are you crying now? The warmth of her tears seeped into my chest. I gently held her by the shoulders, seeing her cry like a delicate flower battered by rain. I tried to soothe her. Silly girl, you're my wife. If I don't look after you, who will? Here, dry your tears. We'll be visiting your family in the morning. If they see you with swollen eyes, they'll think I bullied you. I wiped away the teardrops clinging to her lashes. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. She sniffled, pressing her face to my chest. At this moment, she felt like the luckiest woman in the world. Once she settled down, I carefully unfurled the scroll. My fingertips brushed into its dark aura. It turned out that earlier black light had been real. The script on the scroll was unlike any skill manual I'd ever seen before. At first glance, it looked almost like something out of a magic tome. This is way less cryptic than the hieroglyph-looking stuff in the usual skill books. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, I'd memorized several runes. I opened the system panel, and there it was in my skill list, Devour. But the plus sign next to it was grayed out. Even though I still had 6 unused skill points left, why couldn't I level it up? One glance at the prompt and my jaw almost hit the floor. 15 skill points? It was gonna bleed me dry. Holding my back, I finally understood the feeling of being overambitious but underprepared. Oh well, I'd have to save up slowly. Scooping up my wife as she leaned against me, I said, "Baby, go ahead and learn this scroll now." She straightened up. "You got everything you needed?" "Yep, just learn it." I handed her the scroll. No hesitation this time. She unfurled the parchment, pressed her delicate hand down onto its surface, and smack. The scroll disintegrated into starlight, enveloping her hand in a dark energy that slowly spread, absorbing into her skin until it fully disappeared. As it was a passive skill, she closed her eyes to sense it for a moment, but didn't notice anything unusual. All right, onto the second chest. Tonight's mission is to open both, I said playfully, pulling the next chest over with an arm around her shoulder. What do you say, ready for round 2? I pushed the chest in front of her. But to my surprise, she shook her head. One's enough. My curiosity is satisfied. The rest you can open. What she didn't say out loud was, she had a nagging feeling that the contents of the chests might depend on the one opening them. If she opened another one just for herself, wouldn't that be wasting one of my chances? Seeing how firm she was, I didn't press it. Honestly, I was pretty eager to test my luck too. This felt exactly like those nights back before I'd been whisked to this world, opening loot crates in some tiny dorm room. I copied her move, placing my hand on the chest's surface, and a glowing, multicolored ring appeared around my wrist. So that's what the rainbow ring is, just a loot box animation. Here I was hoping it'd spit out a divine artifact. I kept my eyes glued to the ring as it slowly faded. I could only hope my luck was good for pulls too. The moments I had back in my sage mode, memory replayed in my mind. The watermelon on that mountain, the jackpot ticket in town, the cube that fell and hit me out of nowhere, all likely the handiwork of some kind of lucky aura I'd unknowingly carried. Luck was tricky. I couldn't rely on it for sure, so all I could do was cross my fingers. Ideally, I wanted to pull a skill manual. Second best would be a blueprint for gear. The last thing I wanted was equipment, unless it was something crazy rare. Even if I couldn't use it, I could sell it. After all, it would feel awkward spending my wife's money after marriage. Thankfully, the recent Meteor Fire Rain auction had concluded, and 9 million gold coins had already been transferred to me. With that sitting in my account, I felt way more confident about visiting her family tomorrow. As I let my thoughts wander, the glowing ring around the chest vanished completely. The box suddenly clicked open. A beam of red light shot up into the air. If not for the ceiling, it might have pierced straight into the clouds. The entire bedroom lit up as if it were high noon. Anyone downstairs could easily be forgiven for thinking there was a fire. Red? Honey, you're red. She clutched my chest in excitement, practically bouncing with joy. Cough. Honey, are you trying to take me out? I teased, looking down at her excited face. Seeing the red mark she left on my chest, she quickly apologized. Oops, sorry, I got carried away. Let me rub it better. Just as she reached out, I grabbed her hand before she could proceed. If you want me better than tomorrow, then go ahead. Her teasing nature only made it harder to keep my composure, but there were more important matters at hand. As for the legendary red item in the chest, it didn't surprise me as much as you'd think, especially when you've already got something like a legendary skill book, Curse of Agony, sitting in your inventory. Quick, check what it is, she urged, more excited than she'd been for her own pulls. I reached into the chest. Feels like a book. A good sign. Skill books are either usable or valuable for trading. The market for reselling skill books? Pure profit. But when I saw the words on the cover, I was stunned. Resurrection spell? I swallowed my excitement and quickly waved my hand over the book's cover. Sure enough, resurrection spell, within 24 hours of death, allows one-time revival, limited to once per day per person. Why resurrection? Wouldn't a fire-based skill have been better? Lin Moya's initial disappointment was quickly written all over her face. I'm a fire-based mage, after all. To her, this skill book seemed like it held no real value to my development, apart from selling it for gold coins. But what she didn't understand is that, in a world like Genesis, where everyone is trying to climb to the top, money is just a tool. The right item? That's priceless. You either find it or you don't. Snapping out of my daze, I immediately cupped her face and kissed her. This is exactly what I wanted. I told her without hesitation. I wasted no further time, flipping open the skill book. While I still hadn't used skill points, I needed to learn it immediately. Having this spell effectively meant another chance at life. In this world, death was permanent. There was no magical spring to grant you a second life. That's why healers equipped with resurrection spells were considered strategic assets among humanity's finest, respected even by top-tier elites. The runes for the resurrection spell were far more intricate compared to the devouring scroll. I studied them carefully, and it took me a full half-hour just to memorize 3 symbols. Finally, I placed my finger on the plus icon. Notification: consumed 3 skill points. Learned resurrection spell. Resurrection spell LV.1. At that moment, a whirlwind of mystical incantations surged into my mind. This wasn't like the usual process where I'd slowly absorb magical lessons, like watching a plant grow and feeling a subtle sense of fulfillment. No, this was like jamming an entire library into my brain, completely bypassing logic. Use it well or not, it didn't matter. Closing my eyes to review the incantation in my mind, I felt eager to give it a try. I was about to share the incredible news with Lin Moya when I noticed she had fallen asleep, sprawled across my lap. Asleep already? Perfect. Pressing my fingers together, I recited the incantation under my breath and lightly tapped her on her forehead. A green light entered her brow. She didn't stir. To test it, I even cast the resurrection buff on myself as well, just to be sure. Watching the countdown ticking down on my bracelet gave me some much-needed peace of mind. I'd done it. I'd actually learned the resurrection spell. Breathing a long sigh of relief, I felt the heavy weight in my heart finally lift. It felt as though I'd been carrying the burden of the world without ever being able to confide in anyone. Landing in this foreign, unfamiliar world so suddenly, everything around me was unknown. It was like being an aimless wanderer trapped in a place of uncertainty and fear. No parents to lean on. Sharing my fears with my wife would only burden her more. Fear, unfamiliarity, and anxiety, they all piled onto me. But that breath? It felt like it released all the tension. Looking at my sleeping wife and the box at my feet, I decided enough was enough for tonight. This last unopened item, I'll save it for next time. With the resurrection spell in hand, I was already satisfied. Healing skills could restore injuries and replenish energy. Resurrection spells added another layer of survival. Coupled with the soul-splitting orb for attacks, within my level range, I was already untouchable. All I need now is a mobility skill. As for the path of the close combat mage, it can wait. Rushing would only backfire. I wanted to make the effort to see what mastering a single skill to its pinnacle truly felt like. And as far as I knew, no one in the Human Alliance had ever maxed out a single skill to that extent. Not yet. Thoughts like this carried me, until I realized, at some point, I drifted into sleep too. Next morning, just as the faintest light peeked through the horizon, a tickling sensation on my nose woke me. Didn't take much guessing, it was Lynn Moya. Reaching out, I wrapped an arm around her, pulling her closer. Her scent filled my senses as her soft, petite frame melted into me. Not now, babe. Let me sleep for a bit longer. Lazily, I kissed her without opening my eyes. Where? No idea. Get up, you lazy pig. Didn't we say we're visiting Grandpa today? She coaxed gently, her voice like a song. After all these years of being too afraid to return, she finally had the courage to go back, with me and the little one in her belly as her companions. Her excitement about visiting her family made it impossible for her to sleep. I peeked at my fitness tracker. It was just past 6 o'clock. But when I saw her eyes brimming with anticipation, I had no choice but to get up obediently. Pack your things first. I'll go make breakfast, I said. I want your sweet potato porridge, she said, clinging to my arm and acting all coquettish. All right, little foodie, I said, tapping her on the forehead lightly. In the kitchen, I got busy with breakfast while she packed in the bedroom, even humming a little tune. The interdistrict train only operated 3 times a day, and if we missed it, we'd have to wait an entire day for the next one. The limited schedule was due to the train crossing several training zones, including an advanced level 120 zone. Maintaining this line was extremely costly, and if it weren't a necessity for people traveling between areas, it would have been canceled long ago. The morning train departs at 8 a.m., and by the time we finished breakfast, it was already 7. Honey, can you help me carry this? It's too heavy. I peeked into the room and saw my wife struggling with a suitcase almost as tall as she was. Are you moving out? I joked. We're going to see Grandpa, and these are all the gifts I've prepared for him over the years. She hadn't been able to visit him for quite some time, but every year for his birthday and during the Lunar New Year, she'd prepare gifts for him. But we're bringing him back to stay with us, right? You could just give them to him after he's here. She froze for a moment before smacking her head. Oh, pregnancy brain, huh? I can't believe I forgot. It's because you're too worried, I said, taking her hand and putting a black card in her palm. This has 9 million gold coins on it. Spend it however you like when we get there. Don't skimp on anything, okay? Let's get going, or we'll miss the train, I added. In the end, we left home with just a change of clothes, walking hand in hand toward the station. As soon as we arrived, a group of plainclothes ability users approached to check our luggage. We didn't think much of it. Security screenings were everywhere these days. But this time, the checks were clearly more detailed and frequent than usual. Inside the station's waiting hall, though, something about the weirdly still atmosphere made the smiles freeze on our faces. The hall, which could normally hold hundreds, was eerily silent. Not a single person was talking. Everyone just stood there like emotionless mannequins, making the air feel heavy and oppressive. Honey, what's wrong with all these people? My wife whispered in my ear. No idea. Maybe someone important is traveling today. I replied. From the thorough security checks alone, it was clear something unusual was happening. Ding. Passengers for the morning train. Please prepare to board. Let's go, let's go. She grabbed my arm, too impatient to wait. On the platform, I noticed 6 or 7 men in black suits surrounding a small figure. The person in question was about 5 feet 7 inches and shrouded entirely in a black cloak, their slender frame barely perceptible. If not for the high heels I caught a glimpse of as they walked, I wouldn't have been able to tell their gender. The bodyguards, however, were all built like brick walls, broad-shouldered and clearly not to be messed with. With a security entourage like that, this person had to be some rich family's heiress from one of the top battle zones. The Alliance's 9 battle zones were ranked by strength, Zone 1 being the strongest, with the best welfare and training resources, while Zone 9 was the weakest and most impoverished. As luck would have it, this high-profile individual was seated just one car ahead of us. Only after they boarded were we finally allowed on. "She's just some rich kid," my wife grumbled as we sat down. "Why the fuss? Keeping us waiting like that?" People nearby seemed to share her sentiment but stayed quiet, voicing their displeasure only with their expressions. "All right, calm down. Don't let irrelevant people ruin your mood. You're pregnant, remember?" I said, pulling her into my arms. But her next words caught me off guard. "I know her." "What? You've got bad blood with her?" I asked, leaning closer. "How did you know?" She sat up straight, looking at me in surprise. "Because if it were anyone else, you wouldn't hold such a grudge. Plus, you specifically referred to her as a rich kid from some family earlier," I said, playfully pinching her nose. "Fine, my husband really is sharp. Nothing gets past you." The train slowly began to move, traversing through all 9 battle zones, heading from Zone 9 straight to the final destination, Zone 1. As my wife watched the scenery outside blur past, her thoughts drifted to a long time ago. She's my stepmother's niece. The first time I met her was at my mom's funeral. I was 7. She came along with my now half-sister. Back then, I didn't know my dad had someone else on the side, let alone that the girl she was holding hands with was my half-sister. I went up to greet her, but all I got in return was mockery and snide remarks. Because it was my mom's funeral, I chose not to argue with her. Later, she came back with her father, and only then did I piece everything together. Her dad had also married into their family. My dad had married into ours. And after my dad met her aunt and had a child with her, things went downhill from there. I stayed silent, but her story had already painted a familiar, sordid picture: inheritance schemes and classic family drama. As I expected, the years that followed saw her mom's health deteriorate, eventually leading to her passing. Afterward, the other woman used the opportunity to take over the household and claim its wealth. And then she said something that made my gaze grow cold. "When I was younger, my engagement to the young master of the Chin family, that was all orchestrated by her. And before I was poisoned, she had also visited the Liu family. That new type of toxin, it's almost impossible to identify. Given my stepmother and stepsister's limited capabilities, there's no way they could have gotten their hands on something that advanced. Which is why, after arriving at the 9th battle zone, you worked so hard to become an alchemist," I said, staring out the window with an eerie calmness in my voice. "To one day find a cure for the poison in your own body." Those who know me recognize this unsettling calm for what it truly is: a storm brewing before my wrath. "You figured it all out?" she asked with a wry smile. "Had it not been for the poison that wrecked her body years ago, with her aptitude, awakening her abilities would have been inevitable. She wouldn't have been reduced to working as just an ordinary nurse in the 9th battle zone. One day, I'll be sure to properly thank her." I said each word slowly, as though grinding them out through gritted teeth. "After all, if not for her, I'd never have met you in the hospital." "Hee hee, don't make that face, okay?" She threw herself into my arms, her eyes shimmering with happiness. "But you're not entirely wrong. If it hadn't been for her, I probably wouldn't have met you either." The high-speed interzone train traveled swiftly. We reached the 8th battle zone within 30 minutes, where the train paused briefly to swap passengers. Perhaps it was the early wake-up call this morning, but she had already fallen asleep against me, using my shoulder as her pillow. Another 40 minutes passed. Feeling rather bored, I gazed absent-mindedly out the window. We'd just passed through the 7th battle zone, so there were only about 10 minutes left before we reached our stop. I was busy contemplating how best to handle my future father-in-law when, ding, "Ladies and gentlemen, due to unforeseen circumstances, the train will be temporarily stopped." The announcement hadn't even finished when the train car was suddenly rocked by the thunderous force of an explosion. It all happened too fast. Instinctively, I threw myself over Lu Mingyao, trying to shield her with my body from the incoming blast. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of energy consumed the entire train car. The interzone train, it was as if someone had crammed it full of explosives and ignited it. The entire thing erupted violently, splitting apart in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! A terrifying shockwave surged through the train, tearing the cars to pieces like a string of firecrackers set off all at once. I had barely enough time to cover Lu Mingyao before the sheer force of the explosion vaporized me. leaving behind not even a trace of ash. She didn't escape, either. Despite my attempt to absorb the initial blast, the energy was simply too powerful. The moment I disintegrated, she was torn apart as well. But at least it ended quickly, no time for pain. The train disintegrated in a dazzling explosion, scattering into the sky like fireworks. Overhead, fiery spheres rained down one after another. From above the train's wreckage, the silhouettes of several massive, winged lizards tore through the clouds, emerging into full view. In total, more than a dozen of them hovered in the skies above the tracks. At the very moment the train was annihilated, countless awakeners across both the 6th and 7th battle zones simultaneously received alerts flashing across their wristbands. Interzone train has come under assault by unidentified creatures. All awakeners must proceed to the location and provide immediate support. 6 consecutive notifications in rapid succession. Initially, no one took it too seriously. Train attacks were not uncommon and happened every so often. But when the alert kept flashing, 6 times altogether, every single awakened individual paled. Each additional notification ratcheted up the severity of the situation. Typically, a train assault might trigger 3 warnings at most. Even 5 would demand total war readiness from an entire battle zone. 6. That marked emergency status of the highest level, a full-on mobilization. Are the monsters laying siege to us? That troubling thought arose in the minds of every single person across the zones. Whether they'd been grinding levels or taking a break, the instant the alert appeared, all awakeners dropped what they were doing and raced toward the disaster site. Many of them didn't even have time to say goodbye to their families. WOWOWO. Sirens near the tracks wailed sharply, their echoes anguished and mournful like a grieving woman's cries. Each interzone train was supposed to have a guard unit of 30. This included 1 5-tier Grandmaster, 14 4-tier Masters, and the rest no lower than 3-tier. The 5-tier Grandmaster would usually board at the 3rd battle zone, thanks to the level 120 grinding area situated between the 2nd and 3rd zones. But no one anticipated that this stretch of track would suddenly become the arena for a pair of 6-tier monstrosities and over a dozen 5-tier giant lizards. Within one brief exchange, the entire guard team was slaughtered to the last. The fiery projectiles raining down from above continued to bombard the area along the tracks, carving deep scars into the once pristine terrain surrounding them. Roar! The lead giant lizard reared its head and let out an earth-shaking roar, equal parts triumphant and commanding. The next moment, the dozen or so gigantic lizards dove low, skimming along the tracks. As they passed through several beams of light left floating in the wreckage, they paused intermittently, as if they were searching for something. Those glowing beams marked the scattered remains and dropped items left by the Awakener passengers who'd just perished. Obviously, the creatures were hunting for something specific among them. At that moment, Lu Mingyao and I were hovering as disembodied spirits above the rail tracks, watching the unfolding chaos with surreal clarity. She hadn't yet fully grasped what had happened, but her gaze landed on the revive button glowing faintly in front of her. She still didn't know that I had secretly applied a resurrection buff on her the night before. It was my first time experiencing this as well. So, this was how revival worked? Not an instant respawn, but rather the ability to roam in spirit form and choose a safe spot to revive. And what's more, no dropped gear. Pretty sweet, huh? The giant lizards couldn't see us at all. Completely unbothered, the two of us floated in the air, taking it all in. "Honey, are we dead?" she asked, her fingers entwined with mine. Her eyes held no trace of fear, only happiness. If there was anything she regretted, it would be that our child was never born. Technically, yeah, we're dead, I replied casually. But not really. Last night, while you were asleep, I gave you a resurrection. Her eyes lit up instantly. You learned resurrection magic? Before the words even fully left her lips, she had already leapt into my arms. Who would choose death if life was an option? Yup, just happened to pick it up by accident, I said nonchalantly. If I could show off in front of my wife, why wouldn't I? But before we could continue, 4 or 5 beams of light suddenly illuminated the area ahead of us. Several figures emerged from the glowing columns. It's Shin Chu-Chu. She also has a resurrection. Lu Mingyao's delicate brows furrowed tightly. Looks like the blast earlier got her too. She wasn't fast enough to dodge it and got wiped out just like that. A smirk tugged at my lips. My wife's enemy? Naturally, she's my enemy too. Why didn't it finish her off? Ugh. Awful people just live forever, my wife muttered spitefully, though we both understood the reality. How could someone from a big family like the Shun family not have a resurrection capability on standby? As Shun Chuchu revived, 6 or 7 more figures suddenly descended from the skies, armed with great swords and staves, evidently reinforcements from the 6th and 7th war zones. Judging by their formation, a woman in a red dress clearly commanded the group. She held a long whip, her stunning beauty highlighted by a faint, enigmatic smile that constantly graced her lips. Her impossibly long legs, accentuated by red high heels, caught anyone's attention. Around her ankle was a red string adorned with a silver bell that jingled softly with each step. I guess now we know why they dared to resurrect so openly. They must have gotten word that reinforcements were on their way. Before my smug musings could settle, a sudden chilly voice sent a shiver down my spine. Are her legs prettier, or are mine? Even in my spiritual form, I felt an icy tension gripping my soul. What? Legs? What are you talking about, honey? My survival instincts kicked in instantly. Meanwhile, just ahead on the battlefield, things were heating up, the tension even more palpable. Hand it over. I'll make sure you get all the credit you deserve for your efforts, the woman in the red dress demanded, extending a pristine jade-like hand. No way, Shinchuchu retorted, refusing to budge even an inch. The one who gave me this entrusted me with a dying wish to personally deliver it to Alliance headquarters. No one else will do. The heavy tension in the air made even the seasoned strong folk who came with Shinchuchu exchange nervous looks on her behalf. Where'd this little girl come from, daring to speak like that in front of an adult? The woman in red arched a brow, her soft, honeyed tone laced with poison. Little sister, while my patience hasn't completely run out, you'd best rethink your answer. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your survival, because if I kill you, that thing you're holding will still fall into my hands. Shinchuchu backed off several steps, shaken by the threat. But then she reminded herself of the rewards waiting for her if she could deliver this item, and she straightened up slightly with renewed resolve. I'm Shinchuchu, eldest daughter of the Shun family from the 6th war zone. Why you wouldn't dare touch me? She stammered, swallowing hard but trying to maintain her composure. Shin family? You mean Shin Guoqiang's granddaughter? The red-dressed woman's tone eased a bit. Fine, for your grandfather's sake, I'll spare you this time. With that, she turned her gaze skyward toward a massive lizard-like creature hovering above in the clouds. Hey, big lizard, you've crossed the line. So they knew each other? The truth revealed itself right then. Qi Lian, the massive lizard hissed. Have your people hand over what rightfully belongs to my tribe, or don't blame me for what happens next. The disdain in the red-dressed woman's eyes deepened. Huh, just because you say it's yours, does that make it so? Who said I'm going to play nice with you? With a crack of her whip, flames erupted. A mighty fire dragon soared into the sky, its sweeping tail obliterating the winged lizards in its path, leaving behind clouds of blood as they disintegrated. Qi Lian, enough! The massive lizard roared, forced to intervene to protect its kin. Boom! A massive collision sent shockwaves through the area, uprooting trees left and right. Although the massive lizard blocked the attack, the impact sent it reeling back hundreds of feet before it could stabilize itself. As the number of human reinforcements swelled, the massive lizard realized the tide had turned against it. Letting out a sorrowful howl, it grudgingly retreated with its remaining forces in tow. Qi Lian, mark my words, my dragon clan won't let this go so easily. It snarled on its way out, leaving behind a thick air of bitterness. By now, the gathered human warriors, still piecing together what had just transpired, received a notification through their wristbands. Threat neutralized. Finally, I gently tugged Lu Mingyao's hand. Come on, let's get back to life too. As the others scoured the battlefield, 2 glowing white pillars of light suddenly lit up nearby. Huh? Someone else is reviving. Every head turned to look. Seconds later, a young couple emerged hand in hand from the light. The tall, handsome man and his gentle, beautiful partner drew every gaze. It was none other than Lu Mingyao and me. Someone in the crowd let out a jealous grumble. What family's young master and lady could they possibly be? Or maybe geniuses from some major guild. Such envy wasn't unexpected. Across the entire human alliance, only a handful of healers had the ability to cast resurrection spells, and every one of them was cherished. Securing a resurrection was a luxury reserved for the children of influential families or star players in major guilds. A single resurrection cost 50,000 gold, and it only lasted for a mere 24 hours. For ordinary people, it was entirely out of reach. As I held my wife's hand and casually strolled out of the light, the prying stares didn't faze me. I had anticipated this reaction all along. After all, we were here on a very specific mission, to visit my father-in-law and make a statement. What's the matter? Flexing a little, huh? Pretty much every ability user from the 6-7 battle zone who could make it is here. What a great opportunity. Even setting aside your abilities, just the fact that you can afford a 50,000 gold resurrection will stop half the people back home from gossiping about you. Lu Mingyao, once the eldest daughter of the Lu family, had been gone for 6 or 7 years. Inevitably, people remembered her. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Lu family who was disgraced? Shoo, keep your voice down. Even if she was disgraced, she's not someone you can mess with. Didn't you see her walking in with a man? Whispers spread through the crowd. Back then, her broken engagement caused quite the stir, and she was disinherited by her father. Can't believe she dared to come back. This'll be interesting. Why wouldn't she? Didn't you see the big shot she's with? Being pretty has its perks. Among the spectators, a pale, bamboo-thin man stared at me, his eyes full of jealousy. It was Du Ji, my former wife's fling. When I called the police back then, Xin Yin Ran, my ex-wife, couldn't escape a stint in prison. But Du Ji managed to dodge punishment by exploiting his identity as a pharmacist. A peculiar situation unfolded. Those who recognized Lu Mingyao assumed she'd hitched her wagon to a powerful rising star, while those who recognized me thought I'd cozied up to the Lu family's eldest daughter. Well, not everyone. There was someone who noticed both of us, but she wouldn't dare speak up. Shin Chu-Chu, shielded in the crowd, also spotted Lu Mingyao. Surprise flashed in her eyes, but it quickly gave way to a sharp, sardonic expression as she considered the benefits of handing in the contents of her bag and the advantages it would bring to her. Oh, look who's back, the Lu family's eldest daughter, after all these years. You know, your little sister's really missed you, she sneered, stepping out of the crowd to confront Lu Mingyao. Her tone dripped with faux concern and affection, though her expression was pure mockery. My life isn't something the esteemed Miss Shin needs to worry about, Lu Mingyao replied, unable to hide her disdain. Sister, still so heartless, I see. Don't forget, I helped you back in the day. If it weren't for me covering for you, your little rendezvous with young Master Chen would have been completely exposed when father walked in. Shin Chu-Chu's gaze settled on Lu Mingyao, linked arm in arm with me, her intent clear, to disgust her enough to cause a public breakup. I had no clue about this little tidbit from the past, but I trusted my wife. Besides, I distinctly remembered the red evidence of her innocence on our wedding night. Move it, mutt. Didn't your owner teach you not to block the path and bark? I quipped, grabbing Lu Mingyao's hand. Let's go, honey. Time to get our rabies shots. Shin Chu-Chu's face flushed red, almost exploding in anger, but she managed to keep quiet. Sir, she retorted venomously, restraining herself. Don't let an older woman fool you. She must be at least a decade older than you. Imagine bringing home a haggard wife. Before her mocking words could fully register with the crowd, she collapsed to her knees with a heavy thud, as if an invisible weight had crushed her. Older woman? It was only then that everyone noticed a stunning woman in a crimson dress standing behind her. Her gaze was icy, and the whip in her hand made a menacing creak as she flexed it. Scarlet Scorpion. Our eyes met briefly, and like a guilty child, I immediately looked away. Then, realizing how suspicious I must look, I quickly straightened up and offered a respectful bow. Elder Scarlet Scorpion. Scarlet Scorpion is an alias outsiders use, she said in a clear voice. My name is C. Munyan. You can call me Munyan. She didn't bother lowering her voice, and her words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Heads instinctively bowed even lower. The group of fifth-tier experts who had accompanied her stood frozen, mouths wide in disbelief, wide enough to fit a fist. Was this the same Scarlet Scorpion whose mere presence could make battle-hardened veterans shake in fear? Meanwhile, the expression on my main character's face was equally complex, my thoughts shifting between wanting to speak and holding back. I mean, I wouldn't dare call her by name without reason. That'd create all sorts of awkward misunderstandings. Should anyone overhear me addressing her so personally, they'd think we had some kind of relationship. By then, I wouldn't be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Mississippi. Elder, thank you for your kindness, but I must take my leave, I muttered hurriedly. Just as the inter-regional train arrived, I grabbed Lu Mingyao, who was still engrossed in the unfolding scene, and bolted. As we boarded the train, C Money and watched us leave. Lightly touching her stomach, she murmured, "Baby, do you think I scared your father? Was mommy too fierce just now?" On the train, Lu Mingyao stared at me the entire ride. The intensity in her gaze was enough to make a grown man squirm. "Why are you staring at me like that?" I asked, trying to diffuse the awkwardness. "Care to explain?" she asked, folding her arms, her suspicion evident. Even she couldn't believe that I'd have any connection to someone like Scarlet Scorpion, but the unfolding events defied logic. Anyone would find it fishy. If I said I don't know her and had never met her before today, would you believe me? I stammered. "What do you think?" she replied, dodging my question with another, never breaking eye contact. This whole situation reeked of disaster. How was I supposed to explain something like this? The worst part was that no one, not even my own wife, would believe me. I felt like crying, replaying the events in my mind. Honestly, even I almost believed I'd somehow gotten chummy with a big shot like her. Especially after hearing, "Scarlet Scorpion is what outsiders call me." Wait, so does that make me an insider? And the kicker? Things just kept getting worse. A basket of fruits and a bouquet of lilies, hoping to leave a good impression. Upon entering the hospital room, the air felt heavy with a mix of antiseptic and something indescribable, a sense of life slowing down. Old Mr. Liu was lying on the bed, his hair completely silver, but his eyes held a glimmer of sharpness that showed a life once lived with vigor and passion. He looked frail, though, and seeing him like that made my wife clench my hand tightly. "Grandpa," she said softly, her voice choked with emotion. He turned his head with noticeable effort, a faint smile breaking across his face when he saw her. "Ah, my dearest Xiaoyao, you've come." His voice was hoarse yet filled with warmth, though the frailty revealed the grip her stepmother likely had on his life. I stood a step behind, not knowing how to introduce myself in this situation. Before I could say anything, Grandpa's sharp eyes scanned me briefly, as though measuring the kind of man who was now standing beside his granddaughter. And who's this fine young man? Despite his age, there was still a commanding presence in his gaze, a reminder of his remarkable past. "This is my husband, Chun Ming," Lu Xiaoyao said, holding onto my hand tightly with pride in her voice. I bowed slightly in respect. "It's an honor to meet you, sir." His smile deepened, a slight nod of approval following. "Good. A man with manners." Xiaoyao didn't make a wrong choice. His approval earned a subtle but noticeable glimmer of warmth on Xiaoyao's face. But before we could settle into conversation, a sharp knock on the door snapped the moment in half. Two men in suits flanked the entrance, stepping in with an air of authority. It didn't take a genius to guess who sent them. "My dear Xiaoyao, how heartwarming to see you visit your dear grandfather." A cold, measured female voice followed shortly behind them. My wife's stepmother. Her presence alone seemed to suck the warmth from the room, sending a visible wave of tension through my wife's posture. She was dressed impeccably, but there was something icy and calculating in her demeanor. Her gaze swept over me momentarily, dismissing me entirely, before locking onto Xiaoyao. "I trust you remember the terms of our family agreement," she said with an eerie sweetness that barely masked her underlying malice. I could feel Xiaoyao holding back the urge to retort, her desire not to cause a scene in front of her beloved grandfather winning out. Sensing the tension, I said as calmly as I could, "It's always so refreshing to meet family. Let's keep things civil, shall we?" I wasn't exactly sure what I was stepping into, but I wasn't about to let Xiaoyao carry the weight of this toxic confrontation alone. The cold, calculating smile her stepmother threw my way was as sharp as a blade. Indeed, family should always support each other. The faint menace in her tone wasn't lost on me, but this wasn't neither the time nor place to reply in kind. For now, I stayed quiet, standing my ground at Xiaoyao's side, ready to weather the storm. One thing was clear, though, coming back to her family wasn't going to be the simple visit or reconciliation one might hope for. Things were far more tangled than I could have imagined. Some fruits. As I approached the hospital room, not yet inside, a sharp reprimanding voice echoed out. "Old man, your son-in-law and granddaughter don't even care about you anymore, and you're still putting on airs? Let me tell you, if you wet the bed one more time, I'll throw you into the restroom." Bang! The door to the ward slammed open as a plump female caregiver stormed out, holding her nose. I quickly pulled my wife to the side, preventing her from being bumped into. The woman left, cursing loudly as she swaggered away. Watching her arrogant retreating figure, my wife and I frowned. With that kind of attitude, she has the gall to work as a caregiver? We didn't dwell on it much since my father-in-law wasn't the only patient in that room. As we pushed the door open, a foul stench, a mixture of excrement and urine, smacked us in the face. My wife, Lu Mingyao, turned pale and immediately started retching into a trash can. "Baby, are you okay?" I quickly supported her, my glance sweeping over the room. It only took a single glance to ignite a fiery rage within my chest, like lava boiling and searing my insides, impossible to suppress. "Honey, let me take you to a nearby hotel first. I'll handle the rest. You're pregnant and just went through the trauma of that train accident," I said firmly. Though still nauseous and hesitant, she prioritized the safety of our unborn child and reluctantly nodded. Worried that she wouldn't be able to stomach the scene unfolding in this room, I scooped her up in my arms without hesitation and carried her out. This being District 6, my wife had no shortage of enemies. To be cautious, I booked 10 suites, deliberately spreading them across different floors in the hotel. I even avoided the elevators, taking the stairs up instead. "Honey, stay here and rest. I'll come back to you as soon as I've handled everything with your grandfather." I kissed her tenderly on the forehead. Once out the door, I didn't leave immediately. Instead, I sat down on the sofa in the hotel's living room and pulled out something I'd been carrying in my backpack for a long time. A legendary skill book, Doom Curse. When I first obtained it, I thought it was useless, contributing nothing to combat strength, so I left it untouched. But after seeing what I just had in that hospital room, I changed my mind. They say it's easier to deal with the King of Hell than his meddlesome minions. Now, I finally understood why. The moment I opened that hospital room door, I realized the plump caregiver had been yelling at none other than Lu Mingyao's grandfather. There was only one decrepit bed in the dilapidated room. The curtains were tightly drawn, shutting out all natural light, and the overhead light wasn't even turned on. The room was shrouded in darkness, indistinguishable between day and night. A frail, elderly man lay on the moldy sheet, his blanket long gone. The sight had filled me with an overwhelming urge to slice that vile woman into pieces. "Be grateful to the authorities," I muttered darkly. "If the law didn't protect people like you, I swear I'd make you wish you were dead." My grip tightened around the skill book, veins bulging on the back of my hand. I wasted no time, flipping the book open to study the intricate runes inside. Whether it was my burning anger over the situation or the book being surprisingly straightforward, within 5 minutes, I had memorized 3 runes. Opening my system panel, I noticed a plus symbol beside Doom Curse in my skill menu. Without hesitation, I tapped it. Ding! Consumed 3 skill points. Congratulations! You learned a new skill. Doom Curse LV1. Unique. Reduces the target's luck value by 100, inflicting the miserable misfortune status. Lasts 24 hours. Power increases with the caster's spiritual energy investment, with no upper limit. Higher skill levels significantly enhance effects while reducing resource consumption. Miserable misfortune. Good things avoid you completely. Bad luck finds you at every turn. Reading the description, I realized I had entirely underestimated this skill's value all along. Its most terrifying aspect was its no upper power limit, coupled with the fact that it was instant cast. Plus, the victim's status bracelet wouldn't display any signs of being cursed, leaving them clueless even toward their dying breath. This is the ultimate weapon for ruining someone silently. I smirked. The only drawback, physical contact or possession of an item linked to the target's aura, is required for the skill to activate. But conditions? They're no problem. There's always a way to handle it when the time comes. Fully prepared, I rose and descended the hotel stairs, again, avoiding the elevators. With 10 suites scattered across floors and misdirection in play, even if enemies came snooping, it would buy valuable time for Meng Yao to stay safe. This needs to be resolved quickly. The hospital was just across the road. My first priority was to get Grandpa Lu into a better room. When I told the staff I came to see old Lu, everyone stared at me in astonishment. Apparently, in all these years, this was the first time anyone had visited him, and naturally, curiosity piqued as to why. After ensuring the doctors and nurses were on board, I headed straight back to the room. I thought I had prepared myself mentally, but the horrifying sight inside reignited the murderous rage previously bubbling within me. Walking up to the bed, I stared at that frail, dying old man, someone who'd lived his life with dignity and integrity, reduced to such a tragic state. Grandpa, I'm Ming Yao's husband. My name is Chun Ming. I've come to take you home. As I carefully lifted his emaciated body, I noticed a horrifying detail. His back had started to rot from lying on moldy, damp sheets for so long. Just as I held him, the door was violently kicked open. "Who are you? Put him down right now, or I'll call the police," barked the same obnoxious, heavy-set caregiver. I had zero intention of tolerating her nonsense. "Get out. You're fired. Don't show up here again," I snapped coldly, holding the frail old man as I strode toward the exit. Never did I imagine that such a corpulent woman could move so quickly. Twisting her hefty frame, she blocked the doorway like it was her specialty, arching her arms defiantly. "Stand by in the lounge for a bit." My proficiency, honed on data up to October 2023, ensures that this intense and action-packed manuscript retains its flow and suspense while staying true to its detailed Chinese storytelling roots. Let's continue crafting a compelling narrative. Hold on a sec. His attitude became much more respectful compared to earlier, which was understandable. That was the head of the blacksmith guild in the 6th district, a master-level smith, and he was personally coming to meet someone as young as me. I didn't expect Wan Chao to personally greet me either. Within 5 minutes, hearty laughter boomed from the reception hall. "Haha, you must be Chen Ming, right? That old man Kong Xian has been bragging to me nonstop about taking on a genius apprentice. Finally, I get to meet you in person today." A burly guy with a beard covering his entire face walked up to me, his arm muscles so swollen it seemed any moment they'd burst. "Greetings, Vice President Wan Chao." I bowed in respect, then cut straight to the point. With time being tight, I was fearful something might happen to my wife if I got back late. "I apologize for the sudden visit, but I have a request to make." Wan Chao didn't seem surprised. His gaze swept to the elder slung across my back. "Follow me," he said. Once we'd left the hall, he spoke again. "How do you get yourself mixed up in the Liu family mess?" As the guild's vice president, it was no surprise he recognized Liu Laoyizi. I gave a wry smile. "To be honest, Lu Mingyao is my wife. The old man is my grandfather-in-law, I guess you could say." "Oh, that explains it." Wan Chao hadn't expected this connection. "Don't worry. As long as you're in the Blacksmith Guild's territory, no one will dare touch you. If Old Kong found out his prized disciple got mistreated on my turf, he'd chew me out for days." "Thank you, Master Wan." Finally, the weight on my chest lifted. "No need for thanks. Technically, we're half apprentices under the same mentor. All right, I know you must be rushing to take care of other matters. Leave the old man here. We'll make sure he's taken care of. But before you leave the 6th district, make sure to drop by the guild one more time." I bid farewell to Wan Chao and hurried back to the hotel. Even at maximum effort, the trip back still took an hour. Thankfully, nothing seemed out of the ordinary around the hotel, which gave me some reassurance. But as soon as I entered the lobby, I noticed a few shady-looking men in black loitering about. My gut sank. Foregoing the stairs, I immediately headed for the elevator to reach Lu Mingyao's floor. When the elevator doors slid open on her level, I was met with the sight of 5 or 6 men dressed in black, crowding around the room's door. It was clear they recognized me. The moment our eyes met, they rushed at me. I wasn't fazed. These bodyguards were mere ordinary humans. In terms of physical strength, I was leagues ahead of them. Sure enough, before they even realized what was happening, each one was clutching their stomachs and curling up on the floor. I had barely broken a sweat. An awakener. The leader in black immediately recognized me for what I was, but seemed unimpressed. They clearly came prepared, probably having familiarized themselves with my connection to the C family, an Awakener clan. That I might be one wasn't surprising to them. Young master, we're merely here handling internal Lu family matters. You, as someone from the C family, shouldn't interfere, don't you think? Despite facing an Awakener, he remained composed and meticulous. The C family connection again, huh? I couldn't help but feel exasperated. Still, using their name here wasn't the worst idea. As for that fiery-tempered Scarlet Beauty back at the C family finding out I'd used their reputation, I'd worry about that later. Shouldn't interfere? Did you not do your homework before targeting her? Lu Mingyao is my wife. The leader's pupils constricted slightly. They had likely assumed her to be some fling or short-term distraction of mine, never imagining she was my actual spouse. If they were calling this a Lu family matter, then these men in black were likely sent by Lu Mingyao's scheming stepmother, likely with the intent of dragging her back to the Lu family. Otherwise, why all the calls and threats using her grandfather as leverage? The Lu family would have its day of reckoning, but not today. For now, ensuring my wife's safety came first. Knock, knock, knock. Wife, it's me. I'm coming in. I had my room card, and barely a second after my words, I pushed the door open. The sight inside put me both at ease and on edge. My wife was already standing in position, bow in one hand and sword in the other. If those men had dared force entry, they'd already be strung up like candied fruit skewers. Honey, when she realized it was me, Lu Mingyao practically flew into my arms like a bird returning to its nest. I've arranged for Grandpa to stay at the Blacksmith Guild. He's absolutely safe. Hearing this, her face lit up again. She tidied her appearance and took hold of my hand. Now that we've got no distractions, let's go settle things with the Lu family. For someone to send an invitation this bold, they must really want us there. Whatever you say, honey. The Chen family better not push my limits. Otherwise, they can experience firsthand what it feels like to be under a curse. You there? Yeah, you in black. Lead the way. The leader of the black-clothed group had been waiting outside the entire time, as though expecting this outcome all along. The Lu family, being one of the top-tier families of the 6th district, naturally had their estate located at its heart. Riding in their car, we arrived in front of a grand mansion. Emblazoned above the entry gates were two gilded characters, Lu family. That sign wasn't just for show. Its presence symbolized official recognition by the alliance. If Lu Mingyao's father had tried changing their family name, the entire Lu family would have been ousted by the alliance the very next day. Right now, the estate was bustling with activity. Today was the wedding day of a Lu family young miss and a young master from the Qin family, a union being touted as one of the grandest events in the 6th district. Servants were on high alert, ensuring every detail was executed perfectly. Of course, the Lu family young miss getting married today wasn't Lu Mingyao, Yao's fiancé, Chen Lichuan. They only wished for Lu Mingyao to wither like a flower stuck in the mud. How could they possibly give anything good to her? As we entered, I caught sight of a group photo on a poster, a young man with a refined and gentle smile who went by the name Chen Duchuan. Out of curiosity, I searched him up with my wristband. Turns out, the guy was impressive. Despite his young age, he was already a 4th-tier professional and a highly regarded alchemist. A prodigy from a young age, he was set to inherit the Chun family legacy as the future head. And as for Lu Mingyao's fiancé, Chen Lichuan, naturally, I looked him up too. Complete scum, indulging in drinking, drugs, debauchery, and everything else vile imaginable. Changing girlfriends as often as one changes clothes, he had used his family's Awakener lineage to sow havoc wherever he went. Word was, no girl lasted more than a week by his side, and any who caught his attention inevitably met a grim fate. Disfigured or crippled if lucky, dead if not. The more I saw, the tighter my teeth clenched. How clever the Lius were, plotting to marry off my wife as a pawn to win favor with the Qin family. Huh? A sinister smile crossed my lips. My curse of calamity was well overdue for some fun. The man in black led us to a lavish villa. Miss, please head inside. The master is waiting for you, he informed us before swiftly departing. Sensing what I assumed to be anxiety on my part, Lu Mingyao gave me a reassuring pat. Whatever happens, or whatever they say that makes you upset, Don't hold back. Speak your mind, and don't give them an inch. When we stepped inside, I was greeted by a blatant display of opulence. The interior screamed showy wealth. On the plush leather sofas sat a middle-aged couple, clearly poised and pampered. The woman stood up as soon as we entered and hurried over to greet us. My, Ming Yao, you're finally back. You have no idea how much your mother has missed you all these years. Come, sit down, she gushed insincerely. Of course, this woman was none other than Meng Yao's stepmother, Ji Min. The man on the sofa must have been my so-called father-in-law, Sun Hao, Lu Meng Yao. After all, took her birth mother's surname. Wearing an inviting smile, Ji Min gestured towards the couch, though her eyes slyly flickered towards me, sizing me up. I stayed silent, following Meng Yao's lead as we sat down beside each other, her disdainful expression betraying her thoughts. And this must be our esteemed son-in-law, right? Make yourself at home. No need to be formal. Ji Min's gaze swept over my thrift shop attire. Her smile stiffened, and she exchanged a knowing look with Sun Hao before turning to me with mock enthusiasm. Oh, was it young Chun, wasn't it? What a coincidence, sharing the same last name as our family's future in-laws. Her words thinly veiled as some sort of jab, meant to remind me of their real daughter, Sun Yu's engagement to someone much more worthy. Feigning warmth, she casually patted my shoulder. Yet, the touch was too perfect an opening. During the brief physical contact, I planted the seeds of my calamity curse within her unsuspecting soul. An uneventful silence followed, and we resumed our seating. Of course, to avoid arousing suspicion, I had only used a fraction of my mental energy for this particular curse. But even a small dose proved enough. Ji Min's demeanor shifted. With one glance exchanged with Sun Hao, she abruptly stood from her seat. Well, make yourselves comfortable. I have something to attend to. I'll leave the two of you here for now, she muttered, tugging a reluctant Sun Hao behind her as she scurried out. Just before disappearing, Ji Min paused at a nearby table, yanking a tissue from the box to furiously scrub the hand that had touched my shoulder, as if trying to peel the skin off entirely. Meng Yao remained expressionless. She hadn't said a word since we entered. I, on the other hand, watched their retreating figures with an unbothered yet quietly sinister grin. As they reached the door, a commotion rang out near the second floor. A bird had crashed into the glass. The startled sound caused a servant below to jolt, accidentally dropping the durian they were holding. Upstairs, oblivious to the chaos, and too busy obsessively rubbing her hands clean, Ji Min failed to notice the spiked fruit making its rapid descent above her. With uncanny precision, the basketball-sized durian landed squarely on her face. For a moment, the scene froze. A second later, Ji Min's blood-curdling scream echoed through the villa with momentum strong enough to rattle the furniture. Even some guests peered curiously from outside to check the source of the commotion. You, find whoever's responsible and get rid of them, she bellowed, her disheveled face now mangled beyond recognition as she grappled with the embarrassment. The servant who initially dropped the durian fainted again, this time seemingly forever. So what do you think, my dear wife? Satisfying enough for you? I asked, sliding a look toward Meng Yao. Even she appeared momentarily stunned by how swiftly karma had repaid the wicked stepmother. Although no serious harm had come to Ji Min, her humiliation was clear as day. How did you pull that off? Meng Yao asked incredulously. While undeniably strange, she had long since believed I was capable of just about anything. I'll tell you later, I replied cryptically. This is just the beginning. The show's only getting started. My lips curled into a smirk. This time, the curse was set for a full 7 days. What she'd just experienced was merely the opening act. While Ji Min wanted nothing more at this point than to flee, she had little choice but to head back upstairs. Exposing her disfigured face to the partygoers outside would be social suicide, so she begrudgingly returned for medical attention. Before disappearing, she cast one last venomous glare our way, muttering under her breath, but loud enough for us to hear. Some people are nothing but bad luck. The very sight of them brings disaster. Meng Yao's expression darkened instantly, but before she could retort, another thud echoed from the stairwell. A loud clattering followed. Madam, ma'am, are you all right? Meng Yao instinctively turned to look toward the scene unfolding by the staircase. Just as I turned my head, Ji-min came tumbling down the staircase, resembling a rolling ball of flesh. It's broken. It's broken. Call a doctor. Quick, she shouted as she clutched her waist and screamed hoarsely. The entire hall descended into chaos, with people running around in panic. But my wife and I stood there with faint smiles, calmly taking in the scene. Ji-min was already furious earlier, and now, being humiliated like this in front of the last people she wanted witnessing her embarrassment, she snapped entirely. Get out. All of you get out. The Liu family doesn't welcome you, she screamed. Lu Mingyao wasn't offended. Instead, she laughed even more, seemingly delighted by the spectacle. Oh, you think I wanted to come here? But watching you make a fool of yourself makes it all worth it. Thanks for the free entertainment. As she spoke, she slipped her arm into mine and strutted past Ji-min in her high heels, the sound of her steps echoing in the hall. Oh, by the way, she added, sneering, this is the Liu family's villa. You, one surnamed Sun and the other surnamed Ji, doesn't staying here make you feel uneasy? Finally, Sun Hao, who had kept silent the entire time, felt the need to step in. He stood up and said, Yao Yao, no matter what, she's still your mother. How can you talk to her like this? She's just upset. Don't take it too seriously. Come to your sister's wedding tomorrow on time. It's getting late, so we won't keep you any longer. Over the years, Lu Mingyao had already seen through her father's true colors. It was always her fault in his eyes. My mother? My mother's surname is Liu. And don't think for 1 second that what you two did back then went unnoticed. What belongs to me? I will take it back with my own hands someday. She yanked my arm and walked away without another glance, her back resolute. Just as we exited the door, an eerily sarcastic voice carried from the hall. Oh wow, looks like someone still has deep feelings for the Liu family, huh? Have you forgotten who it was that set her up back in the day? Before Ji-min could finish her sentence. Smack. Sun Hao slapped her across the face, the force sending her stumbling onto the floor. If your brain got messed up after that fall, go get it treated. Stop spouting nonsense all day. Ji-min sat on the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. It was only then she realized there were still so many household staff around the room. If these words got out, and the Alliance started digging into the situation, none of them would escape unscathed. But swallowing her pride wasn't an option, not without some justification. Then why are you asking that little brat to attend her younger sister's wedding tomorrow? What's your intention with that? Ji-min asked, her tone accusatory. Sun Hao walked over, bent down, and helped her to her feet. You seem to forget, the Chun family is also involved here. Knowing Chun Lichuan's personality, do you think he'll let it slide when he finds out she's come back? His words snapped Ji-min out of her daze, excitement flashing in her eyes. Oh right, how could I forget that lunatic from the Chun family? I'll call him right now. She pulled up her wrist communicator and was just about to dial when Sun Hao stopped her. No need. I've told him already. Why else would I invite them to tomorrow's wedding? It's all part of the plan, to watch the drama unfold. Sun Hao's expression gleamed with cunning satisfaction. It was as if Lu Mingyao wasn't his daughter, but his sworn enemy. Ji-min's mood lightened instantly as she chuckled along with him, the earlier frustration entirely forgotten. That guy she's clinging to, just an ordinary human. I didn't sense any kind of awakened power from him, Ji-min said skeptically. What she didn't know is that my awakening came from Sophia's source pearl, making it impossible for regular means to detect. Better this way, Sun Hao said with a conspiratorial smirk. Isn't there talk linking him to the C family? Let's have the Chun family test the waters for us first. That Chun family's second son, knowing his temper, he'll probably kill that guy the moment he sees him. Then the C and Chun families can battle it out. After all, our daughter's marrying into the Chun family soon. Ji-min hesitated, but before she could speak, Sun Hao shot her a warning glance. Stop overthinking. Women like you should look at the bigger picture. This way, we achieve 2 goals at once, clearing the path for our son-in-law to rise higher. And if things escalate, we'll just hand that lunatic over as a scapegoat. The couple's scheming was meticulous. The sound of their calculations practically echoed in the room. But none of them expected that the mad second son of the Chin family would move faster than any of their plans.